Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Can we please take our seats as we are about to begin? Please do take our seats. Do people... Everybody, please be standing as we welcome our keynote. Please, thank you. Help us welcome the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Thank you.
We are delighted to receive our guests. We're delighted to receive our delegates. And at this juncture, we'd like to request you to kindly take your seats.
Here we go. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, distinguished guests, our excellencies, honorable members, our friends, colleagues, and change makers from all over the globe. Welcome to the Oxford Africa Conference 2025 here at the Blavatnik School of Government at the Historic University of Oxford. Yeah? Bit more energy.
That is definitely more like it. In Swahili and in many parts of East Africa, we say, Karibuni sana.
Woo. And in Bemba, we say, Mwaiseni. So, Mwaiseni. My name is Bupa Luhano Kabaye. I'm a daughter of Zambia, where the Zambezi flows and the smoke of the Victoria Falls still thunders. I'm a governance and development practitioner and reading global governance and diplomacy here at Oxford University.
And my name is George Murichu, from the land of marathoners, from the cradle of humankind, the magical Kenya. And I am delighted to be a host together with Luhano. I am currently a scholar pursuing science and religion right here at the University of Oxford. And we are most delighted and honored to have you, our delegates, joining us for this historic moment. Would you appreciate yourself for being part of this historic moment? We gather here under the resonant theme that is right there on our screens. And if you may, I'd like to invite you to read it out loud with that African energy, that African oomph. Let's together with one loud voice declare the theme, Changing Narratives, Vision, Action, and Transformation of Africa.
Woo! Yeah, it is definitely a collective moment of reflection and reigniting of the African continent and the African voice. But before we get started, just a few logistical items. So our bathrooms are upstairs. So once you take the stairs upstairs, it is to the left of the elevators. Please do use those bathrooms as the event is going on. And what else do people need to know, George?
All right. In the unlikely event of an emergency, please underscore unlikely. In the unlikely event of an emergency, we'd like us to do take note of our exit protocols. We would make our way to the ground level and we would exit through the main door. For those of you who have accessibility requirements, those are factored in as well. And you'll be able to make your way to the refuge point and exit through that.
Yes, and if you did need water as the event is going on, there is Seminar Room 1, which has doors open right behind the staircase. So please stay hydrated as it is spring and we want you to be hydrated and to keep up the energy levels. Yeah.
All right, over these couple of days, we're going to hear from visionary leaders. They are already here. We are getting a front row seat to some amazing ideas that will transform our continent. And so at this juncture, we'd like us to raise our expectation and open our hearts, and let's get ready to receive, and let's get ready to be the change makers for our continent in this moment. And so we want to express our gratitude to the organizing team, our sponsors, our partners, and we'll be making mention of them in due course during this conference.
Yes, so let's honor the past, disrupt the present, and dream forward. Today, Africa is no longer defined by outsiders. She paints her own future, bold, unshaken, and transformed. So let the Oxford Africa Conference begin! Woo!
And so to gear up for our first official session, our keynote, we are honored to have with us none other than the president of the Oxford University Africa Society. Ladies and gentlemen, she is a merit scholar. She is pursuing her DPhil in molecular and cellular medicine. And this is one of the phenomenal leaders who's passionate about our continent. Delegates, would you put your hands together for the convener of this year's conference, Mariam Nina Hadi. Come on, we can do better than that.
Wow, this is so surreal. Over a year of planning, and everything is working together. His Excellency, President Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, welcome. First Lady Fatima Maada Bio, welcome. Dr. Okonjo-Iweala Okonjo, welcome. All members of the Sierra Leone High Commission and delegation, the Deputy High Commissioner of South Africa, Dino Maklota, Dr. Ernest Ofori-Sapon, the judge of our Innovation Seed Fund, Professor Nairi Woods, the Dean of the Blavatnik School of Government, all protocols duly observed. Esteemed guests, partners, and friends, on behalf of the Oxford University Africa Society, it is my absolute great honor to welcome you all to the 2025 Oxford Africa Conference at the Blavatnik School of Government. Once again, thank you so much for joining us for this important gathering of Africa's boldest voices. As we look ahead to day 2, we are equally as excited. I extend a warm welcome to everyone else here, and we are deeply, deeply honored by your presence, the presence of eminent dignitaries and thought leaders. President Bio, once again, we are privileged to host you as you share insights from Sierra Leone's journey. Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, your leadership on the global scale inspires us all, and we look forward to your fireside chat with Professor Woods. To all esteemed guests and attendees, policymakers, educators, academics, entrepreneurs, artists, students, and change makers from across the African continent and the diaspora, you are most welcome. And it's truly, truly inspiring to see this diverse community united here in Oxford, ready to engage in visionary conversations about Africa's future, changing narratives, the vision, action, and transformation of Africa. This year's theme is of special importance to not just me, but the entire continent. This theme could not be any more timely or vital. And this is because for far too long, Africa's story has been told by others, often reduced to a singular story of poverty, conflict, or need. As the author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie reminds us, the single story creates stereotypes. And the problem with stereotypes is not that they are untrue, but that they are incomplete. They make one story become the only story. Our mission here today is to shatter that single story and illuminate the richness and complexity of Africa's multiple stories. We have seen how external narratives about Africa can swing from despair to euphoric without capturing the nuance. In 2000, The Economist infamously labeled Africa the hopeless continent, only to declare a decade later, Africa rising. Neither extremes does justice to the reality. Between being hopeless and rising, there are countless African stories that are yet to be told. Stories of resilience, stories of creativity, and courageous leadership. Indeed, an African proverb wisely says, until the lion learns to write, every story will glorify the hunter. In other words, if we do not tell our own stories, others will tell them for us. Changing narratives means Africa writing its own story, its vision with action and with authenticity. Our three theme pillars, the vision, action, and transformation, speak to the journey of redefining Africa's narrative. Vision is about imagining the Africa we want, a continent that is prosperous, equitable, and at peace with itself. It is the audacity to dream beyond the limitations that others have imposed upon us. Action is about implementing that vision through leadership, policy, entrepreneurship, and grassroots initiatives. And without vision, and vision without action is obviously merely a dream. But vision with action can catalyze a real transformation. Real transformation is the tangible change in our society that uplifts lives. Together, vision, action, and transformation all will lead to a better Africa. The realities of Africa that we are striving to create. Already, the good news, of course, is already transformation is underway. For instance, the African nations have come together to establish the African Continental Free Trade Area, the largest free trade area in the world by the number of participating countries, connecting 1.3 billion people across 55 countries in a single market. This bold vision of economic integration is backed by action, and that promises opportunity across the continent. We are witnessing a technological and creative resonance. This is driven by Africa's youth, from bustling techs in the hubs of Lagos and Nairobi to the vibrant film and music industries of Nollywood and Afrobeat. And with a median age of just 19.3 years, Africa's population is the youngest in the world. We are brimming with energy, we are brimming with potential. Our young people are not just waiting to be handed the future. We are already building it through our startups, through our social enterprises, and community projects. And these stories of transformation and innovation that must take center in the narrative of the new Africa. Yes, of course, challenges persist. From climate vulnerability to government issues to humanitarian crisis across the continent. The headlines, I must admit, feel familiar. But the story is changing. Because across all these contents, Africans are not waiting to be rescued. We are responding, we are resisting, and we are rebuilding. And that is the narrative that we want to amplify today. A call to unity, leadership, and reimagining Africa's stories. Ladies and gentlemen, as we commence this conference, I issue a heartfelt call to action. Let us unite to reimagine and rewrite Africa's story. Changing the narratives requires each of us, whether in government, whether in academia, business, or civil society, to work together with a shared purpose. We must break down the artificial divides between our nations and foster a Pan-African unity of vision. Our challenges do not respect borders, neither should our solutions. We need visionary leadership at all levels, leaders who are not afraid to envision an Africa beyond the problems of today, and who inspire our people to do greatness. Leadership is not only the task of presidents and officials, it's a responsibility we all must share. The young student in Oxford or Lagos who challenges misconceptions about Africa is leading. The entrepreneur in Nairobi providing jobs and innovation is leading. The activist in Accra, Ghana, who stands for peace and justice is leading. And this conference itself is a form of leadership. We are gathering of minds to chart a way forward. So I ask of us all here, in our discussions, let us be bold and imaginative. Let us craft a vision for Africa that is defined by our aspirations and not by our affiliations. Then, when we leave here, let us commit to concrete actions to realize vision in policy, in partnerships, in large projects or small. If we do this, I am confident that we will see the transformation of Africa that we seek. We will see an Africa that is defined in a global conscience, not by outdated stereotypes, but by achievements, its diversity, and contributions to the world. We will see an Africa that takes its rightful place as a leader on the world stage, an Africa that tells its own story on its own terms. And in the words of Chinua Achebe, we must strive for a balance of stories, a narrative that acknowledges our triumphs, but also celebrates our tribulations. Let us ensure that the story of Africa is no longer one dimension. We should make sure it's a story that is externally dictated. It is our story and we must own it. Together, through unity and purpose, we can transform the narrative of Africa from one potential to one of promise fulfilled. And on this note, and on this hopefully inspiring opening, I want to highlight that this conference would not have been possible without the work, without the dedication of our extraordinary group of students at the University of Oxford. They are not just organizers, they are visionaries, they are collaborators, and they are custodians of a bold dream. First, my deepest thanks to Clement Amponsa, our program coordinator. Clement, your strategic guidance, tireless commitment, and unwavering personal support have anchored me and the whole team throughout this journey. Both professionally and personally, you have shaped every part of the conference. Clement, thank you for believing in this vision with me and the team. To Nanasa, our program coordinator as well. You are brilliant. Your leadership and consistency have carried this conference from its earliest days of planning to its full execution. You held so many moving parts together with grace, and it has been a privilege to build this with you. To Wanto, T. Wanto, and Julie Ojambo, our co-conveners. Your leadership, diplomacy, and your ability to hold space for complexity help shape this into more than just an event. It's now a movement. To Sandra Marty, the bedrock of everything creative you see here today, from merchandise to design, you have been the bridge between teams, the hand that has steadied us, and the quiet force that has made sure that nothing falls through. Your fingerprint is on every inch of this conference. Thank you. To Ajasa, Toby Moronfulu, and Bupi Lohano, our sponsorship and partnership coordinators. Thank you for your diligence to securing vital funding and the networks that brought to life this vision. Thank you for your reliability and your spirit of service. To Princess Nikosal, our Afro Ball coordinator, thank you for coordinating a celebration worthy of our culture and excellence. Your vision for this social moment has brought joy to the planning process. And to Elizabeth, I'm looking for you. Elizabeth, our logistics and venue coordinator, thank you for managing the many moving parts that no one sees but everyone depends on. From the transport schedules to the room setups to catering to contingencies, your calm attention to detail has ensured that things have run smoothly even when chaos is threatened. You have been a quiet engine of this operation, and we are deeply grateful. To Tieza Zunkanyika, our report writer, thank you for documenting this journey with clarity and care and ensuring the legacy of this conference lives on print. To David Michael, our volunteer coordinator, thank you for rallying, training, and managing the amazing team working behind the scenes today. To Mantate Mushla, our alumni coordinator, whose curation of the fashion show is highlighting African brilliance through design and heritage. You helped us reimagine a culture as leadership. Thank you. To Rachel Otuku, our Innovation Seed Fund coordinator, thank you for spotlighting Africa's most promising talent and giving ideas to a global stage. To Mwangi and Abigail Isaac, so Mwangi Mwaura and Abigail Isaac, our Fireside editors-in-chief, your editorial clarity and creative vision have elevated this conference beyond the walls of Oxford. To Yvonne, Joyce, Jiche, marketing and promoting leads, thank you. Thank you so much for shaping the voice across digital platforms and making our voices visible. Last but not the least core component of our conference, our MCs, George and Lohanyo. Thank you for setting up the tone, the rhythm of this conference with professionalism and charisma. And I want to say a special thanks to the Blavatnik School of Government for hosting us. A big thank you to Jolie and Anna for making sure that they were able to make this all possible and for putting this all together. I have two more names, and I'll conclude immediately. We have Chadin, our creative associate, whose eye for design and detail added texture and soul to our visual identity. To Jeremy Hagan, thank you so much once again for assisting in any way that you can with sponsorship and partnership. But of course, all this with the mic, with the graphics being displayed, was all thanks to the AV team. And so to Alan, thank you so much, and the entire AV team, we're so grateful. So that brings us to the major thank yous for the people in the conference, people who made this a reality. And so to every one of you, thank you. Thank you for being here. And I will be a disservice to obviously leave without acknowledging our sponsors. And so to the Africa Oxford Initiative, to the University of Oxford, the Vice Chancellor's Office, to SOMIVA, the African Studies Center, the University of Oxford Innovation, to EcoBank Sierra Leone, to Inspire Oxford, to Reston Energy Trading Limited, to Kenya Airways, High Level Fashion, Kent City, Road Trust, and to Dr. Ernest Ofori-Sapong, the sponsor of the Innovation Seed Fund. Thank you for trusting in the power of young Africans and investing in a platform that pushes dialogue into action. And a special thank you to Honorable Abina Osei, who is here with us today. Thank you so much for gracing us. But now on a personal note, and I think this will be such a disservice to leave this stage without acknowledging the brain behind who I am today. And so a special note, I would like to give a heartfelt thank you to my mother, who is in the audience today. Aisha to Jibrin. My dad, Adam Hadi, couldn't make it, but they have instilled in me confidence to pursue my dreams and my academics. Without them, I wouldn't be here. They've pushed, they've motivated me, they've inspired me. To Anne McKenna, who has laid the groundwork for African scholars to have a space in Oxford, along with Dr. David Kerr, and Dr. Kevin. Thank you so, so much. Ruth Nanjala, I couldn't end this without you. My unpaid special advisor, a true trendsetter and trailblazer. Your support has been my bedrock. Thank you to everyone. And so, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends, thank you for being here today and for engaging in a shared endeavor to reshape the narrative. It is often said that Africa's story has been written by others, and we need to own our narrative. Today, we gather in this hall, and we are doing just that. So let's continue to write the story of Africa that future generations will be proud of. Welcome once again. And I'm trying to learn as many African languages as I can. So, Medase, Asante Sana, Merci beaucoup. Shukran. Thank you all. And I think I need to pause here because this next step is a distinct honor. This is a privilege. And I am honored. I'm beyond words. I stand before you today, and I am here to welcome to the stage His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Julius Maada Bio.
Thank you very much. Let's sit down, please. Madam First Lady, the Director General of WTO, my dear sister, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the President and Executives of the Oxford Africa Society, Dean of the Blavatnik School of Government, Professor Nari Woods, fellow Africans, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the Republic of Sierra Leone, our beautiful country on the stunning West African coast. As we gather here today at the prestigious Oxford Africa Conference on the eve of Africa Day, I am struck by a profound contradiction. For centuries, ladies and gentlemen, the narrative of Africa has been shaped by outsiders. Our beloved continent, the cradle of humanity and home to ancient civilizations, bear immense cultural wealth. Yet, it has been reduced to simplistic narratives of dependency, conflict, and underdevelopment. These external narratives have influenced global perceptions, but even more dangerously, have shaped how we view ourselves. As I look around, I see some of the brightest minds from our beloved continent gathered at one of the world's most prestigious institutions. And in these esteemed halls of Oxford, where knowledge is valued, Africa's intellectual contributions are still undervalued. Our perspectives marginalized, and our agency questioned. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is our reality. A continent of 1.3 million people, with the youngest population in the world, vast natural resources, boundless creativity, still struggles to control its narrative and shape its future. But I see a profound shift, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you see it too. From Cape Town to Cairo, Freetown to Djibouti, Africans are awakening to the power of what I call quotidian African agency. And that is our capacity to make choices, act independently, and shape our destinies. This daily African agency involves farmers using innovative agricultural techniques, tech entrepreneurs developing solutions for local challenges, artists reclaiming our cultural narratives, and students questioning established norms while envisioning new possibilities. The Oxford Africa Society embodies this awakening, and I say thank you to you. Since the 1950s, the winds of decolonization swept across our continent, you have evolved from mere student club to a powerful community of change agents. I congratulate you. In an environment where it will be easy to become absorbed in academic pursuit or distance yourself from the challenges facing our continent, you have instead discovered your mission and fulfilled it faithfully. This year's theme, Changing Narratives, Vision, Action, and Transformation of Africa, recognizes that we stand at a crossroads. This year, the African Union's focus on reparation acknowledges historical injustices while confronting contemporary challenges of economic exclusion and marginalization in global decision-making. We are all called to reimagine Africa, not as it has been portrayed, but as we know it to be, a continent of agency, innovation, untapped potential, ready to take its rightful place on the global stage. Yet, we would be naive to underestimate the resistance to this transformation. The path ahead is fraught with formidable obstacles, both external and internal. Externally, we face a global order that is not designed with our input or interest in mind. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed this reality. When vaccines became available, ladies and gentlemen, Africa stood last in line, not by accident, but by design. International financial systems continue to disadvantage our economies. Although we contribute a relatively small amounts to global greenhouse gas emissions, climate change disproportionately affects our communities. And global media persists in portraying our continent through a lens of poverty, conflict, and helplessness. Madam President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, internally, we must confront uncomfortable truths. Rising debt levels threaten our economic sovereignty. Food insecurity challenge our most basic resilience. The digital divide risks leaving our young people behind in the global knowledge economy. Governance failures have eroded public trust in our institutions in Africa. And all too often, our 54 nations speak with 54 different voices on global stage, diluting our collective influence. Perhaps most insidiously, we struggle against internalized narratives that limit our imagination of what Africa can truly be. After generations of being told what we cannot do, some have begun to believe it. These challenges can seem overwhelming. They might tempt us to retreat into the comfort of familiar patterns or seek external saviors. But there are no external saviors. But this is precisely what the old narrative would have us do. I stand before you today, not with easy answers, but with a powerful guiding principle. African agency. This principle, the insistence that Africans must be the primary architects of Africa's future, can illuminate our path forward. African agency is not merely a philosophical concept, but a practical approach to development, governance, and international relations. It demands that we move from being policy takers to policy makers, from consumers of others' solutions to creators of our own. In Sierra Leone, we have embraced this principle through our National Development Plan, which centers on 5 transformative game changers. 1, feed Salone, that is food security. This is our comprehensive strategy for food security and agro-industrial transformation, which puts our farmers at the center of our economic future. 2 is human capital development. Our bold reforms in education and healthcare that prepare our people to participate in the global knowledge economy and help shape it. 3, the youth employment scheme to create dignified, sustainable jobs that harness the creativity and energy of our young population. Technology and infrastructure development. Using digital transformation to catch up and leapfrog traditional development stages. 5, public service reforms to enhance governance and service delivery to rebuild trust between citizens and government. These initiatives align with AU Agenda 2063 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, demonstrating how national strategies can advance continental and global ambitions. But more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, they represent African solutions to African challenges, designed with specific context and aspirations in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, if the African agency is our compass, then what is our map? How do we translate this guiding principle into concrete action? Our plan must operate simultaneously at multiple levels, from the individual to the continental, from the cultural to the economic. First, we must assert our epistemic agency. And I say that again. We must assert our epistemic agency. Africans must lead knowledge production about Africa. This involves decolonizing education, prioritizing indigenous knowledge systems, and ensuring that African voices are adequately represented in global intellectual discussions. As Nelson Mandela once asserted, and I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." End of quote. By reclaiming our intellectual sovereignty, we lay the foundation for all other forms of agency. Second, we must institutionalize African agency in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, promoting our continent's role in advancing these fields. Africa has produced innovations that address unique African challenges, including mobile platforms and medical diagnosis suited for resource-limited environments. We must scale these successes through increased investment and cross-border collaboration in the continent. Third, we must assert African agency in key economic sectors like agriculture, extractive, and trade. The African Continental Free Trade Area represents a historic chance to boost intra-African trade from its current levels to create millions of jobs and develop regional value chains. Fifth, we must cultivate a Pan-African vision that transcends colonial boundaries and fosters solidarity among African peoples and diaspora communities. As Kwame Nkrumah reminded us, I am not, and I quote, "I am not African because I was born in Africa, but because Africa was born in me. End of quote. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, we must speak with only one voice in global forums. Our influence becomes undeniable when 54 nations of Africa align their positions on trade, climate, or financial architecture reforms. If we commit to this path, we will collectively create the future we truly desire. Ladies and gentlemen, envisioning a global order where African nations speak with a unified, influential voice on climate action, trade rules, and global security is crucial. An Africa where intracontinental trade flows freely, creating millions of jobs and prosperity for our citizens. An Africa where innovations address African challenges and scale globally. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a world where international financial institutions reflect Africa's economic weight and development priorities, where digital technologies link the most remote villages to global markets and knowledge. Imagine a continent where governance is transparent, responsive, and where citizens trust their institutions. An Africa where development initiatives effectively reach the most vulnerable populations. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a far-off utopia. The fundamental elements are already being assembled through initiatives like the AFCFTA, the APRM, and various regional integration efforts. The critical question is not whether this future is achievable, but whether we will act with enough urgency, unity, and strategic vision to realize it. Changing the narrative about Africa involves more than just a shift in perceptions. It is about fundamentally transforming our realities. It is about building the Africa we want and shaping the international order we deserve. It is about telling a story of hope, resilience, and opportunity, not as public relations, but as a lived experience for all Africans. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Africans here, I address you today not as distant observers, but as active participants in this unfolding story. To the members of the Oxford Africa Society, you are part of a tradition of African excellence that spans generations. Your presence as this esteemed institution is not just a coincidence, it is crucial for the transformation of our continent. So, as you develop your knowledge and expand your networks, remember that you are not just building personal careers, but also contributing to a collective journey. Return to the continent, either physically or through your work, and apply your brilliance to our most pressing challenges. To policymakers and leaders like myself here, let us move beyond the rhetoric to implementation. Let our commitment to the African Agency be reflected in our budgets, policies, and diplomatic positions. Let us have the courage to challenge external demands when they do not serve our people's interest. To our international partners, we welcome collaboration that is grounded in mutual respect and shared interest. But understand that the era of externally imposed solutions is over. The most effective partnership we recognize and amplify African agency rather than substitute for it. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on May 25th, 1963, when representatives of 30 African nations convened in Addis Ababa to form the Organization of African Unity, Emperor Haile Selassie reminded them, and I quote, "The task on which we have embarked, the making of Africa, will not wait. We must act to shape and mold the future and leave our imprint on the events as they slip past into history." End of quote. 62 years later, as we gather on the eve of Africa Day, his words resonate with renewed urgency. Our sacred mission remains to unite our continent, restore its dignity, and secure its future. It will not be easy, but it is not beyond our reach. Africa is waiting. Africa is watching. The world is listening. History is waiting. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
We can do better than that. Delegates, let's appreciate His Excellency, the 5th President of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Julius Maada Bio.
Such an excellent, I'm inspired. I'm so ready right now to go and run for presidency in Zambia because that was just an incredible, incredible address. What were your takeaways?
The principle of African agency, that's gone through every layer of the speech, and that's so inspiring, especially epistemic agency around our knowledge systems.
That's true.
That's a big one.
Yeah, that's a big one for me too. How do we create knowledge for ourselves? And it takes me back to just thinking for some of the students in here, your thesis is waiting for you, but it is going to add to the knowledge bank that the president just spoke about. So without further ado, please allow us to bring back to the stage Nina and His Excellency for a fireside chat. Thank you.
Most welcome.
Going to be there?
Wow, that was so powerful, very, very inspiring. And I can't emphasize this enough, but we are so honored that you've been able to take time out of your busy schedule to be here with us today. it means a great deal, not just to us, not just to Sierra Leone, and not just to West Africa or the African continent, but to everyone who is passionate and very, very keen on contributing to the progress of the continent. For me, especially as a woman in leadership, I'm very, very excited when I found out that you were a he for she campaign champion. And obviously, that's not something we often see that is prioritized in leadership spaces. And so, for me, I'm very curious, what does gender equity mean to you personally? And how does that translate into policy and culture?
Thank you very much. I am a he for she, truly speaking, because I was fortunate, maybe, to have been raised by a single mother when I lost my dad at the age of 4. She did not have the fortune of going to school. She knew nothing about education. But because of her own values, tenacity, and hard work, she raised me single-handedly to be who I am today. May I so rest in peace. So for me, the agency in women I have witnessed firsthand, and maybe I'm a product of that. And that is why I value the contribution of women who have been put at the back. You know, most times in Africa, they should be in the kitchen. They should not be heard. So when I had the opportunity to be at the helm, I thought it was incumbent upon me to pay back.
That's really...
And to also to help national contribution, because it's a disservice to say that you want to keep more than half of your population not engaged in the development process and think that we, the men, can do it all. That is a disservice. You must go full throttle on both sides. And the fact that women have not been fortunate because of structural restraints that we had put on them to be educated, to be empowered, and to be given equal opportunity, I thought my presidency would be a moment of liberation for them. And I've done quite a lot to liberate them, move them from the dungeons they have been placed, and to be wherever they can be. So we have had to pass the Women's Empowerment Bill, gender empowerment, and now women, at least starting from Parliament and all other positions, including the corporate space, you can have nothing less than 30% of women in Sierra Leone. Women can now own properties, which is not the case. So there's quite a lot involved in that. But that is my very first step. And I'm fortunate to have a wife who is an activist for women too, and a godchild, who has complemented my effort. I have led a people-centered administration. My programs have been people-centered. So what I have done is to make sure that the first reform actually was in the education sector. And that is because I know the power of education. So we made education, access to education free, and made it even more free for the godchild. If you were in Sierra Leone, you can go from preschool to the end of university because you are doing STEM discipline courses. You won't pay a dime. This is all for the women folk to catch up because they have been left behind for far too long. So there's quite a lot going on in that space. She recently, with the support of many others, she built a coalition to bring about prevention of early marriage, teenage marriage. Before, and in many African countries, even as I speak, girls at the age of 12, 11, 13 are being sent into marriage. Today in Sierra Leone, by law, and we are enforcing that law, it's a crime. There is a law, and we just passed that in addition to the gender bill that we passed. There was a time when rape of young girls and women became so rampant, I had to declare an emergency. And we put in place so many measures. This is all to protect the women, their dignity, and to allow them, especially the young girls, to nurture them and support them so that they can be equal partners. They can never reach become women of substance if we do not nurture them, if we do not give them a special place. So I have been considered a he for she because the only parent I had was a she.
Yes.
And she did a good job, as you can see.
She did. Wow, that's so powerful. Your Excellency, if I may, I want to ask you one final question. And that's because across Sierra Leone and, the wider West African region, you are definitely seen as someone who is committed to laying down the foundations for transformation. And I read about what you do. I'm sitting with you having conversations, and I'm in awe. What drives you? Like, what drives that approach, and what keeps you going?
Maybe I need to give you a sneak preview into my past.
Yes.
As a former military man, and I've had the opportunity of leading the government. And I thought it was necessary that I had so much experience. And during the intervening years, when I left and I went back to become democratically elected, I lived in very developed democracies around the world. I lived here, I lived in France, and I also lived in the United States. You cannot undertake fundamental reforms in a system and want it to survive without laying the foundation.
That's true.
So, I normally make the analogy. If you want to build a skyscraper, the foundation must be as strong as how high you want to go. So for me, we are pushed into, what is your priority? For me, I know that in the 21st century, education is the best foundation. The human capital. And when I talk about human capital, I mean taking care, feeding the mind through education, feeding this belly, the tummy, through food security, and taking care of the being through health. So this is what we call human capital. It's not just about education or maybe health. We combine all of these to mean human capital development. If you have a healthy person that is well educated and, of course, not malnourished, they are fit to go and they can survive anywhere in the world. So that is my mission. And to make Sierra Leoneans competitive around the world, as we were before, we were referred to as the Athens of West Africa because the first Western university south of the Sahara was founded in Sierra Leone in 1827.
That's powerful.
So, for me, our prowess then was projected not because of weapons or any other thing, but because of knowledge, formation, and sharing, which we did very well at the Frobe College. So I am eager to bring Sierra Leone back to its glory, especially in the 21st century. And that is why I've insisted on fit-for-purpose education. Fit-for-purpose education, one that we take them anywhere and they will be competitive, not just stay home and get employment and not produce. They have to be productive, they have to be healthy, and of course, they cannot be productive if they are not well educated.
That's really powerful. Please, another round of applause for His Excellency. You have given us such a powerful keynote, and this conversation has, I think everyone in this room is leaving here today inspired and empowered by your wisdom, by your words, by your knowledge. Thank you so, so much, His Excellency.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
To Nina, thank you so, so much. We are delighted to just curate those nuggets. And we'd like you for just a minute or so, if you would be seated and share with the person seated beside you, what is it that has stood out for you? There are certain things that the president has highlighted. I've had something around human capital, very, very important, human capital. Solid education, food security, and good health. And so as we transition to the next session, these are things that we're going to mull over and see how we can implement in our context. Luhano, what's next?
Thank you so much, George. And up next, we have a fireside chat. And it's such an honor for me to introduce the two women that are going to come and speak on this stage. So allow me to introduce Professor Woods, who is the founding dean here at the Blavatnik School of Government and professor of global economic governance here at Oxford. She's phenomenal, and she will be in conversation with somebody who truly inspires me, so I might be fangirling here, but please allow me to usher to the stage Dr. Ngozi Okonjo, who is... Thank you. Dr. Ngozi is the first woman and African to lead the World Trade Organization. She is a global finance expert, an economist, and international development professional with over 40 years of experience working globally.
Thank you.
Yeah, she has served as Minister of Finance in Nigeria and is a global advocate for inclusive trade and development. She's truly a trailblazer, and so we'll be having two incredible women here in conversation. So please give them another round of applause because they do deserve it.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good morning, folks. Can I start by just saying huge congratulations to the entire Africa Society Committee and all the students who weren't on the committee but who came together to make this conference possible. You organized, you fundraised, you persuaded some of the world's most inspiring leaders to come speak to you, so huge congratulations. I am truly honored always to be in a conversation with Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. You know, some people think that you make it to the top in public service by networking or by being in the right place at the right time or by being nice to the right people. And you're probably wrong. I have next to me somebody who was educated entirely in Nigeria and applied to Harvard University to do economics as an undergraduate. And she completely nailed it. She graduated magna cum laude from one of the toughest economics programs in the world. Hold on. She then did brilliantly in a degree in city planning and then applied to do her doctorate at the most difficult doctoral program in economics in the world at MIT. And there she excelled. And the lesson here, folks, is sharpen your brains. Be the sharpest, most precise tool. That's the first thing I want to say about Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. She is a truly sharp precision tool. She is all these other things, a wonderful human being that everybody around the world loves to work with, and a very honest and frank one that people trust. But at your age, she was sharpening her brain. She put in the work. She excelled. And from there, she went to a brilliant 25-year career in the World Bank, rising to being managing director and doing possibly the best job that a managing director has done. And I say that as a scholar of the World Bank, so it's an informed view. Ngozi then served not once but twice as finance minister in her home country of Nigeria. And she's now got, well, I mean, you've always had the toughest jobs in the world, but now you really do have one as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Now, I'm going to start today's conversation with just 3 quite big questions to Ngozi, and then I'm going to come right to you for your questions to her. So be ready. Be ready with the question you want to ask. Make it short, make it sharp, and let's take this conversation forward. I want to start, Ngozi. And by the way, I didn't mention that I'm very proud that she's also got an honorary degree from this university, the University of Oxford. Welcome back to the school. I want to start, Ngozi, with President Bio just said, bring your brilliance home to your own country. And you did that. Now, a lot of graduate students at Oxford from the continent think that they'll have much more impact if they go and work at the World Bank or the IMF. Now, you've done that, but you also went home as finance minister. And I just wanted to start by your reflection on that call that President Bio gave this group, bring your brilliance home. In your experience, it would be invidious to say, compare how much impact you had on your own country in the World Bank versus being finance minister, but reflect for us what it means to bring your brilliance home.
Well, thank you, Naira, and let me join you in saying congratulations to the Oxford Africa Society for organizing this event. And it's good to be back in the Blavatny School and with you, Naira, and to congratulate the First Lady of Sierra Leone and His Excellency for their presence. I think that there's no dichotomy in my mind between having served in the World Bank and having served in my country. I think that one helped the other in a way, and I want to explain what I mean. I never actually intended to work in the World Bank, to be honest. So my father was someone who believed totally in coming home to serve. And he also believed he had 2 daughters and 5 sons. And my father was a professor of economics, mathematical economics. So I actually grew up not liking economics because the books looked too boring. But eventually I ended up in that field and do not regret it. He believed in you can go outside if you want to get educated, but you must come home to serve. And he really did that in us. But as I also was in graduate school at MIT, even when I was an undergraduate, I saw that there were not very many Africans in these global institutions and organizations. And I wondered why, and I wondered what impact it had. So I had this curiosity that maybe it would be good to have experience there. And I went to the World Bank as a summer intern when I was in graduate school and saw for myself. And that experience, the work was extremely interesting. But I thought I could learn much more about why other parts of the world were developing faster than we were. And maybe there were some lessons I could take back. That's what really got me into then applying for the Young Professionals Program, and getting in, and then it became a career. And subsequently, in between, I went back twice to be finance minister and foreign minister. Actually, the one longest serving, 7 years as finance minister, which is not easy, and then foreign affairs minister for a short time. So my reflection is this. When I was at the bank, I wanted to see why were we not on the continent developing as fast as I thought we should. Why did we have the East Asian miracle of East Asian countries that had started in the 1960s with the same level of per capita income, stripping away whilst we were still being held back? And I began to look and see what it is they were doing, we were not doing, and to acquire that knowledge. And then I thought, at a particular time, it was also serendipity, I thought I should go and give back. So I actually, on my own, decided to take a leave of absence. And that was a time when President Obasanjo came to power and needed somebody to help with the debt, the country's debt. We owed $30 billion, but it was, no one had a good record of where, no systematic record of how much we owed, whom we owed it to, when we should pay, and all that. And debt service was lagging. So he was looking for someone, and someone suggested my name. So I took a leave of absence on my own to go back for, it was 9 months, 6 to 9 months, to just work with him on this debt issue. He was really obsessed by it, that we must get rid of the debt. When I went the first time, what he said to me was, I want to press a button and get a piece of paper printout that shows how much we owe, who we owe it to, when we should service the debt, how much we should service. And so I said, okay. So I worked at it. Our debt was in 7 different agencies: the Central Bank, the Ministry of Finance, here, there, everywhere. And so to cut a long story short, it was quite a task to pull all this together, get the software, and we used the Commonwealth, and this would please Patricia, Scotland, when she was there. No, and when I told her the Commonwealth debt management software, we created a debt management office that didn't exist. I told him we needed to do that, and it's there today. And we put the software, the hardware, everything in, and he did indeed get to press the button and get everything. Then I went back to the bank after my leave of absence that I took on my own. And a couple of years later, he decided he needed a finance minister who could help get rid of this debt. And he said, that woman who came and helped, I think she can help us get rid of the debt. So he invited me back. He didn't actually ask me. He called the president of the World Bank then, Jim Wolfenson, and said, I need this woman to come and be my finance minister. Nobody asked me. I wasn't planning. It wasn't in my career plan. So I was sitting in my office. At that time, I was vice president of the bank and corporate secretary. And my office was next to the president. So he walks in and says to me, you're going to be finance minister of Nigeria. And I said, Jim, is that a dream or what? And he said, no, it's true. And I just spoke to your president. He asked that you do that. And I said, but you didn't ask me. We've got a couple of children in university at this time. We don't want to take loans, to pay for them. And if I leave, that's... Anyway, he said, you've got to go. So when I thought about it, I spoke with my husband and so on, and the children, and we decided I should go and do it. So that's when I got there. The technical expertise and knowledge I had acquired working in the bank really helped. And this is why I do not think there's a dichotomy. I think if you serve outside, let's say in a multilateral or even private sector, you should try to take that knowledge and experience back to solve a problem, okay? And it doesn't have to be in government only. You can set up in the private sector, in civil society, but try to help solve a problem. And that's what I did. And then we got rid of the debt. We got the debt relief, which gave me gray hair. But $30 billion got written off. And, we cleared it. And $18 billion was completely written off. And we found innovative scheme. We were the first country allowed to buy back. The first low income at that time, or developing country, allowed to buy back its own debt. We bought 12 billion at 25 cents on the dollar. We got 18 billion forgiven, and we paid 6 billion. So,
and I just want to say, yeah, absolutely. I remember asking people in the bank why Ngozi had been so successful as managing director and corporate secretary, and it's a success that you took into the finance ministry. And they all said the same thing. They said, Ngozi, partly because she's so smart herself, she hires and surrounds herself. She builds a team of the smartest people in the organization. Of course, there were people in the World Bank that weren't very pleased with that because you poached their best. But it tells us two things. One, the ability to spot and recognize the smartest people. And the other thing is the ability to attract them to work with you rather than working with whoever they were working with previously. I just wanted to note that. Let's move to your day job now, right?
Can I just say something with that? I just want to say that no one succeeds alone. You need a team. Even in the government at that time, we built an economic team. And I really believe in teams, and I like to surround myself with young people. We have one, Miss Nicole Mensa, who is my special assistant. And she herself is very smart. She has a summa cum laude in economics from Cornell and a master's in applied economics, so a first-class degree. So you find, and as the president said, on the continent, we don't lack smart people. So I build my teams, including with young, smart Africans.
Now I want to come to the world at the moment. We have a new American administration, and their preferred foreign policy and trade policy is one which goes deal by deal, individual country by individual country. Some would describe it for other countries as like trying to ride a bronco in some ways. But for the continent of Africa, so richly and widely represented here today, what does it mean? Should individual countries on the continent be trying to do sweetheart deals with President Trump, because that seems to be his preferred way of operating, or should they try to hold together and negotiate en masse? What's your view?
Naira, that is such a $1 million question. Because, and I will have to find a very clever way to answer it. Because the WTO is very different from the World Bank in one way. Somebody in my position as the Director General must not say anything that interferes in the relationship between members. It's called a member-driven organization. And the reason is anything I say, because we're the only ones who have a justice system or a court, or I don't know how it's the dispute settlement system where one member can bring the other. Anything you say can be used in evidence if a case is brought. So if the Africans decide to bring the US or US the Africans, and US is still our member, they can say, you said these words, and that prejudiced something. So I have to answer in a very considered fashion. Just to let you know, I'm not trying to escape. I'm pretty direct and blunt in my approach. I think there are two things. First of all, like you've always said, the US reciprocal tariffs have caused an enormous disruption in the world of trade. And no doubt the unilateral approach has upended some of what the WTO's multilateral approach is about. So there's no doubt about that. And when you speak to the US, to those in charge, be it Ambassador Greer or Secretary Lutnick, the Center, and so on, as we've been doing, they'll explain that they did that because they were frustrated with the inability to get what they thought was good for the US through the multilateral system. So they decided we'll do something unilateral. And so they announced these tariffs. I don't think anyone was expecting quite the extent and sweep. I knew the tariffs were coming, but across virtually every country, I think that was a bit of a surprise. So, so they've caused a disruption because they had complaints about the way the system worked. They are not the only ones. The developing countries had complaints that the system wasn't working as well for them as they wanted. Other developed countries, the EU and so on, also had complaints. I mean, the Americans said that there was an unlevel playing field. Certain members were carrying on unfair practices. As you've seen, there were too many barriers being put up by countries. They were not liberalizing, non-tariff barriers and so on. So all members had different kinds of complaints, and then they've caused this disruption. So you have to, and I'm coming to what it means for Africa, but the fundamental thing is to ask yourself, when you have a disruption, what do you do? Do you react quickly and maybe not strategically and do the wrong thing? Or do you think deliberately and strategically and see how you can turn a disruption into something actually productive and good? That's the direction in which I'm moving, and which I want the organization to move. So, so one of the good things that has come out of this, the silver lining, is that the 166 WTO members have suddenly realized just how precious the system is. Because I say the trade rules and the world trading system is a little bit like air. I always say, the air you breathe, you take it for granted. You will come out and there'll be oxygen and you'll breathe. You don't think twice about it until something happens. The trading system, you go into a store or wherever, the goods you want are there, and you don't think twice about how is it there, what are the rules, how does it work? We are the custodians of the rules that make trade in the world go round. And they've come to realize that stability, predictability, and in trade is really important. So that's one silver lining. But they're also gradually realizing that there are faults in the system that need to be fixed. And this is where Africa or the least developed countries come in. One of the problems we have is that and Africa has not benefited as much from the system as it should. Our trade has remained over the decades at less than 3% of world trade, when we have so much in terms of resources. And we must ask ourselves why. By the same token, because we are not that well integrated into world trade, the impact of the reciprocal tariffs and all that is not as much as you would think. It doesn't hit us in terms of our trade as much as one would have expected. It doesn't hit because, you know, trade with the US is a very small percentage of our trade altogether. And trade with the world is a small percentage of our trade.
But does the disruption in trade with other countries indirectly affect the continent very much? The possibility of diversion from China? Or...
Yeah, I'll come to that. Right. But what I want to say is that trade of Africa with the rest of the world hasn't been as much disrupted. But what I want to say is this: in spite of the reciprocal tariffs, 74% of world trade still takes place on WTO terms. So prior to the tariffs at the beginning of the year, it was 80% on most favored nation reciprocal terms. It's come down to 74% because of the impact of the tariffs. But that's 3/4 of world's goods trade is still going on WTO terms. So that's pretty major. So there's disruption, but it's not as significant as you would think. And because Africa is not so integrated into US trade, it's not being hit as much. That is not to say that there are not countries that are really badly hit. So there are a handful of countries on the continent that have high reciprocal tariffs that are badly hit. I think the poster child of that is Lesotho, with 50% reciprocal tariffs, $200 million in textile exports to the US. This is 10% of their GDP in trade to the US. And they're hit with this. So obviously, this heavily impacts their trade. We calculated that with this, they would lose 0.2 to 0.5% of their GDP growth rate, which is already low. So this is highly impactful on them. There's also Cote d'Ivoire, I think with 21% or so reciprocal tariffs compared to 10% for Ghana, that is next door, and they both have the same product. It was very interesting when the minister from Cote d'Ivoire called, you know, and members called to ask the impact, and we do the analysis, saying their cocoa might be diverted to Ghana This is an unintended consequence, because if they're facing higher tariffs and Ghana lower, guess what will happen to traders? And that was a very interesting thing. Mauritius, Madagascar, and several other of the countries, Botswana, that have high tariffs. So we have a handful of them. When you analyze, you see they'll be heavily impacted. So the picture for these countries is different from that for the continent, where we are not, in terms of our GDP growth rate, it's really minimal.
So if you're an African country, if you're advising the government of Côte d'Ivoire or of Madagascar, should they be putting their efforts into a deal with the United States, their own special deal with the United States, or should they be putting their efforts into the Continental Free Trade Agreement or into the, whether it's the Southern African, SADC agreement or East African agreement? What should they do?
I think there are two approaches. First of all, the US wants to only speak to countries bilaterally. They've made that very clear. And the reason, and from the WTO perspective, I think that without saying too much, the tariffs are just one aspect of the discussions that are going on. There are other things that is beyond the WTO's terms of reference when it comes to taking immigrants or your critical minerals or energy deals and so on and so forth. So they want a bilateral conversation. So I don't think you can escape that. And we encourage the countries, our members, to indeed go the path of dialogue. But you should do your homework before you have this conversation. So if you rush in without having thought through, what's my share of trade here? What do I want? How do I want it? And you just go, well, then the consequences will follow. At the same time, we have made the case that the job we want to do is to integrate the continent into the world trading system, not to separate it. And therefore, we're actually saying two things. If you've read some of the things that have been saying publicly in the papers and so on, is one, can Africa be exempt from these reciprocal tariffs? Because the impact, even if it's not major, but it's preemptive. If you wanted to get into the US market, this will make that so much harder, even with the 10% tariffs. And so we are arguing that if we want this integration, and Africa is the market of the future, surely you want market access yourself in the future. Why would you make it more difficult for the continent to integrate? So we're arguing collectively on that basis. So I think the continent needs a collective approach, on the one hand, to argue for the trade preferences that were there before under the AGOA, which now look very dim. But they also need their own bilateral approach to develop that very strongly if they're going to discuss and dialogue and negotiate with the US. And of course, if you have critical minerals and others, I think you should be very smart about the way you go about it. You certainly don't want to sign things now that the young people in this room 10 years later will ask, who signed this deal? And please, if you can spend the money to get good lawyers, that will help, because these natural resource deals need very specialized expertise. As you saw with Ukraine also, to be able to make sure you have conditions that are beneficial to your country. You need that. And members were asking me, and I reminded them that there's a fund at the African Development Bank that pays for legal expertise. So if you don't have the money, please go there and try to make sure you're well briefed. So two strategies, continental, together, to see how the preferences that were there before can be restored, the AGOA. I don't hold out too much hope, I have to tell you, because the Americans have made clear that preferences are not the way they want to go, but I still think the continent should go for it. And then the bilateral approach in which you need to look at your own particular negotiating position and arm yourself with expertise and strength.
I'm probably not allowed to ask you, but I mean, you're a brilliant economist and you're also a seasoned politician.
I don't think I'm a seasoned politician at all.
And you don't have to answer this. It's just that, you know, those of us who have watched the ritual humiliation handed out to President Zelensky, to President Ramaphosa, which just kind of, I don't know, I think it fills a lot of us with a collective shame that the White House is being used ritually to humiliate leaders of other countries. But it just makes me go, what's the best advice we can give to a president that says, should I go and try and do a deal and find myself in front of the cameras and be embarrassed or humiliated, or should I not? Should I send others to negotiate for me? But you don't have to answer that. But if you have advice for people,
I think that that president should do their homework. They have people working for them.
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't go unless my team had nailed things. You know, and being able to speak with those who are also negotiating on behalf of the U.S., sort out what the temperature was towards the country, what is wanted, prepared themselves very carefully, and then done a bit of homework on how to approach a very tricky situation in which you're in front of the cameras and anything can happen. So I would spend more time, Naire, at the lower levels doing the work than anything
and I think
else.
what makes it so hard for countries from the continent at the moment is there aren't interlocutors on the other side. You know, I was speaking to the president of one country who'd been trying to do all the footwork with a team of 14 in the NSC, all of whom were fired by the time the visit came around. And so it was like, how do we, anyway.
Yeah, I think that, that with respect to trade, I mean, there might be other things where there's no footwork. I think countries need to realize that there are some big countries, there are at least 15 to 18, who make up about 87% of the US's trade. And that's what they'll be focused on first.
Yeah.
So if you're a teeny little country with very little trade, you know, I mean, the entire continent, I'm trying to remember, I think as a percent, our exports are maybe 6%. Of our total exports go to the US, and imports about 4%, something like that. That's as a continent. And so that's why I said on the one hand it's good because we had very little trade, but on the other hand it's not good, meaning we were not trading enough. But if you're in that category, I don't think anyone will be rushing to pay too much attention to you. So that gives you the space to do your homework and reach out and prepare well. You don't need to be, you know, if no one is going to answer the phone because you're so negligible and not so important, why are you rushing to pick up the phone? Do your homework so that when you can get through on the phone, you'll be ready. That's my advice.
Let's come to China, playing a huge role in the continent, particularly since 2005. But I'm thinking more about the WTO. You're the only one in this room who's right in that room all the time. And it struck me that when the United States last failed to confirm a judge to the WTO's appellate body, so that's where countries can take complaints for adjudication, and it's frozen because the US, both parties in the United States have refused to let that body continue working. But when they last did it, what was striking to me is that the Chinese government immediately circulated a paper to all members affirming its commitment to the multilateral system. And it's a pattern I'm seeing across lots of multilaterals, that as the United States steps back and says, we'd rather do this bilaterally, China is publicly declaring that it wants to support the multilateral system and the multilateral institutions. And what does that feel like when you're Director General of the WTO and you're dealing in a world of tumult that you've just described?
Yeah, well, I said to you, I almost didn't make it here because it's a constant challenge. But I'll answer it in a couple of ways. You know, I think the multilateral system is under tremendous challenge. But if you step back and think about it, this system, if it didn't exist, would have to be created. And I used to say that about the WTO after I took over, that if the WTO didn't exist, you'd have to create it. Because trade has to go on under certain rules, or it's a jungle. If you don't have those rules, a little bit of the disruption we are seeing, then it becomes a power-based system. And when you have a power-based system, the weakest lose. So we need the multilateral system. And it's under challenge now. So I think, and yes, it is true, not only China certainly is making it clear, but other members, like I said, the EU, the UK, Switzerland, Singapore, everybody is stepping forward to say, wow, we now see even more value for the WTO. We see a value for the multilateral system. We want to keep it. And that's a good message. I think on the other side is to ask yourself, why did the United States do what it did? You may not like it, but you must interrogate yourself to say, why did it happen? How did we get here? And I think we have to be honest that there are things about the systems that need change, whether it's at the WTO, at the IMF, or the World Bank. You know, you look at the international financial institutions, and the quota, the shareholding system needs to change to reflect the way the world economy is structured now, with countries in the global south gaining more share of the global economy. That has to be done. You come to the WTO, there are criticisms of the way that the world trading system functions now that needs to be changed. And this is why you should say, why did the Americans do? Not just stop at, you know, saying, oh, they did this, but why did they do it? What are the reasons? They say there's an unfair trade practices on the parts of some members, unlevel playing field. You know, there are some of the agreements at the WTO that are not fit for purpose, in my view, like the agreement on subsidies and countervailing measures. So, sorry to talk jargon, that governs the way that subsidies are used, and that was put in place before China joined in the 90s when WTO was created. Nothing has happened. It doesn't take account of the need for green subsidies. It doesn't take into account, you know, what happens in different structured economies. So that's the kind of thing you need to ask yourself. Then you come to the system, the judicial system. We call it the dispute settlement system or dispute settlement understanding. They criticize the system that there was overreach on the part of the second tier appellate body, and they blocked because some judgments, if you want to call it that, that came down, they disagreed and thought the appellate body had overreached, and they had other criticisms, takes too long. Well, you have to ask yourself, is there something in the way the dispute settlement system works that can be improved? By the way, it works. And this is the other thing. The WTO allowed itself to be characterized just by this jewel in the crown, the dispute settlement system. So everybody thinks that things are not working because it doesn't work. Even that system has two tiers, the panel level and the appellate body, which is where the judges were blocked. But the panel level is working full-time, and actually the complaint of the Americans was that it was being used as a first resort when members have disputes instead of a last resort. So as soon as you have a dispute, you were supposed to talk to each other, find ways of settling it, but people would immediately take a case to the court, and they objected to that. Now that the appellate body is not working as well, people are using the panel and then finding an alternative way to settle when the report comes out. And there are 43 disputes before the panel right now. And we have about 13 that have been settled on a dialogue basis, twice the number that was that we had in 2019 when the appellate body was hobbled. So the system is working imperfectly. It needs to be reformed. We need to look at all those criticisms. So all I'm saying, Naira, in short, is we have challenges and disruptions. This disruption has caused a crisis. And in my view, we must not waste the crisis. We must use the crisis as an opportunity to make those reforms, at least in my organization, that were not made and need to be made, including for developing countries who feel that some of the rules don't work so well for them. Well,
that's a wonderful rallying cry for the WTO. If we can just, my last question is about how, coming back to countries across the continent of Africa, who are now faced with big powers, each wanting their allegiance. The United States comes calling. China comes calling. The European Union comes calling. The United Arab Emirates comes calling. The Saudis come calling. And also the regional organizations of the continent come calling. How should the leaders of each country on the continent frame this? So as they face each of these delegations saying, no, we want you to, we want to be your best friend. We want your alliance. How do they make sense of that? How can this group make sense of that?
Well, my strong advice to our leaders is to practice polyandry. And that is to marry them all. So this is, my mother was a sociologist, and she was the one who first taught me this. So you have polygamy, where the men are marrying so many wives. Polyandry is the opposite. You can marry many husbands. So practice polyandry. All these people are coming and saying, we want this, we want that. We want your allegiance. You don't have to have allegiance to any one power. But you can have a partnership with each one that delivers something for you. So it means you need to know what you want. The continent as a whole, I think, should know what it wants, because there are also some continental opportunities that can be seized and subcontinental, but each country needs to know, what do I want? And how do I harness this? There's nothing that says you have to go with this or with that or with the other. And many of the countries are telling me that's precisely what they don't want. They don't want to be caught in the middle between big powers. This is why when China, US had this escalation, we went public with the analysis of what will it mean for the world if we actually broke into 2 trading blocks. 7% loss in global GDP. If we broke into 2 trade, that's huge. And 14% welfare losses for developing countries. We are working on the EU 50% tariff as I speak, not just on what it means for EU-US trade, but the repercussions on the rest of the world. So countries don't want to be caught. And we told with this analysis, the plea to the US and China was, please come together, de-escalate, try to negotiate, because the consequences are too harsh for the rest of the world. And so luckily we got some de-escalation. The Swiss helped to bring them together and so on. So for African countries, Nairi, this is my advice. Be wise, marry them all, have a strategy, know how you want to slot it, and when you're trying to be boxed into a corner, one to the other, try to see if you can avoid it. And don't get yourself into agreements and partnerships that down the line, the young people are going to ask you, how did you do this? It's very tempting to jump into these things, but you need your own strategy.
And that's another answer to President Biyo's declaration, bring your brilliance home. Ngozi's telling you, your brilliance is now needed at home more than ever before, because your country needs to know what its interests are and then to pursue them. Let me take some questions from the audience. So let me take this one here. Yeah. Mariam. Do introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your transformative leadership, Her Excellency Dr. Okonjo-Iweala. I want to say thank you again for the launch of the Wade Fund on the March 7th. Congratulations on that.
Thank
and
you.
the fund's initiative is pretty much to empower women entrepreneurs using digital tools. So my name is Genius Mapalomukuka, a youth advocate and co-founder of an NGO back in my home country, Zambia. So my question is, seeing that the digital transformation is heavily reliant on infrastructure, what is WTO and ITC doing to help governments and maybe collaborate with development banks to help bridge that infrastructure gap in Africa? And also, beyond the initial grant, beyond the initial technical support, what's the long-term strategy for building a sustainable ecosystem that will help the beneficiaries of the fund beyond the intervention? So that's kind of two questions. Thank you so much, Ma.
Would you like to take them one at a time, or would you like me to take a couple?
Maybe take a
I'll
couple.
take a couple. So the one back there, hand back there. Yep. Do introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure
Hold the microphone right.
to be here and to hear some of the wise words from your experience. My name is Camilla Talam. I work as a macroeconomist at the Oxford Martin School here at Oxford. I have two short questions. One, are there elements of industrial policy that can benefit both domestic consumption and trade without a trade-off of either for a country? And the second one, what principles can Africa take on when negotiating economic partnerships to negotiate ones that derive the most benefits for its growth and development? Thank you.
Great. And then one at the back there.
Maybe, since there are like 4 questions, maybe I'll do this.
Great.
And if I forget, you remind me.
Yes. So would you like to take those two and then?
Yeah,
Yeah,
if I
great.
take these
Yeah.
2, yeah.
Lovely.
So thank you. Yes, the Wide Fund is a women's fund, women's empowerment fund that we just launched at the WTO to benefit women in digital trade, because we're finding that on our continent in particular, but also in the Caribbean, Latin America, elsewhere in the world, women are trading digitally. And digital trade is the fastest growing segment of trade. Services trade is growing very fast, faster than goods trade, but digitally delivered services trade is growing much faster. It was actually growing at about 8% per year, which is phenomenally. So we decided to see who is in this, who is involved, and how can we help. And so we launched this fund with the sister or daughter organization, the International Trade Center, a $50 million fund to empower women trading digitally. Now, of course, you trade digitally if digital infrastructure is decent, and we know there is a big digital divide. So what we try to do, we are not a financing agency. We can raise these kinds of funds. We have technical assistance funds, which we use to help countries. But for big infrastructure, we went to partner with the World Bank, because our members were telling us that, look, we need to do something about this divide. And we have a pilot project ongoing now with about, how many? 8 African countries with the Africa region of the World Bank. We are looking at the gaps in their digital infrastructure to see what are these gaps and what needs to be filled. So 8 countries are part of it. We will work with the soft infrastructure, because you need regulatory systems to deal with digital trade, and many of our countries don't have it. And the hope is that when we finish these studies, the World Bank will put the money for the hard infrastructure to help lay it down. So we're actually trying to do something through partnership. With respect to the ecosystem to support the Wide Fund. So one, we want to use this one to scale up. With women, I'm tired of hearing stories of little pilot startups and programs. So we're actually looking for women who are succeeding, who need to get to the next level, and then give them a substantial amount of money so they can scale. And we're hoping that when they scale, they will become more attractive to financial institutions. And we'll work with them in some cases to showcase them to existing financial institutions in their environment and elsewhere, so that the ecosystem can be built by the financial system getting involved. And it works. We tried something like this when I was finance minister in Nigeria, and we created so many young entrepreneurs who are flourishing today. So get them into the existing financial infrastructure so that they can become self-sufficient and dependent and not waiting for grant funding or government funding later. With respect to industrial policy, is there industrial policy that can be both beneficial, you said domestically, as well as externally? Industrial policy has become the rage again. When we were in graduate school, industrial policy sometimes was seen as a dirty word. Yep. But I do believe that there is a way that you can do industrial policy still respecting our rules at the World Trade Organization that can benefit. You have the infant industry argument. You have at the WTO something we call special and differential treatment. Every time we have an agreement, developing countries have the right to have some exceptions to implementation or to take a longer time to implement, and they are always fighting to make this better and improved, and they have a point. So to that effect, the idea that perhaps there's a regime of tariffs you can utilize for a specific period of time in order for your industry to grow before you then have to open up, because it's been proven that if you continue protecting for any long period of time, you never become competitive. We've tried that before as import substitution. It didn't work. So yes, domestically, there can be a way that it can be done so you can build your manufacturing or industrial capacity. And there's an ongoing debate at the WTO now by developing countries looking for policy space for industrialization. And this is one of the areas that they are looking at. But the new industrial policy that wants to also favor green industrialization, where there is a search by members for what sorts of green subsidies will be permissible. Now, this is why I think we need to look at our existing agreement that was made 30 years ago and ask if it's fit for purpose and whether we renegotiate to take account of these kinds of issues. Very good issues that you raise. Economic partnership agreements, the principles you negotiate. To take a bit of interesting conversation, but one of the things we need to look at when we are negotiating these agreements, one of the things that keeps African countries back is we never add value to our products. We are not going to capture any bigger slice of the international market. And it's not only because the rules are against us, but we need to look inside and say, what are we not doing right? And when we do it right, what's holding it back? If we add value to our product, is there tariff escalation? And there is. That's where we need to fight externally, to see that if you add value to your cocoa and it becomes chocolate, you suddenly see that if you try to export it to Switzerland, I was telling the Swiss the other day, that it's not only in Switzerland we can make good chocolate. You can also make it in Ghana, and they are doing it, and in Nigeria, and in Côte d'Ivoire. And then you can remove the tariffs that are layered on when you try to export finished or value-added products. This is some of the challenges we face outside, externally, that we have to fight. But inside, we are still exporting largely raw commodities. And one of the fights that we're having, or not fights, but one of the things we're trying to encourage at the WTO is decentralization of supply chains to parts of the world that have not benefited from world trade. And Africa is one of them. We're running out of time, but let me just say this, because this is so important. I took the job at the WTO because when I saw the purpose of the organization as written in the Marrakesh Agreement, I said to myself, wow, this is so compelling, but this is not what's happening. The WTO was created, its purpose written down is to enhance living standards, to help create employment and to support sustainable development. What could be better than that? This is all about people, helping people. But who knows that? How many of you knew that in the audience, that this is what the WTO is about? Did you know that? How many? Tell me. 2, 3. Oh, no, you don't count, Nicole. 2 people. Young people. When I took the job, one of my sons said, Mommy, you can't take a job in that organization. It's against people. And I said, no. Let me show you. I didn't invent it. So we must change this organization to deliver its purpose. That's why I went there. Because it's not delivering enough for us on the continent. And now, and my thing is that why I went into international organizations is I saw there are not enough people from Africa, developing countries. We can't just sit back and point at them. We need to go there and change it. And it's a monumental task. But at least to myself, I said, if by the time I leave, I've chipped away at a few things that will make things better for the continent. That is. And one of the things we're working on now is trying to persuade businesses and supply chains to decentralize to the continent. Working with Dr. Tedros at WHO and WIPO, we have a tripartite agreement. We are succeeding on pharmaceuticals. We are on manufacture of vaccines. We now have 3 or 4 countries where regional manufacturing capacity is being built so that we can manufacture our own vaccines, as Mr. President said, and our own pharmaceuticals. We need a pharmaceutical supply chain on the continent. We don't need to import 80%, 90% of our pharmaceuticals and 95% of our vaccines. That's what we're doing now. Secondly, critical minerals. We have all these critical minerals, but no value is added to them on the continent. We must insist all the way to EV batteries. It will take years to develop it, but why not? If we have these minerals, let's bid for subcontinental supply chains or continental so that for the future we can create value. Those are just 2 agro-allied supply chains, another area where there's promise. So I can tell you, I can see it. There's opportunity here, now, with this crisis to attract but what must we do? They won't just come. And we are not the only countries in the world bidding for investment. We have to look internally. Our trade costs are too high. Our infrastructure is lacking. And so much so we're not even trading with ourselves. We're all talking of African Continental Free Trade Area, but it's 16% trade among us. EU is 62%. If that's the North Star of integration, we should be looking at those numbers. So we need to do better internally to make our countries investment friendly. And we've actually launched an agreement at the WTO called the Investment Facilitation for Development Agreement with 127 countries. If you sign on, once we get it done, it's going to make countries that sign on look a little more attractive. They have to still work hard, but they will look more attractive. That is something I really want to see done at the WTO as our own contribution. No aid is coming, please. We need 2 things, attract investment and mobilize more of our own domestic resources. Otherwise, we're not going to be attractive to global supply chains. Thank you.
I have a lot of hands. Can I keep going for a couple of minutes, or do we need to close? I'm looking for the MCs. Where are the organizers?
She
Are
says
we okay?
I have 5 minutes.
Brilliant, brilliant,
5
fantastic.
minutes.
So I'm going to take a flurry. I'm going to take those 4, but
Ooh.
really quick, 1 question each. You can't say, I've got 4. So just the 4 over here, but very quick, 1 question each so that everyone can get their chance.
Yes, so
Yep.
Thank you so much. I'm Iweala, and I'm a vaccine researcher with the Oxford Vaccine Group here at the University of Oxford. And thank you for mentioning about vaccine development and manufacturing in Africa, because that relates to my question. So in June 2024, the African Vaccine Manufacturing Accelerator Program was launched and this is to invest $1.2 billion over the next 10 years. And my question is, what are the foreseeable challenges you see with Africa achieving the goal of manufacturing 60% of their vaccines by 2040? And how can WTO as an organization help with this? Thank you so much.
Great. And pass the... Yep, next.
Dr. Ngozi, it's a privilege to be here. I'm currently reading a postgrad in financial strategy. I've got a very quick question when it comes to negotiation. You mentioned that the US have demanded to negotiate with individual countries in Africa. And of course they would, when it comes, it's in their best interest and they wouldn't dictate that in Europe. But surely, shouldn't a unity of Africa would provide a greater negotiation force in the medium to long term? Thank you.
Great, and across to this, across to this gentleman here. And what you, and then next. Yep. No, take that question. Yes, all right, cool. Stay with it.
Dr. Ngozi, it's a privilege to have you here as well. I'm a big fan of your work. We last met in New York on the economics of water, and a partner together. My name is Charles Chichinda. I'm a Master Public Policy at Blavatnik here. My question is, obviously, when it comes to trade, I believe it's a lot more about bargaining power. And I think weaponization of interdependence when it comes to trade has been a big issue. You've talked about decentralizing supply chains, and much of Africa is all embedded in neocolonialism. So I wondered what your thoughts were for Africa, especially the African Union, to build a lot of capacity in order to ensure that we have a lot more bargaining power. It doesn't really matter even if we got mineral resources, whatever it is. But if supply chains are controlled by superpowers, then you pretty much have no bargaining power. So I wondered what your reflection was. Because, I mean, negotiating on individual countries is another thing. But I think for the AU is a key thing.
Great question. And then over to this gentleman. Yep.
Thank you very much. I'm Ed Cole. I'm head of Innovate UK ICure program. This is a UK government program to support universities in the UK to exploit their research. Thank you. This has been really inspiring. So I'll make my question really direct. That is the role of intellectual property. You talked about investments and about adding value, and His Excellency President Madabayo talked also about the fact that there is brilliance in Africa. What advice would you give, and what's needed to put in place robust intellectual property to enable innovation and also for growth and international trade?
Great, and then the last one. This is, thank God I've got the smartest woman in the world on my right. No, okay, you've got 5 words each. Go.
Okay. So my name is Christopher. I work with Oxford University. So basically, I just want to be specific, especially for Nigeria, that exports its oil. Most times, most of those oil also come from the US. I just want to know what this, trade agreement or the interest that the US have, assigned to each country.
Great, oil and Nigeria, right? And last.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Alain Sionadefis from DR Congo. I spent 25 years in asset management, and my question is about the funding gap of Sustainable Development Goals. That gap is growing every single year. My question is, what needs to happen in terms of the financial infrastructure to help closing that gap and channel money from asset managers, asset owners, institutional finance into African situations where it's needed the most?
Thank you. So it's a huge agenda, but it serves, frankly, just to help us understand the agenda in the room. I can't possibly expect Ngozi to answer on vaccines, negotiation, the AU, IP, oil, and the Sustainable Development Goals. But Ngozi, is there any one of those or so that you would like to reflect on?
Okay.
And then I have one last little 2 questions over this side after that, but let's do some answers for that.
No more time.
Right.
You want to take that question, I think.
I'm just going to take the lady here, and then I'm going to have to close and let Ngozi give us a closing statement. Just right here. Just go without the microphone, I'll repeat it.
What practical steps can diplomats take to navigate the persistent imbalance between developed and developing countries in trade negotiations? And what reform can they take that will best serve their country's long-term interests?
Right, that which is like the negotiation question. Ngozi, sorry, I've given you an impossible task.
Yeah, I'm so sorry because I have a flight to catch. That's why we're a little bit stressed. Not that I don't want to spend time with you. On the vaccine issue, I was on the high-level panel that looked at the financing of vaccines. And as many of you may know, I was the chair of the Global Alliance of Vaccines, Gavi, for 5 years. I was chair of the board. So this is an area so I think we recommended a pandemic fund of $10 billion. And as of today, $3 billion has been raised, because I think one of the challenges is finding the $1.2 billion financing. It's not going to come easy. So how do we raise that? But I think that there are avenues. We've just seen some of the biggest philanthropists declare that they want to spend a lot of their money, Bill Gates, $200 billion in the next 20 years. Since we don't have aid coming, Europe has to finance security and defense, so they are cutting their aid budgets, and Europe is the most generous as a percent of GDP. The US is the largest in terms of volume, but they are cutting. And so we have to think of how to mobilize philanthropic finance. We have so many billionaires aiming to be trillionaires in the world, and somehow we've got to persuade them to share some of this for issues such as pandemics. So I think financing is a hurdle. Another hurdle is regulatory hurdles. The biggest complaint I hear from those pharmaceuticals and others who want to manufacture is Africa's fragmented regulatory landscape. And so the issue is, can we get the African Medicines Agency or the CDC, how can we get a more unified landscape? And actually, we began to talk to them about some of this. Would some countries be comfortable if we don't have continental regulation, that if one or two other countries who have very deep regulatory regimes in the area of food and drugs, if they certify and say these vaccines are okay, would the other countries be willing to accept their certification? This is one way to look at it until we can build a continental regulatory regime. So these are some of, I think the regulatory hurdles really scare the manufacturers. So I'll just stop just to give you an idea of two things which are there, but I think they have solutions and we need to pursue them. By the way, during the time that the pandemic was raging, Your Excellency, we had ordered vaccines for Africa through COVAX, and they had been manufactured. And they were sitting in one country that I would not name, that put, because the outbreak worsened in their country, they put an export ban on sending those vaccines to Africa. So we wouldn't have been at the back of the queue had they sent those vaccines. So trade issues can block even when you have money. And that's one lesson I learned, you know, and I can tell you the name of the country later. I won't say it publicly. But I went there and they finally agreed to send some vaccines, not all, to our people. Then there's a question about the unity, negotiating as one. It looks like many of you are really interested in this issue that Naira raised. Is it better for the country, whether it's for drugs or for supply chains, or what power do we have? I really believe we could have more agency and power if we could indeed come together with one voice, as His Excellency said, and negotiate as one. If we could do it, it would give us so much more. But that means that our countries have to be willing to give the AU that agency to be able to negotiate. But I noticed that when there's an there's a conference, sometimes we have these partnership things, 54 African leaders fly to a country to have a conference. It'd be nice if they invited that president to fly to Africa and meet us there, either in Addis or something. It sends a signal. Your Excellency, you're here. I would suggest that. I don't know why 54 of our leaders are constantly flying here, flying there, meeting people. Well, it's nice sometimes to go elsewhere. But, I mean, I would send a signal that, look, we are one continent. We are all going to meet in our continental capital, Addis. You come, you're one president, come and talk to us in our place. That way, we begin to build power, strength, to send a signal that we have one voice, and we actually, and the president that is leading the AU then can be empowered to listen to his peers and get what could work for the continent. It's not easy. Look at the EU. So I'm saying it, but I also want to admit that this kind of coordination takes skill. EU is 27. And what it takes them to get all 27 to agree to a common policy is very difficult. But they are managing it somehow. It's very difficult. So 54 countries is going to be a challenge, but we need to start finding a way to build that. Maybe around certain issues, not everything. Just take one or two and say, on this issue, it's going to be one voice. And then we'll do that. So if we do that, if the AU were empowered, it could attract some supply chains that can work continentally. But beyond that, we have to provide the infrastructure. Business is about making profit. They're not coming there for charity. So if you want them to come continentally or subcontinentally, I would start. Let's say West Africa-based supply chain. Can we look at the infrastructure that is needed to underpin this investment and see what we can do and what we can do to build that infrastructure? So all this will take planning and a longer time. Intellectual property. A very, very good question, very strong. WTO is the home of the trade-related intellectual property agreement. I'm not quite sure why, because we have a World Intellectual Property Organization. So I came and I asked, why are we housing this? But we do. But we work with WIPO, whose CEO, whose DG Darren Tang is a good friend. And we've seen that Africans are not able to validate their intellectual property. We are very behind in turning this into money the way others do. We are very behind in registering patents. We're even behind in the regulatory framework that can help us do this country by country. So there's a whole set of work to be done on intellectual property. Again, WHO, WTO, and WIPO have gotten together. We've launched a pilot effort with 16 countries to try to see, can we help them better in this area of intellectual property to enable use? Because I'll tell you, when I was minister at home, we have brilliant people in my country. I'm so proud. Researchers who have discovered things. But how to go from the lab to commercialization? No money was being put behind this, no thought. So you have good inventions languishing. And I'm sure it's like that in many countries. So we don't lack the brains. We don't lack the knowledge. We lack how to take that from the lab to the market. And this is an area of work. Okay.
Fantastic.
Nigeria, export of oil. First of all, in the US, oil has been exempted. It doesn't face any tariffs, but to me, that's not the issue. The issue is about diversification of the economy, not, for the meantime, we have oil, we export, we do what we can, but the fundamental question, diversification of exports and ability for us to tap our taxes. Nigeria's economy is actually quite well diversified in very interesting ways, but because we need to push further on really valorizing that diversification instead of oil, oil, oil. We've got brilliant young people in the tech sector, in fintech, in fashion, in creativity. When I was there, we rebased the economy because we hadn't done that for 25 years, and you're supposed to do it every 5 years. And we found that the creative industries make up 1% of GDP at the time, which we didn't know. This is very, very important. So we have areas within our economy in agriculture, agro-based industries, creative industries that was mentioned by the Africa president that we can really focus on. That's what we need to be focusing on in our country. So I hope I've answered your question. You know, oil doesn't have any tariffs on it, but I'm not interested as much in oil. I'm interested in other sections of the economy. Funding gap for SDGs. This is a big issue and a big question. I mean, we're so behind on the SDGs. There's going to be the Financing for Development Conference at the end of June in Sevilla, Spain, to discuss this issue. So I can't discuss it in 1 minute. A whole conference is going to spend 2 days looking at this issue. But grosso modo, I don't see, there's not much hope in terms of grant funding. In my mind, aid is almost dead. And I want our leaders to know that. So we need a complete change in mindset. We just need to go and look at our taxation system and our tax administration, because this aid is not coming. Every day they're in my office. They're cutting the aid budget to finance defense because the US is no longer going to support Europe with defense spending. So if you're sitting there thinking down the line, aid is going to come, it's not. And the little we are going to get has to be used extremely strategically. There will be some. Some of it should go to the human and social sector, some. But the rest needs to be used for de-risking purposes, in my view, to help attract private investment. We need to set up de-risking funds. And I'm saying to the EU, instead of giving 100 million to Tunisia or Morocco or whoever to stop migrants going to Europe, and then they make camps in the desert where they are all maltreated and dying, why don't we put this money into a de-risk fund that can help attract private investment to create more jobs on the continent and keep the young people home? It will help us, it will help you, and it's a much better use. So I think the funding gap for SDGs will be big, it will be there. It's not going to be closed in the normal way unless Bill Gates decides to give all his money to SDGs, which I don't think he will. Therefore, we have to get wise. How do we raise our own resources, and how do we use the little aid we have to attract the private sector? And then finally, I think it was imbalance between developed and developing countries and negotiations. Well, you need to have, first, you need to know what you want to negotiate. Why you want to negotiate it, what's in it for you. And then you've got to plan your negotiating strategy. So negotiation is not something you come into, whether it's trade or some other things. Just saying, let me listen to what they have to say, and then I'll make a strategy. No, I think before you even start, you need to have your own plan, and I'm sure you do, and strategic thinking. And then you've got to say, what cards do I have? Vis-a-vis this person I'm negotiating with. What cards do I have? What is my strength that I can use as leverage? And what strength do they have? When we were asking for debt relief, we didn't have many cards, $30 billion of debt payments. You know, but we mobilized every kind of card that we could think about. Part of it was to say, well, if you really want to get some of this money back, here's a suggested way we can pay you a certain amount. The rest you won't be able to pay. Let's sit at the table and we'll explain why. The other one was to say, if you leave this to us, we will use it wisely to fund education and health, because the debt service was twice the education and health budget. And that didn't make, why are you wanting to give us aid when we're paying you this? Just forgive it, and we will use that same money to finance this. And we created a virtual poverty fund in Nigeria where the money forgiven went directly into that financing so they could see we were not just talking jazz. So we prepared, we had our cards, you have incentives, you have disincentives, you line them up, and you have your negotiating strategy. Thank you.
Well, join me. Can I just say, before we close, a tour de force by Dr. Okonjo-Iweala following President Bio's wonderful introduction this morning. In a very tumultuous world where many leaders are saying, what on earth do we do? Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is just giving you a resounding message for each of your countries. For me, it was prepare to seize these new opportunities. Be polyandrous in your international relations. And produce more at home. In other words, there's so much to do when you take your brilliance back home, as President Bio suggested. Please join me in thanking Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala.
That was fabulous. Sorry I have to run. You were fantastic. Oh, so were you. Thank you so much.
Delegates, a befitting applause to the women in power. We have Dr. Ngozi and Professor Woods. Thank you very much. Please do take your seats as we transition to the next part of our program. What an amazing session, insightful, inspiring. Luhano, what's your big takeaway?
Big takeaway is think strategically and do your homework. That's it, like do your homework. Whether it's in diplomacy, in negotiations, do your homework.
All right, and at this juncture, we want to transition to the next part of our program, which is a group photo. And we'll be receiving some directions. The group photo will require for all of us to stand. We will be looking up there. There's a cameraman. Oh, there we go. And just before we take that, do take note that lunch is going to be at the back of this room, seminar room 3. And for our guests, our speakers will go to the next level, the first level. You'll have the speakers lounge there. All right, let's rise for the photo. Yes, it's up there. Okay.
Like the clubs would just.
Sorry. Wait. Good.
Wonderful. Can I maybe have just a few people who are in this corner, just moving just this way? Make sure I can see everyone. Again, the main thing is that we can see this camera just here. Can you guys down there see the camera? Just about, maybe just in this very front row, just taking a little step backwards. That's good. Wonderful. Fantastic. Let's have a little look. Amazing. Just a few people in this very corner. Can you just go backwards just a tiny, tiny bit? I know it's
So you introduce.
Okay.
I don't think they're ready yet.
Are you guys excited? I don't think that sounds like excitement. Are you all excited? Are you sure? Great. So let's give a round of applause again for all of what we've done today, because we achieved so much that we don't recognize it. Let's give a round of applause for ourselves. Look, guys, this is serious stuff. It's governance, it's democracy, it's accountability, it's the rule of law. It's a tremendous part of this conference because governance is a very critical hallmark of African issues. And so today we are extremely excited. I'm deeply honored to welcome you all to the governance panel here at the Oxford African Conference. Our 2025 theme is more centered around changing the narrative. That means there's a lot of narratives that have to change. There's corruption, the rule of law, accountability process, even in gender inclusion, women inclusion, youth inclusion in political leadership, transitioning the dynamics of perception that is across our African continent is critical to how we see Africa as a very hallmark of democracy across the world. This year, the conference theme is changing narrative, vision, action, transformation of Africa. It's not just an aspiration. It is urgent, it is bold, it is long overdue. And we are not just changing the narrative from one dependency to another agency. We are transforming leadership. We are only reimagining a continent that must be bold to what governance looks like. Look, this is extremely serious stuff. And we want you to be extremely, inclusive in this conversation that we are about to have. Because currently in Africa, the governance landscape is extremely complex, and it is also contested as well. The African peer review mechanism has called governance a cornerstone of sustainable development. The World Bank 2024 report highlighted that public sector reform must be a foundation. 8 out of 54 countries across Africa have shown consistent improvement. That's a very low pace. The other aspect is that we have governance failure as well. Across the African continent today, there is unrest, there is weakening institutions, there is loss of public confidence, there is also the signs are extremely clear that we have bold reform and responsive leadership. The eroding trust of governance will probably be at a very low pace. So this is very interesting. We are gathered here today because governance in Africa is not just about system. It is about people, it is about individuals, and it's about how we can be able to institutionalize real, genuine change. So as we look to have this conversation, my role is just as simple as possible, the moderator. I set the tone, which I'm just doing now, but the incredible speakers that we gather for this panel are the architects of our conversation. They are incredible people. Some have led bold disruption across Africa. Some definitely youngest minister in some countries in Africa. There's other who's leading as a political scientist, leading polls and analysis across African governance system. Then we have former chief of staff who understand what presidential work like and currently serve in a very high institution. And then we also have an incredible member of parliament. So if you see, I critically did it in a way that I'm not trying to introduce our speaker because I want you to be excited as they introduce themselves. Not to procrastinate time, I'd like to say something that's very important. My own journey has prepared me for this panel with excitement. I am from Liberia. See, I'm wearing my Liberian flag. But I'm an African who believes that governance must work across Africa. Well, we must speak truthfully about the global dynamics in Africa. We must look at neo-colonial issues, that's also very critical. We must look at extractive aid models, and we will also be looking at donor trade priorities. As I've introduced this panel and provided a basis for it, it is my distinct privilege as moderator of this incredible panel to invite our panelists. First, I start with Ms. Dr. Isaac Owusu-Mensah. Please give him a round of applause. Dr. Isaac Owusu-Mensah brings an academic rigor to our panel. He understands policy from different perspectives. He's also a political scientist, former director of research of Ghana presidency, and he has been instrumental in shaping and data-driven governance across Ghana. Next up, I want to invite to the stage a bold disruptor, Honorable Iweala Ahmed, Sudan's youngest minister. Please give her a round of applause. Great. Like I said, Honorable Iweala Ahmed is Sudanese youngest minister who embodies resilience while elevating youth inclusion, and there's incredible storyline to go with her role in one of the biggest ever transitional youth inclusion in political disruption in Africa. So a lot to be able to talk about. And now, next on, I would like to invite to this podium Mr. Nzioki Wata. Please give him a round of applause. Mr. Wata comes to the panel with an experience as Chief of Staff of Kenya President, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, and also he's now the Managing Director of Tony Blair Institute. He will provide a lot of insight on delivering public sector reform, navigating political and executive leadership, and understanding complexity from a presidential perspective. And then next on, we have Honorable Abina Ose Asari. Please give her a round of applause. So Honorable Abina Ose Asari is the chair on Ghana Public Account Committee. She's a seasoned finance expert. She will remind us of fiscal responsibility across Africa, but also she plays a very critical role on the panel representing the hallmark of women leadership. So together, we are going to bring a rich tapestry of perspective, executive, legislative, academic, regional, and diplomatic. And as moderator, my role is just to thread the conversation with diverse understanding into a coherent, challenging, and logical dialogue. I'm here to ask the hard questions, but also to listen for the bold ideas, the solution that may feel disruptive but necessary. I see this panel not just as a moment to reflect, but a moment to recharge, to equip ourselves intellectually, and to politically keep ourselves ahead for the work for Africa. So let's give a round of applause for our panelists. So officially to begin this panel, we will take 5 minutes of introduction from our panel, and then specifically, where they stand with the conversation as we look forward to be able to begin. So we'll officially start with the woman in the room, Honorable Abina. Oh, we have two, sorry. Honorable Abina, sorry. Just tell us, basically who you are, your role, and how you connect to the team in discussion.
Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, faculty, fellow panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the people of Itiwa East, that is my constituency in the Eastern region of the Republic of Ghana. I also bring you greetings from members of the Public Accounts Committee of Ghana, which I'm currently privileged to be the chair. Let me thank the Oxford University Africa Society for inviting me to be part of this all-important gathering. The theme, transforming governance, redefining leadership, participation, and accountability through African diplomacy, is an urgent call to action. It is a moral and practical imperative for those of us in public service. My own leadership journey began humbly when, after school, like the president of Sierra Leone said, I took my brilliance back home. So I set up an NGO called the Waterbrook Foundation with a cousin of mine, and our main objective was to support brilliant but needy students in the constituency. And from there, I became a polling station women's organizer. It's the basic, the grassroots units of politics in every constituency. That was in 2008, and this was long before I entered Parliament or served at the Ministry of Finance. So in 2010, I stood in a fiercely contested primary against two established men. I didn't win, but I learned a valuable lesson. In leadership, setbacks are not failures. They are rehearsals for stronger comebacks. So Africa, yes, we have setbacks, but they are not failures. We just have to ride on those setbacks to make sure we come out stronger. In 2012, another opportunity to contest as a parliamentary candidate for the party came up, and I rode on the experience that I had in the previous defeats, and I was elected to parliament in 2013. So from 2013 to 2017, I served as a member of parliament in the opposition government, and then from 2017 to 2024, I served as a member of parliament in government. And as one of the MPs in government, I had the opportunity to also serve as a Deputy Minister for Finance, and then I became the Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance. And currently, as we speak in 2025, I'm serving as the first woman chair of the Public Accounts Committee in Ghana. At every stage of this journey, my value has been very clear: integrity, responsiveness, and results. In this journey of public service, I have seen firsthand the impact that effective leadership and oversight can have on policy and governance. I've also seen how timely decisiveness can be the difference between life and death for citizens. and I know how inclusive processes can drive better policies and outcomes. I have great faith in building strong institutions and systems, especially in the public financial management space. At the Ministry of Finance, our focus was on strengthening fiscal discipline, improving budget transparency, and crafting Ghana's first medium-term revenue strategy. In Parliament, I have also worked across party lines, even in a nearly split House, to pass critical revenue measures, post-COVID economic reforms, and also measures to maintain debt sustainability. And as Public Accounts Chair, I now have to lead a televised oversight hearings, bringing public scrutiny to the management of our public finances. But I believe that governance is not just about institutions, it's about people. We must reform not only systems, but also perceptions. So governance is about listening, adapting, and delivering, especially to the people whose trust brought us to where we are. Today, across Africa, we have a governance trust gap. Despite all our potential, too many of our citizens, especially the youth, are losing faith in democracy. A recent Afrobarometer study shows that over 50% of our African youth surveyed expressed openness to military intervention. Not because they oppose democracy. In fact, 73% of them believe that elections are the best way to choose their leaders, but because they no longer believe that democracy delivers. It is notable that 2/3 of the people surveyed also believe that accountability is more important than effectiveness in government. So the message is clear. People demand governance that is accountable, governance that works, governance that explains itself, governance that invites citizens into the process, not as spectators, but as co-authors of the nation, of the national vision. So I believe transforming governance must rest on 3 imperatives. 1, transparency. Citizens must see how much is collected and where the money goes to. 2, participation. Citizens must shape what the money does. We should use the monies to address the needs of the citizens. And 3, integrity. Public servants must do what is expected of them, or must do what they say they have to do. We should walk the talk. In Ghana, we are digitizing procurement, strengthening right to information laws, and inviting civil society into budget hearings. These are not just technocratic changes, but they are part of the larger shift towards a more responsive and accountable state. And I know we will get there as Africa. I believe that governance is not only about bold reforms or big speeches. It's about keeping the promises that we make to people who trust us, respecting processes that have been put in place, and staying grounded in values of integrity, responsiveness, and service. So let us lead with humility, govern with transparency, and if I may offer one last public life advice, let's not promise what we can't deliver. On the political platform, let's not promise what we can't deliver. When we are speaking to our people, let's not promise what we can't deliver. And that is the only way we are in a better shape to account for everything that we say. And as much as possible, we must also measure everything that we say. And we can measure everything that we say, and our people can monitor whatever we say if there's transparency, if it is out there, if there are measures such that we can track and monitor these things. So this is the little or the gist of what I have to say has been my journey so far. Thank you very much.
All right. We give her a bigger round of applause. So we'll just take the 5 minutes intro, 5 minutes, so we can have more time to interact. So next up, I would like to invite to this podium Dr. Owusu. Please give him a round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, African Society, for inviting me here this afternoon. I'm very excited to be here because the last time I was here was 2006. When I was doing my PhD, I was at the Social Science Library to collect data and also do a literature review. I must say that Oxford social science library was the first time I saw e-book, 2006. I'm sure you all agree with me that 2006 is quite a distance now. Some 19 years ago, that was emergence. I was doing my PhD by then, so opportunity to be here to collect a lot of data and especially literature was special for me. Having finished that, in 2011, I became a lecturer at the University of Ghana with specialization in elections. We started doing a lot of polls, and by the grace of God, I say to His glory that all the polls that we've had it right. When we say government is winning 57, you win 57. When we say you are losing 10, you are losing 10. So by the grace of God, the polls have gone so well, so far, so good. Elections is a very important part of democracy. Without election, there cannot be effective democracy in any part of the world. But as Africans, as we know, democracy is the only process of election or deselecting our leaders. But there's one aspect of our elections that is very worrying to me. So when I saw the team transforming governance, redefining leadership, participation, and accountability through African diplomacy, my question I ask is, what is the role of money in politics? That is a big challenge in African democracy and elections specifically. We can countless examples from countries like Kenya, from Sierra Leone, from Ghana, Nigeria, most part of Africa. You may have the best ideas, best vision and mission. If you don't have the money, you are cut off either at the primaries or you are cut off at the main elections. If you are willing to serve, you have all the brilliant ideas, and unfortunately, you don't have a bank roller, you are in trouble. And the danger is that, and I will emphasize again, the danger is that if we are not lucky, 10, 15 years to come, you have drug barons leading the African continent. It's unfortunate, but I need to say it because voters look at the highest bigger and give the power to. How does this manifest? They manifest through direct vote buying on election day. They manifest in promises of projects that are never fulfilled. And I'm happy my honorable chairperson of the Public Health Committee raised the issue up. Promises that cannot be fulfilled, they manifest in that. They manifest in different types of contracts that are given as a backkick to people who sponsor political parties. My question is, leaders of Africa, to be very soon, you'll be going back, as the Sierra Leone president raised the issue, that it's important to go back and give back to society. As we're thinking of going back to our respective countries, let's also think about what are the means that we can contribute to ensure that money does not become the determinant of elections. Money does not become the determinant of who gains political power at the end of the day. You certainly need money to finance advertisements. You need money to finance T-shirts, billboards, all kinds of things. However, the direct vote buying is a big question for African youth and big question for African democracy. I'll just pause here, and I want you to think about this and what solutions that all of us can proffer at the end of the day. Because we will not want to go for ECOWAS meeting, SADC meeting, AU meeting, and drug barons know themselves sitting there. We must avoid this. Thank you very much.
Great. Do you like the conversation so far? Great. Amazing. So now we like to invite to this podium the youngest minister of Sudan, I'm so sorry, to provide us 5 minutes of opening as well. Please give her a round of applause.
I begin by saluting the courageous people of Sudan, my people. Those who have stood firm in the face of oppression, those who gave their lives in the pursuit of democracy, and those we have lost to a war waged to extinguish our dreams of freedoms. But they never will. Their sacrifice is not forgotten, and their struggle remains our collective cause. And for you all distinguished guests and the bright minds in the room and the future leaders, thank you for being here today. In 2018, the Sudanese people led a 6-month uprising against 30 years of dictatorship, destruction, human rights violation, and complete isolation from both the regional and international community. Of course, the legacy of colonialism played a major role, but I am a firm believer in the African proverb, when there is no enemy within, the enemy outside can do you no harm. The revolution was youth-led. Young people came together and formed neighborhood committees at municipal level, city, state, and then cross-state levels. A massive civilian coalition was born, bringing together political parties, civil society, professional unions, and youth groups. The regime was ousted in April 2019. I'm proud to have been part of the movement on the street and through media advocacy, where I gave regular interviews to regional and international news outlets, and I was even imprisoned once for organizing a protest. In September 2019, a transitional government was formed after long deliberation within the civilian coalition. I was named Minister of Youth and Sport, the youngest female minister and the fairest woman to ever hold the position. When I accepted the nomination, I was determined that youth must be included. It was time to transition from activism to build a country. On my first day at the ministry, after the meet and greet, I realized two things. I would always be the youngest in the room, and the deep state was rooted. Many staff have been appointed solely based on loyalty to the previous regime, and they would likely resist reform. My first decision was to read every report they had piled in a room next to my office. And when I say a pile, I mean it. I stayed up reading night after night, and I think that prepared me for the reading loads here at Oxford. I'm doing an MPP here at the Blavatnik School of Government. But seriously, one of the biggest mistakes leaders make is failing to do their homeworks. They rely on briefings and don't understand what they are holding in their hands. Yes, time is limited, but please read the reports, don't sign and make decisions blindly. Through those documents, I began to understand the scale of the problem. Corruption was rampant. Some departments had no structure or job description. Youth made up only 5% of the workforce. Can you imagine, in the Ministry of Youth and Sport, only 5% of the workforce below the age of 35? Many staff had not shown up for years. The ministry was renting a building because a former minister had sold the government-owned one. Everything was in disarray. But I want to acknowledge the few genuine civil servants who fought back before me and with me. My vision was clear: fight corruption, be inclusive, and shift the ministry from a passive body used to radicalize the youth into an institution that empowers them, not just in name, but in policy, resources, and opportunity. We also use sport as a tool for democracy and peace building. I believe then, as I believe now, that public institutions are engines of change and transition. And far too often in Africa, we forgot that. We started with institutional building and reform. We created new structures, introduced job descriptions, and brought in a generation ready to lead. Together, we drafted Sudan's fairest national youth policy, grounded in data collected from all parts of the country, including internal displacement camps and prisons. We didn't just write a strategy. We listened. I personally engaged with over 10,000 young people across 14 states out of the 18 states, meeting in youth centers, under trees, and in their own communities, too often overlooked. Some places told me it was their first time they have ever seen a government official, let alone a minister. We convened the Conference on Youth and Economic Reform, engaging youth, experts, and stakeholders from all the 18 states. I led a panel on youth and economic reform where youth presented the recommendation directly at the National Economic Conference. These were adopted by the cabinet. A true example of inclusive policy making where young people shaped national policy. We introduced a new law mandating women's and disability sports, transparent financing, and democratic election within federations. Reform wasn't just administrative, it was political too. I was the first minister in my cabinet to file corruption cases against senior leaders of the old regime. I then held a press conference sharing all the evidence with the public, both to establish transparency and to protect the case. If anything were to happen to myself, the public would know the truth about corruption. We froze assets in one of the largest corruption cases in the country's history. We cut waste and saved billions while increasing our budget tenfold. But what I am most proud of, even the policy or all the things that I mentioned, it's about the spirit we reignited. In partnership with some international organizations, we trained over 25,000 young people as independent observers to monitor the democratic transition in the country. We launched youth democracy and innovation and entrepreneurship centers, and we brought peace building into villages and camps, places where politics had only ever arrived through violence. As a cabinet member, of course, I helped shape national policy, participated in peace negotiations, and contributed to talks that led to Sudan's removal from the US terrorism list. But I never forgot where legitimacy comes, from the people. So I opened the ministry doors, held press conferences, hosted forums, and took hard questions live, because that's what democracy demands. Leadership is not about holding power, it's about holding space for others to rise, to speak, and shape the future. I carry the memory of those years not just with pride, but with purpose, because the war that erupted in Sudan was not just about politics, it was a violent attempt to hold a democratic awakening, but let all agree that no matter they did, we will always hold that hope and be determined to follow the path of our ancestors and to put Africa as a leading continent that has all the resources and the human power to be a leading continent. Thank you very much.
Great. Please do a bigger round of applause for that. And then next to this podium, we'd like to invite the former Chief of Staff to the former President of Kenya and a Director of Tony Blair Foundation, Mr. Wata. Please give a round of applause.
I don't have any notes. I was in a rural school called Sheffield University. And my last visit to Oxford was in 1998 when I came to see how the other half lives. And it still looks just as beautiful. And I still suffer from FOMO of not having an Oxford degree in my resume. So for those of you who are studying here, please just hold this degree with the esteem that we all see it from the outside. I am a father. I am 49 years old. I am a lawyer by training. I have lived most of my career in the private sector, in the telco space. I ran a public policy team in the biggest telco in Africa, Safaricom, a member of the Vodafone Group. And I then transitioned into government in 2015 to set up a delivery function for the new president, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, at the time. And let me tell you, when you hear leaders talking about making promises and promises not being fulfilled, it's not because they don't want to fulfill those promises. It's because they've not understood how to work the levers of government. My job was to break the bureaucracy and ensure that political intent was transformed into action on the ground. I did that for 8 years, with my last posting being as Chief of Staff to the President. And like in any setup, when the king goes, all his men go with him. My president retired in 2022, and a new president was elected, and a new team is now in place. I now have the privilege of working for an inspirational man called Tony Blair, who still almost in his 70s can manage to do 10 trips a week, can manage to hold court with over 50 heads of state every year, can manage to roll out significant support to inspirational leaders. I run the Tony Blair Institute in Africa. I work with 18 heads of government. I was so proud to see President Biyo standing here and talking about Feed Salon, because he's been an inspirational leader. We've been working closely with him to take Feed Salon from paper into action. I feel that maybe one message I need to get to you is you cannot be ambivalent about being an African. You must love your continent. You must love the fact that you're an African. And when people cut your hand, you must bleed Africa. And the reason I say this is because nobody will love you. Ngozi mentioned here that nobody is coming to save us. There's been a lot of talk about future leaders. There is no future leaders. The time is now. The time is today. And for me, whatever role I can play to share skills, knowledge, and expertise in shaping you to be the leaders that we need, you can be sure that my full commitment and time will be given to that. I am a great believer in black and white, but my experience in government has told me that gray is also a color, and it exists, and you must learn to navigate in the gray, in the black, and in the white. Thank you.
Please do a bigger round of applause. So now I'm in a tough spot, so we're going to manage the conversation round and round. We'll take at least 1 minute for response so we can get more questions, and then we'll have the audience to take the rest of the 10 minutes. Is that okay? That sounds like a deal, right? How many people want to ask questions? Wow. All right. So we're going to start first with Dr. Owusu Mensah. You know, you have a lot of work in history and research, and I just want to inquire on when it comes to political research that shape inclusive and accountable governance, how do you see political party system in 1 minute?
I'll try to do my best. Political research is very important for political parties because, one, every political party have a political philosophy. A philosophy that is ingrained in Western ideas. But at the end of the day, how do you translate these ideas into workable programs and quality of life of the citizen in the context of the Ghanaian or the context of the Kenyan, South African, or Malawian society? So first, you need to do that. Two, you also need to put up the best candidates. How do you put out the best candidate? You can only put out the best candidate when you have done research about the candidates, where they come from, which ethnic group they belong to in that particular constituency, who are you selecting as a presidential candidate, what his ideas, what are his philosophy, what are his background positives, what are his background negatives, how do you make sure you minimize the negatives, which will be the positive for the opposition party? How do you project his good part that can be used for the election at the end of the day? Beyond that, what is the program of the political party? That's also very important. 2, when the political party is in government, how are you ensuring that you are able to track your performance? I'm happy brother was talking about delivery unit. In the last MPP administration or the government that's less lost power, they also have delivery unit. It's so easy to print a political party manifesto, but when you come to government, because there are so many demands, little resources, you are not able to implement all of them. But you have a delivery unit, they are able to tell you, we have 15 ministries. This ministry, what have you delivered within this time? This ministry, what can't you deliver this? What are the constraints? Because at the end of the day, you'll be going back to the drawing board. Lastly, let me just say that as a political party, you must know your performance if election is held today, so that you can make changes to the program that you are pursuing. If you have to fire some of your ministers, you should be able to fire them because they are not bringing anything back to the table. Because at the end of the day, political party, your main mandate is that you want to win an election. And you don't win election with words. You win election based on science, based on data, based on your analysis of the issue on the ground, issues that resonate well with the people. Thank you.
No, that was great. That was great. I'm glad that we are sticking in 1 minute, a very, very rich 1 minute. And I'd like to switch to you, Honorable Asari. You hold a very incredible constituent as a woman leading the Public Accounting Committee in Ghana Parliament. We'd just like to know your challenges. What is it like? How, serving that role? And how does it inspire more women in leadership?
Thank you very much. I hope I also get a lecturer's 1 minute. The Public Accounts Committee, if I should just throw a little more light on, is a committee that's mandated by Parliament and the Constitution that they would look at all public expenditure that have been audited by the Auditor General of any country, and it's across the African countries. They all have a Public Accounts Committee. So what we do is that those who are cited, every ministry comes before the Public Accounts Committee, and then you are assessed on what you have done. But let me say that it's not just the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, but any woman in leadership. There are 2 things that are very, very clear. The first is that they ask, is she qualified? Is she capable? That's the first thing that comes to mind. And then the second thing is political tensions, whether in the political party, in the governance space, or any other working area, there's political tension. So these 2 things. But I believe that whether the person is qualified, with the Public Accounts Committee, you must be a chartered accountant. It shouldn't be just because you're a woman, they want to lower the bar for you. It has to be basic. That is the prerequisite qualification. Is she? Yes. You have the right qualification. And then 2, you need to state your values clear and loud. That you should have credibility, such that your main aim is, or your loyalty is to the public purse. And so once you have a distinct values, that this is me, this is how I want to go about it, people will respect you and people will open up and then come to you. And then 2, with the political tensions, I strongly believe that once you lay your rules clear and loud, it will be easier for people to get to know you, and that will also kill that political tension. And I must say that in all spheres of life, whether a man or a woman, you need a team. You need your family to support you. And for me, I have a wonderful husband who supports me through and through, and he's here with me today to listen to me as a... And so I believe that 1, you should be capable. We shouldn't lower the bar because you're a woman, because it should be the same at all times. And then 2, you should try as much as possible to state your values clear and loud. Your credibility is at stake. And so you make sure that whatever you do is above board.
And the main aim of the Public Accounts Committee is to make sure that we try to reduce public infractions and safeguard the public purse. And so your loyalty shouldn't be to any party. Your loyalty should be to safeguarding the public purse. And I believe that once you are able to put this out loud and clear, you should be able to surmount any challenges that may come your way, irrespective of whether you're a public accounts chairperson or any leadership position that any woman will find herself in. That is what I think I should.
Very incredible. Another rich 1 minute. Great response so far. And this question specifically to you, Honorable Iweala. For most of you who don't know, Iweala was instrumental in the transition in Sudan. I'd like to ask, in terms of the democratic transition, how does it inform youth inclusion in political leadership? Does it present a very incredible case with your experience?
First of all, I always say that, Africa is a young continent, right? The majority of the population are young people below the age of 35. So government, civil society leaders, they don't have to look at youth as target groups, but they are political actors. In Sudan, and that was the case in Sudan, and I know this is the case in Nigeria, in Liberia, and in all the other African continent. We need to look at youth as political actors. They can do, the activism work, the campaigning, but again, we need to transition youth into nation building. In Sudan, that was the case, but for me, within the ministry, we designed the youth policy, and we mandated all ministries to include youth in all their national policy making. So I'm a firm believer that for a country that the majority of its nation is youth, when you form health policy, education policy, youth should be part of the decision-making process. That's why when we convened the Youth Economic Conference, and then we took those recommendations, and they were rectified by the cabinet to be part of the national economic policy. So this kind of youth inclusion. Also, as I said, we trained youth. We formed this network of 25,000 youth. We call them the Youth Independent Observers. Of course, we had to work with the third party to make sure that the process is transparent, to monitor the democratization and the transition in Sudan. So yes, youth are instrumental power, and we need to embed youth in all the decision-making process. And it shouldn't be like just we need youth inclusion. We need to provide youth with those seats as a decision-making table. And I'm calling you now, all these people at this room, when you go back home, when a young person approaches you, don't question their experience. Give them the platform to build that experience. So I think we all are responsible of bringing more youth on the table.
You can do better. Please give a bigger round of applause for the response we've had. And then you have a very interesting background. Serve as Chief of Staff to the President of Kenya. That's powerful. And then now serving as Director of Tony Blair. We'd just like to know your transition from governance to private sector. What case does this offer in terms of governance, accountability, leadership, and so forth?
Thank you. I can tell you two versions of this story. One that's very PC and one that's the truth. Public sector is tricky. It's complex, and you have to have your wits about you. When I was in the corporate sector, there were rules, a lot of clarity, and you could see the four corners of the room. So you knew outside of that boardroom, there was no other decision on this subject matter. And whatever was agreed by the CEO was final. In government, 15 people will be having the same discussion you are having, and resources allocated 15 different ways for the same projects, being executed by 6 different agencies. Because government is so big, you can't see all corners of it. And it's complex. And trying to hold that machine accountable is a very delicate process, because public service, if you break it, it becomes dysfunctional and the country stops. If you push it too hard, it pushes back. As a political leader, you come in with a very defined mandate. You have 5 years to do your job. You can either pick the battle of trying to break the public service or trying to make it work for you in order to deliver on your commitments. For me, the biggest change I saw from private sector into public sector was the sheer amount of consensus building that was required across different stakeholders. The stakeholder mapping was very broad. The number of people you needed to bring into a discussion to get to a simple decision. So you have your MPs from your ruling party who may not agree with the direction you're going. You have MPs from the opposition who disagree every day about everything. And then you have public servants who are legacies of a previous administration and they actually don't like you. Then you have your own team that is too busy empire building and they don't have time to focus on the job. So you really do have to mollycoddle, bring people together, convince them, and say, you know, in public, the head of state will say, I demand that this and this thing will be done. And in a national holiday, he will give a directive. But behind the scenes, there is a lot of work going on to say, look, the president was not demanding. What he actually meant was that he would like your support in this particular issue so that we can get it over the line. Why am I talking to the chair of the Budget Appropriation Committee? Because they hold my cash. If they don't appropriate money into the ministry, I cannot execute my programs. So I discovered that humility is perhaps the single most important skill set that you must go into with government. You know, in corporate, you start telling guys, oh, I'm the MD of this, and I'm in charge of 1, 2, 3. In government, actually, you start from very far. In most cases, people don't even say what they do in a meeting. They just say, I'm from the ministry of this and this, because they don't want to be profiled. And they don't want it to interfere with their stakeholder engagement process. So if I would say these 2 skill sets, listening, humility, and the ability to corral people towards a decision, to be able to sell a vision from the head of state, and to be able to get all the actors, even partially, to agree to execute in that direction. And I empathize with the chair of the Public Accounts Committee because you must hear all manner of excuses from the government. And most of them, believe it or not, are true. Because the minister will tell you genuinely, you gave me this money. I wanted to spend it, but the corporation head of the implementing agency went rogue and decided instead of going through a public procurement process to get best value for money, they gave the tender to a relative and those guys could not deliver. And that's the reality of government.
Very great experience. I think we can do better than that. Please give a big round of applause for the panelists so far. Very powerful experience. Because we want you to be inclusively part of this conversation, our goal right now is to be able to just switch it off to the audience. I need help. Is there anyone that could help with the microphone distribution? Okay, great. So we'll try as much as possible to be, we'll start there, and then we'll come back here. Okay.
Hi, my name is Bertha, and I'm doing a Masters of Sustainability, Enterprise and Environment here at Oxford. I actually have 2 questions, and I'm going first, so I'll be selfish and I'll ask 2 questions. So my first question is actually for Dr. Menza, and I'm curious, when you say that we need to clearly delineate between business and politics, so, you know, sometimes as a young person, you're thinking, okay, I'm just going to make a lot of money, and then I'm going into politics, so that if it doesn't work out, I can always leave. So based on your insistence that we need to delineate between the two, would you say that's a productive position to have? And then my second question is for Mr. Whiter, and I'm wondering if you can share a little bit more about your personal decision-making calculus for when you decided to go back to the continent. I mean, you were at Sheffield, and then you were at Queen Mary, so I'm wondering, why didn't you just stay here? Because the common worry, obviously, is we want to go back to the continent, but there are pragmatic realities about how much money you can make on the continent, frankly. So if you could just answer those, thank you.
Great. All right. So we'll just try to take 3, and then we'll get a response. When you said Mr. Wata, I thought you said Mr. Wonto. I was like, hey, no, that's not me. All right. So we'll start. We'll take 1, 2. Yeah, both of you, and then.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Waita, Wala, all of our panelists. Thank you very much. My question is for Wala. I've listened to what you've said. You've spoken about having youth in policies, but my question is, how can the youth assert themselves into politics? And beyond activism, what next? Do you think youth can be neutral in political spaces? Because one of the challenges or one of the voices from youth movements is we don't want to be part of the old regimes. So do you think the youth can form neutral regimes going forward? And then my second question is to Mr. Waita. Kenya is very progressive in the area of governance. However, we haven't been able to meet the governance threshold when it comes to women's political participation. I especially reference the 2/3 gender rule, which we haven't been able to realize almost 15 years now. So I'd want to know from your perspective, what is the issue? Why can't Kenya realize this? And also, what best practices can you share from President Uhuru Kenyatta's government in regards to how women were affirmed in office? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kellyanne, and I read the MPhil Development Studies here. Now I work at IOM in Switzerland. I have 2 questions. My first one to Honorable Wala Ahmed. You spoke about filing a corruption case against the old regime and also having maybe a public press conference about this, which is an incredibly courageous thing to do. How did you find the courage to do this, and what were the risks involved in making this bold step? My second question is to Honorable Abena Ose Asare. I would like to know more about how you navigate when there is pushback in the House or in the parliamentary space regarding financial accountability, because being transparent isn't always the popular decision when one can hold on to power. Thank you.
This is what we're going to do because we're running out of time. It's a very interesting panel, but we also have to be understanding there's a whole agenda. With the response questions, we'll include a response and your closing interview at once. Does that work? Okay. All right, cool. So we'll just take 2 more. I don't know. I don't want to be very, because this. All right, we'll try. All right, I think Winifred will just choose anyone because. All right. Yeah. I'm so scared. I don't want to get in trouble with accountability.
Thank you very much. So, like has been said, Africa has a majority of young people, and like Mr. Waita has said, we are the now leaders. So, my question is: throughout the conference, we've been hearing how we should go back and effect change in our nations. But the truth is, most of us are here right now. Some of us are studying, working. So how can we as youth in the diaspora position ourselves to give back to our nations in Africa? Thank you.
The last person, and then
Thank you. I'm an MPP candidate here. I'm also in the gray area in government. I used to be the spokesperson and chief economist in the Ministry of Finance in Malawi. My question is really across the board. Firstly, with polls, Dr. Mensah, where were the polls during the elections in South Africa? Secondly is with Ghana, where were the polls during the elections in South Africa? Secondly, with Ghana, I would like to understand the nature of your relationship with Afro-Exim. Thirdly, with Wala, in terms of elections, we're the grassroots, and how does this apply to us who aspire to be future leaders? And lastly, with the Chief of Staff, where is the power really? Is it the Chief of Staff, or is it the Commander of Information?
Wow, this question came, he had one for everybody. He was very prepared. All right, so again, my deepest apologies because of time. We can't take all of the questions, but I'm sure the panelists will be available at the end of the, a little break before the next panel to interact. So this is what we're gonna do. Respond to the one that you think you can respond to and have your closing in it as well, and then that way we can be able to finish. So we'll tax just 2.5 minutes. Does that work?
Let me kick off. Okay. When I graduated, and within 24 hours, I was back in Nairobi. I even forgot my degree on top of the taxi. The taxi guy brought it to me on the bus that was taking me to Gatwick. So I was clear in my mind that I did not see a future for myself in the United Kingdom. And I would pick what I wanted from the United Kingdom, which was education. So I came back, picked it, and went back home. Number two, the two-thirds gender thing. We have to choose. Either you want a meritocracy or you want affirmative action. And that's the conundrum that has faced 3 presidents in Kenya. President Kibaki, when the constitution was being drawn. President Kenyatta, who tried day and night, even, in that gray area when you try and persuade all MPs and somehow you still don't get it across the line. President Ruto has tried, and he's unlikely to succeed because the underlying philosophy is contradictory in nature. Either you have a meritocracy where everybody stands to be counted and you allow the electorate to pick leaders, or you do affirmative action, in which case you are selecting leaders and undermining democracy. So for me, it's a constitutional reform question that would put an answer to that. In terms of cabinet, I don't think you have seen stronger women in cabinet than during President Kenyatta's time. You had Amina Mohammed, a renowned diplomat, and she went up against Ngozi for WTO seat, and you don't want to go up against Nigeria, I'll tell you that for free. They taught us a lesson. We have Ambassador Monica Juma, who was also Foreign Affairs Minister. She's now National Security Advisor to President Ruto, and again, an alumni of this Oxford University. So you have women replete in leadership who can demonstrate that they have the gravitas to hold those positions. And it's not through anybody's charity that they are there, that they're where they are. Lastly, on power. Power is always with the appointing authority. Please never be confused about that. A head of state can wake up at 2 in the morning and sack everybody and does not need to give any explanation to it, because you must know that the president runs an instrument where you only see one side of it. There are many people who a head of state talks to. You leave the room at 10 o'clock, you think he's gone to bed. The intelligence people come in at 11. By midnight, business partners come in. By 1 a.m., family members. By 2 a.m., leader of majority. Goes to sleep. By morning, national administration. By 7, everybody's fired. So do not be under the impression that power resides outside the appointing authority. Thank you.
I will start briefly about the election. I don't know if I captured but in general, election for future leaders, right? If you would like to run for election. I think first of all, we need to remember and to remind ourselves and to hold ourselves accountable. Like for instance, I do have very close friends of mine. I always tell them, if you see me changing by any means, remind me of who I am. Because sometimes, the glamour, it might take you. So you need to remind yourself to be grounded and that you are here to serve, not to exercise power. And you have to have those people around you to make sure that you are on the right track. And of course, I am pro-youth running for election. We need young people at those decisions, at the highest decision level possible. You know, young people, again, I cannot get tired of mentioning this. We are the majority in the continent, right? You cannot talk about policy without youth. You cannot talk about foreign policy. You cannot talk about technological change. And this is one of the topics that really scares me, that we are way behind when it comes to digital transformation in Africa. And here we need youth. That's why go and run for those elections with the mindset that you are here to serve and to bring the positive change that we've been talking about. And I always feel we meet here in conferences, you know, people think like us, but then what else? It starts from here. About the activism and how to move from activism to nation building and so on, and if youth can be neutral, I think it's very difficult to be neutral. You will never be neutral when it comes to values, for instance. When it comes to be against corruption, against human rights violation, against inclusion of people with disabilities. This is one of the topics that we don't talk much about it, the inclusion of people with disability. We talk about youth, about women, but what about people with disability? Let's not be neutral when we talk about those cases. Activism is needed. Like today, we had a meeting with the president of Sierra Leone, and they are trying to bring the African continent to have a seat in the Security Council, and one of the countries is blocking the continent. We need you to make noise about it. So activism is highly needed, but that's not enough. And this is exactly what was in my head when I joined the government. I was part of the movement. But when they called me for action, I sat with myself, and I know that, now we ousted the regime. It's time, to roll your sleeve and to get the work done. If we're gonna just sit, be activist, that's not the case. So there is a time for you to be an activist, and then there is a time for you to move forward and build your nation. And also there is different level. Like for me, when I graduated from the university, I'm a mechanical engineer, by the way. And I have a master's degree from Imperial College London as well. And I went back to Sudan directly after getting the master. And I was appointed as the first female mechanical engineer in Sudanese sugar factories since its establishment in the 1960s. I worked in very rural places. The first day when I go to the room, I see, the technician surrounding the windows look at me, the lady in overall. But I opened the doors for other women. So don't stop yourself, don't hold yourself, open those doors. You open the door for other people to join and join you. And also, of course, we need to reform the public sector. We need to have mechanism to ensure that the working force, the workforce within civil service has a respectful number of youth as part of the civil service. So it's not about only that. We need laws, we need policies, we need mechanism. So we will not just be talking and talking without having mechanisms in place and to see the results by our own eyes. When it comes to the corruption case and how did I find the courage, I think it's intrinsically, since I was very young, I always felt that, I always tell my friend, if you leave the country, who's going to fight, for the people, who's going to do this? And I think if we all have that mindset, sometimes it's easy to excuse ourselves, right? So I remember during the revolution against the al-Bashir regime, it was a very dictatorship, violent dictatorship. We faced bullets, tear gas, many of the youth were killed. But every time when I go to those protests, and of course, sometimes your parents, your family members, they get worried. I tell them that if I don't do it, other parents are worried as well, right? So if we start excusing ourselves, everyone else has the right to excuse themselves. And as Nelson Mandela says, courage is not the absence of fear, right? Sometimes you might feel that fear, but again, when you are neutral to those values, you will be on that track. This is what holds. But again, I remember one of the first things that I told my office manager and my team at the office, I told them that I'm going to have an open door strategy. So you have to be an accessible leader. Don't sit in that chair seeing that I'm the minister, I have those sirens, everyone should know. Leave your door open, and because of that, a random guy came to my team and told them that I want to meet the minister. And that day I was very busy. The next day he came, and then I told them, let them meet me. And then he handed me with a bag full of documents, evidence, all the evidence about that case. He used to work for the ministry, and he knew one day someone will come and will take that case. I took that bag, I read every single document. And then I took all the evidence, I went to the public prosecutor, and immediately after that, I decided to go for a press conference because I knew that people, they should know, they should have the evidence in their hand. Whatever happens, now the truth will be in public. Thank you. Of course, you're going to face the media backlash. They pay journalists to write, against you. But at the end of the day, you know that you are doing the right thing, right? And you are here for the cause. Again, when I opened the first female football league, one of the prominent radical imams, he went to the mosque and he said that, well, she's not a Muslim. And I started to receive death threats. But again, I did the right thing, right? So don't be neutral when it comes to the values and to the thing that you want to fight for, because we deserve better. Africa deserves better. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add a little to what you said about you not being neutral. If you want to go into politics, you must stand for something. And standing with values will not make you a neutral person. And you can't be a neutral person if you want to effect change in your community, if you want to effect change in your district and in your constituency and the nation. You can't be neutral. You must stand for something. And those something and those values must define you for you to take that stand. So don't think that you want to make an impact by being neutral. That will not work. There was a question that was asked on whether, and there's a pushback, when there's a pushback in Parliament on, consistently there are rules or there are laws governing the way we manage our public financial management systems. So that if for one reason an organization is cited for one infraction or the other, the organization will appear before the Public Accounts Committee, and there are sanctions in the rules as well based on the infractions that you are cited for. Those sanctions will be meted out to you. And then also on the floor of Parliament, once we are done with the recommendations, it goes to Parliament and Parliament debates on it. If Parliament debates on it and comes out with recommendations, whether the organization or the agency likes it or not, it has to be implemented. And so there are safeguards that will help you. There's nothing like, I don't like the outcome of a meeting or a debate on the floor of Parliament, so I'm going the other way. That will not happen. It always has to be that there are rules and there are safeguards. The legislature make the rules, and if for any reason the organization does not understand and wants to contest, they can either go to the courts for the court to interpret, but there are laws guiding how our public financial management should be run, and so that if for anything there's any fault or someone falters, you have every right to follow the law to make sure the due process is done. Another person mentioned the Afri-Exim. Afri-Exim is doing a lot. Many a time we say that we don't see that support on the continent. Last year I was in Bahamas with Dangote, and Dangote mentioned that his cement factory is up and running because of the support he got from Afri-Exim. And that same meeting also, Afri-Exim gave to certain businesses on the African continent, of which Ghana was also a member, loans to facilitate their trade and a couple of other things. So that support is there. Yours is to go in and tap into that support. There are so many things. You heard Dr. Ngozi also mentioning the fact that if for any reason you're an African country and you need legal services and you can't afford there's also some fund at the African Development Bank to also help you to do that. So there are quite a number of funds. But AfriExim, I know, is doing everything possible to make sure we connect Africa through trade. But one thing that we haven't looked at, or we as Africans need to work on, is the trust amongst ourselves. We don't trust ourselves. Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, they all produce one of the choicest crops in Africa, which is the cocoa. We want to come together to make sure we determine the price, so that if there's a tariff on Cote d'Ivoire or a tariff on Ghana, it doesn't matter. We have determined the price, and so based on that price, we will be able to go out there and sell it at that rate. But because we don't trust ourselves enough, we haven't been able to achieve this. And so here is Cote d'Ivoire complaining that people are bringing cocoa from Cote d'Ivoire to Ghana because the tariff on Ghana is slightly lower than that on Cote d'Ivoire. So we need to build trust amongst ourselves. And if we want to change and transform governance in Africa, it has to start with trust. I mentioned earlier that the youth are concerned about the fact that democracy is not delivering what it's supposed to deliver because they have lost trust in democracy. So I believe let us work on the trust issues that we have as Africans, irrespective of where we find ourselves. That will go a long way, one, to help us. And in building trust, we also build transparency and accountability, where people are able to account for what they do, what they're entrusted with. Everybody is at peace, and then we are able to govern and get the best out of ourselves. I think you wanted to make an interjection? Yes, please. Was it on AfriExim? Yes. The debt restructuring. Or you want to find out the AfriExim's debt restructuring? Yes, Ghana had to go to a very painful process in 2024. We had to, 2022, sorry, we had to, it's not just Ghana. As we speak, there are about 22 out of the 55 African countries that are going through some form of debt distress. And Ghana, Chad, and Zambia had to go through a debt restructuring where we found it difficult to, one, pay back the interest and also the principal. And we had to go to the powers that be to make sure we sit and negotiate with them and see how best we can address this issue. AfriExim is not a multilateral company according to, is not in the multilateral status according to the IMF and the World Bank. And so when we went out negotiating or restructuring our debts, one, we were able to do that with our bilateral partners, country to country, and then we're able to also do that at the domestic level. But we still have, I think, 7% to negotiate with our private debtors. And AfriExim happens to be part of the 7% because AfriExim, according to the debt restructuring format, is not a multilateral. So if you are not a multilateral, you can't be exempted from the debt restructuring. So unfortunately, AfriExim is part of the debt restructuring as we speak. But the government is negotiating to see how best we can address this situation. So currently, that is the issue with AfriExim. But I believe that as young people here, we must all stand for something. We should have values that define us. So irrespective of where we find ourselves, these values will guide us. And when they guide us, it brings the best out of all of us. And in bringing the best out of all of us, we are able to contribute meaningfully to the continent of Africa and see the Africa that we all want to see. We have done a lot of talk. Let's all be action-oriented. Let's take action and make sure we get an Africa that is fit for purpose, an Africa that is the envy of the world. Thank you very much.
All right. I have just 2 questions, so I'll just quickly so that the MCs will be a little relieved. I think they are under strong heat. First, the question was business and politics. Let me start by saying that we have 2 strong businessmen in this room. One is Ambassador Edward Boateng, and one is Mr. Kofi Boateng as well. Ambassador used to be the head of the CNN Africa, and he became the Ghana ambassador to China. And then Mr. Boateng is also one of the MD or owner of one of the biggest oil companies in Ghana. Talking about business, if you want to be a good politician, and you start from the business development or you start with business, it will be very good for you. You have idea and thinking about the human being. Human being is a very, very complex person. So if you are in business and you entrust your power to some people with your money and the way they use it, you have an idea about when you go into politics, how the political space will do well for you. Number two, it will also help you to be able to be resourced in politics, as indicated that money is becoming the riding power in politics in Africa. But it's also important to know that you cannot be a successful politician if you don't have money. Third, if you are out of power and you don't have money, your life will be very miserable, and that also leads to a lot of the corruption cases that we find around African continent. So it's important to know that business is good, it will help you to do well in politics, but you must also be mindful that business environment is completely different from the political space. I've been director of research in the Office of the President for, and it's a very complex place. In business, as my brother said, you order, I need to buy 5 Land Cruisers. Director of Finance, tomorrow issue check, and it's done. In the president of Ghana, my president, Republic of Ghana, he was sworn in 7th of January 2025. As we speak, he has not received his first salary. He's been complaining and complaining and complaining. He's the president. He cannot say, pay me. The system doesn't work like that. You have to go through the processes of clearance upon clearance upon clearance upon clearance upon clearance. You would think that because the president is just finance minister, give me my salary. It doesn't work like that. So business environment is completely different from the political environment. There was a question about polls. Yes, I have a whole lecture on polls and elections. We cannot do that here. But what I will say is that polls give direction to a political party in going to an election. How you be performing, where you are doing well, how you are performing with different demographic groups. Polls is able to help you to do that. But I also want to say briefly about the youth movement. I agree with what Abner said. I agree with what everybody is saying, that you must stand for something. The youth movement must be impartial. You must stand for something, all right, but you must be impartial in your discussion and in all the projects that you do. If you are impartial, and I'm sure you know the difference between neutral and impartial. If you are impartial, you stand and you go very tall. But if you stand for something and you are not partial because it's for this person and that person, you easily come to an end. On this note, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Definitely give a bigger round of applause for the panelists. So this is how we come to the close of this panel. As the walk of the stage, please give a big round of applause, and then we invite the MC to take over. Thank you.
We are grateful to this panel. We can appreciate them once again, the panel on governance and democracy. Thank you, Wanto, for moderation. We'd like to transition to the next part of the program. And as our AV team helps us with the setup, it would be great to hear some of the things, maybe in just a nutshell, any key takeaway, Luhano?
Yeah, it's been an incredible panel. I'm sure there's still some questions, so I encourage everyone to ask the questions to the panels while we're networking. We do have a networking event later on in the evening. But rather than my own takeaways, I'm curious if one person would like to give us a takeaway in 30 seconds. Any person willing or eager to give us a breakdown of what they thought the panel
Anyone
was like.
from the audience who would like to share their key takeaway from this session? Scan in here. Anyone? All right. It doesn't seem like there's anyone.
Okay. Was the panel not that good? Because there's still some questions, I'm assuming. Any more questions?
Luhano, here's what we can do.
Okay, there's a hand.
Oh, there's a
there.
hand. All right.
Okay, well, our panel is already here. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Toby Moronfuli, who is a business analyst and studying the Masters in African Studies. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to the next session of the 2025 Oxford Africa Conference. My name is Toby Morinfolu, and I'm a proud Nigerian and currently pursuing a Master's in African Studies here at the University of Oxford. It is an honor to be moderating today's session titled Redefining Prosperity, Building Sustainable, Inclusive Economic Futures. For too long, dominant narratives about Africa have oscillated between two extremes, a continent of crisis or a frontier of untapped potential. Both told largely through external lenses, whether cast as recipients of aid or sources of extraction. These tropes have obscured the full picture of African agency, resilience, and innovation. But we are not a monolith of problems to be solved or markets to be exploited. We are a mosaic of 54 countries rich in culture, creativity, and capacity, charting our own economic course. It is time to move beyond inherited paradigms and ask, what does prosperity mean when it's defined by Africans and for Africans? Today, the continent stands at critical crossroads. Yes, we face pressing challenges, climate shocks that displace our most vulnerable, youth unemployment that stifles our potential, and conflict that undermines stability. But this is only part of the story. Because development is about more than money, machines, or even good policies. It is about people and the lives that they lead. We are also home to the world's youngest population, a rising tide of digital entrepreneurs, and are taking bold steps towards regional integration. The African Continental Free Trade Area is more than an economic agreement. It is a blueprint for collective self-determination. If fully realized, it could lift 30 million people out of extreme poverty and unlock over $450 billion in economic gains by 2035. But statistics alone don't build futures. People do. Our task is not simply to accelerate growth, but to redefine it, to move away from extractive, externally driven models towards economies rooted in inclusion, dignity, and sustainability. This means strengthening institutions, empowering small and medium enterprises, unlocking capital for local innovation, and ensuring that African voices shape every stage of policy and investment. The real opportunity lies not just in imagining what is possible, but in determining what is next on our own terms. Today's panel brings together remarkable leaders in governance, finance, entrepreneurship, and law. Together, we'll explore how we can shift from reactive strategies to visionary action, how we can become not just subjects of development, but its architects and authors. Let's begin. For our first panelist, we have Her Excellency, Mr. Neo Matlako, the Deputy High Commissioner of South Africa to the United Kingdom. At a time when regional cooperation and global partnerships are key to Africa's transformation, her voice is vital in helping us understand how diplomacy can thrive, sustainable investment, inclusive trade, and diaspora engagement. Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency. Next, we are honored to welcome Mr. Roy Chimanikere, Deputy CEO of Econet. Roy stands at the forefront of Africa's digital revolution, leading one of the continent's most innovative telecom and fintech companies. His work speaks directly to one of today's central questions. How can technology and finance unlock the potential of our SMEs, especially for young entrepreneurs and underserved communities? Roy, we look forward to hearing your insights. His Excellency Godwin Obaseki, former Governor of Edo State, we are also privileged to have you with us. As the former Governor of Edo State, he was a reform-minded leader and implemented bold initiatives to create jobs, expand access to finance, and build a more enabling environment for youth and entrepreneurs. His experience demonstrates how subnational governments can lead in redefining prosperity from the ground up. Please join me in welcoming him. And finally, we welcome Mr. Ibrahim Haroon, an international arbitration lawyer whose work focuses on building transparent, fair, and investor-friendly legal systems across the continent. In a conversation about unlocking capital and reducing investment risk, Ibrahim will help us examine the legal infrastructure Africa needs to thrive and how sound governance underpins sustainable growth. I would like to thank you all for joining us today. Apologies. We will now dive into 3 core themes that will guide today's session. Building economies rooted in African capacity. Second, unlocking the potential of SMEs. And third, creating regional value through trade and cooperation. Africa's greatest resource is its people, especially its youth. And yet our economies often lie on extractive industries and foreign-led growth models. So the first question is, how do we build economies that center African capacity to create long-term self-reliance and dignity-driven development?
Good afternoon, Chair of our panel.
Yeah, there you go.
Good afternoon to the Chair of our panel. Third time lucky. Good afternoon to the Chair of our panel, Toby, and to my fellow panelists, Excellencies, and colleagues in the room. I'm very honored to be invited to speak today at this gathering at the Oxford Africa Conference, and especially more honored to be sitting here as a South African in a year that South Africa chairs the G20 for the first time on African soil. It is, and I think Toby raises quite an important issue, that how do we make sure that Africa develops African capacity? And for me, the most important part that will help Africa to develop African capacity is through education and through its youth, because that is our highest dividend. Because as we sit now, we are sitting on the second scramble for Africa because of critical minerals. What will determine whether Africa becomes prosperous or we continue on the trajectory that we are on is on, do we have skills for the future? Do we have skills for the future of a future that has arrived right now? Are we changing our education systems to make sure that it will be African solutions that assist us as we beneficiate and as we move into new industries and create new economies? Where will those skills come from? Are we ready today? And I think as African leaders, we should be looking in this room and seeing that the future of Africa is ready. But are we ready as African governments to make sure that the students that we send all over the world come back and empower Africa? And I think Dr. Ngozi said it quite well, that Africa does not lack talent, but it is how we enhance and we use that talent to make sure we capacitate African development.
Thank you very much. And as a follow-up question for His Excellency Godwin Obaseki, Governor, in Edo State, you led initiatives that aimed to upskill youth, attract local investment, and foster entrepreneurship. What lessons can we learn from your experience about building capacity from the sub-national level up, especially in terms of job creation and industrial growth?
Thank you very much, Toby. Also, thank you, the organizers of the Oxford Africa Conference. I had the privilege to attend the conference last year, and that was my first time in Oxford. And I feel indebted to the conference because after that conference, I decided to come back to Oxford when I finished my assignment as governor. And so today, I'm a visiting scholar in Oxford at the Harris Manchester College, sponsored by the Rhodes Trust. You know, from my experience in office, I think the key issue for us is not what we know, what we say, is a path to action. Africa today is the poorest continent in the world. I was looking at some data last week, and it's so striking that whereas 20 years ago, there were a whole series of countries in the world that you could describe that had abject poverty. Today, it's only on the African continent that you still have people, living under abject poverty. So for us, the key should be how do we engage more of our people so that we can lift them out of poverty? And you can't get your economy right if you are not producing what you consume. So the focus for governments in Africa, for all of us in this room, is to begin to think, how do we eat, feed ourselves? How do we clothe ourselves? How do we house ourselves? How do we provide more goods and services to one another on the continent? And that was the driving factor for me as governor in Edo State. So at the end of the day, it's first about your people. It's about getting them to be able to be productive citizens in their communities. And key to it, key to productivity, is education. Not just education to speak English, Spanish, or French. It's education to be productive. Education to be able to produce the goods and services you need in your community. And in thinking through how to produce, I think the key question should be, who are you producing for? What are you producing? Today, because we're not producing much on the continent, we rely so much on imports. Imports of food, imports of materials for housing, imports of materials to build infrastructure. But interestingly, most of the materials, the mineral resources required for production, all come out of Africa. There's absolutely nothing we're using on the continent today that we cannot, or some of the base materials or base resources don't come from our continent. So what we did in Edo State was say, look, let's just focus on our young people. Because when I became governor, we had a major crisis: human trafficking and irregular migration. I hear someone is here from the IOM. Yeah. Recall, we had to work with the IOM in 2016 when we had over 30,000 young boys and girls from Edo State in Libya trying to cross over to Europe. So you can imagine how many would have died trying to get there. So for them, why did they? Anywhere else but home. Because there was nothing happening. Production wasn't going on. They were not getting jobs. And that informed the decisions we made as a government. First, how do you engage young people? You've got to train them. Train them on what? You have to train them on the things that they are excited about. If you don't talk about agriculture to them, because it's hard work, it's drudgery. They're interested in technology. Yes, how do you quickly help them catch up? So as government, how do you create an environment where these young people can either go and, skill themselves in repairing phones, skill themselves in designing software, whatever it is that they need to do. That brings us to the issue of government. First, how do you support education? How do you support what to teach? How do you support skill acquisition? How do you create infrastructure to help them be able to leverage their various businesses or whatever they've decided to do? And for governments, I heard the last panel, the major challenge which we have is we can talk about the problems. We understand what is going on. We can, shout about it. And one big problem Africa had was the role of aid agencies. Because they will just come in as if they can help you solve your problems. They complicate, as we've seen, they've compounded our problems. You cannot aid, they've not been able to aid us out of poverty because they made us feel as if, okay, your solution will come from outside. Our solutions are at home. Our solutions are in the local governments and in the states, not necessarily in the center. Unfortunately, most of the relationships, most of the monies that come into our countries come in at the federal levels and never trickles down or doesn't trickle down as much as it should to sustain and support these interventions at the local level. Let me stop for now because I'm sure other members of the panel want to contribute.
Thank you so much for those insights. I think now we'll pivot to our second theme, in line with this. one that affects the lives of millions across the continent, small and medium enterprises. SMEs are the backbone of African economies, providing employment to over 80% of local populations. Yet they continue to face steep barriers, remaining underserved by finance, infrastructure, and regulation. My question is, what needs to change in our economic systems to unleash the full potential of SMEs as engines for inclusive growth and innovation?
Let me take that question. I hope you can hear me. My name is Roy. I represent Econet Wireless. Our founder is Mr. Masiwa, who is one of the pioneers in terms of the digital revolution in Africa. And through the lens of entrepreneurship, you get to see quite a lot of things about how businesses originate and the challenges that you have as you cross borders and as you try and go into new frontiers as an African business. But within that, you learn many lessons. And to your question around some of the challenges and some of the things that need to change, I know that there are a great many things I can say which are the common things that we all know, the capital systems, the education systems, and everything else related to that, policy. But one thing I'd like to maybe just point out is maybe our central belief that those things actually need to change, because the sense I get sometimes is that when you're looking at it from a policymaker's point of view, they believe that actually the problem is somewhere else. Maybe it's in business or somewhere there. When you look at the entrepreneur, and the entrepreneur in the context of Africa is most likely a young person who is looking for economic opportunities and is saying to themselves, how do I participate in the economic opportunities? And maybe there may be incumbent large businesses, and one is looking at it and saying, how do you get younger players, more entrepreneurs into that space? So I think the central aspect to that question is, how do we get an inclusive way of getting all the different people around the table, particularly the young people? Because I think to a large extent when policy is defined or determined, it's determined not from the place of the person who's seeking change, but the person who is in the power to create the policy. So I think for me the central thing would be to get the young people involved in the process of defining what that looks like. But I think centrally we have to say, why do we need them? Because sometimes I don't think we believe we need them at the table. And do we really believe that these young people, these entrepreneurs can create wealth? So in summary, what I would say is the central thing that needs to change is our view and our belief in how policies are shaped, how they are created, and who is at the table when these conversations happen, so that what comes out of that is something that is truly meaningful for what we're trying to address, and one that looks at it from a practical perspective for the players who want to play within that space.
Thank you. And in line with thinking about the practical perspectives and the practical ways that we can look to solve these challenges, my question is, Econet is a proof of what's possible when innovation meets opportunity. So what have you learned through kind of your experiences at Econet about the barriers that SMEs face, and maybe focus on maybe how fintech, blended finance, or digital infrastructure can lower these barriers at scale?
Thank you. I think from our experience, what you've learned is the need for inclusive regulation, I think, is very important, particularly if you're going into a new space. Let me give you an example. If you're looking to do lending, for example, firstly, you need a license. And that license is certain ways of looking at things. If you want to borrow as an entrepreneur, you're going to need certain minimum standards that you need to meet. So what I would say is some of the key learnings for us is the policy environment should be supportive to regulation. And then secondly, what I would also say is the way in which you shape your interaction even as with entrepreneurs and young people is such that when a young person is starting a business, the ability of that business to scale is going to be dependent on how it has been created, who has been brought to the table, and how those people interact even with policymakers. Let me give you an example. So let's say, for instance, you are a business that's looking to engage with a large business in terms of value chains and supply chains. What you're going to need to do is to meet tax regulation, There's certain ESG type, SDG type things that you need to do. But unless there is a framework by which entrepreneurs are able to get that kind of information, even for them to participate in the value chains that exist for government, for large corporates, is not going to be possible. So particularly talking to fintech, I think the largest part of what fintech has been able to achieve is to bring people who have not been in the economic space prior into a space where they can participate into the economy. And I think the biggest challenge to that is models that don't facilitate that, because governments have not created a facilitative environment. But I think it is changing, and I can see that a lot has happened in that area, to the extent that they say that Southern Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa is the fastest growing market for mobile money in the world. And when you look at the transformative impact it's had on GDPs in that part of the world, they talk about, including West Africa, East Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa, probably 4 to 6% increase in GDP as a direct result of mobile money in the early phase of that. So it is hugely transformative. But the biggest thing I think I've found is once you are in that space, the opportunities that are unlocked for entrepreneurs. So if you think about microloans and the ability to issue microloans to small entrepreneurs that are fit for purpose. So this could be a daily loan, whereas banks are structured towards maybe annual loans. So it's daily loans, and it could be no collateral. It could be you haven't even provided a place where you live, because some people don't even have, proof of residence. So, and the ability for then young entrepreneurs to build business models based maybe on logistics, based on, different facets of the economy, then you really unleash the power of mindsets that are able to utilize technology in a different way.
Thank you. And I think one emergent kind of theme that I kind of got from your answer was this question of the regulatory environments within which these businesses occur. And I think in that context, I'd like to direct a question to you, Mr. Ibrahim Hamroot. Ibrahim, high-risk premiums and weak legal protections often deter investors and squeeze SMEs out. But from your work in arbitration and investment law, what reforms in that view do you think are most urgent to create a fairer and more enabling environment for SMEs?
Thank you very much. Greetings to everyone. I've really enjoyed listening to the panelists that I almost do not know if I should speak. Anyways, I think that one of the major problems bedeviling the SMEs and economies in Africa is the regulatory barriers. And if the regulation is set right, a lot of things can be set right. But we would have seen from the regulatory space in Africa that the problem we have is really not the absence of regulation. It is first the implementation of those regulations that we have, the different silos in the regulatory system, which has made development fragmented, and we see different things happening in different places without development at a large scale on a continental level. And particularly on that question, on the risk in investing in Africa, I think the first thing that needs to be understood is there is a gap in understanding how the risk factors in Africa are actually assessed and how they are understood. I believe strongly that there is a lot of misunderstanding and misassessment around the risks involved in investing in Africa. Of course, there's a lot of risk involved, but the dividends of investing in Africa are not sufficiently assessed and factored into this. And that's why in African countries, there is about 300 to 700 points increase in the risk assessment, compared to other economies, which does not necessarily reflect the truth in Africa. And that's on the risk level. And I think on the regulation aspect, what one has observed, at least from practice, is that regulation in Africa is often not open enough. And what we have a lot of times are perhaps rent-seeking elites and some uninformed persons on the table negotiating trade regulations for Africa on regional or continental levels. Of course, a lot of things are changing now in light of the AFCTA and the protocols that follow it. And there's expectation that that would transform the regulatory space in Africa and actually yield some meaningful results beyond abstract idealism in the African economy. So I think open regulation is a major one, where we have regulation not made by, people that have the opportunity to get there alone, but actually by the players, and inclusivity also in the context of Africa. A lot of things in the context of Africa needs to be redefined, including inclusivity. And even beyond, beyond metrics that are just replaced in Africa that do not necessarily fit the Africa space, even within regional models that are ingrained in Africa still are lacking in very important things. For example, there are conversations now around rural innovation, rural regulation, how involved majority of the population in Africa who are actually rural involved in regulation and a lot of things. I think these conversations are very broad conversations and intelligent conversations, and I hope they lead somewhere.
Thank you very much. And I think one thing that really stuck out to me in those answers was this question of the regional dynamics of economic development. And I think in this view, the question is, how do we connect these efforts, whether it be with SMEs, whether it be with building capacity, how do we connect these efforts across borders? Our final theme explores the regional dimension of prosperity, how intra-African trade, integration, and shifting geopolitical influences are shaping the path ahead. Regional integration has been seen to be the cornerstone of Africa's economic future. Yet political rifts and logistical barriers persist. And the question is, how can intra-African trade, regional corporations, and initiatives such as the AFCFTA support industrialization and prosperity across borders? And also the question of what's at stake if we fail to get this right?
Thank you. I think it's such a loaded question, and I'll deal it with in parts. First is that governments and the private sector must co-create an enabling environment. In order for any integration to be possible, both sides of the table need to sit together and create an environment that will allow the private sector to thrive within regulation that is reasonable. And during the lunch break, we actually were discussing a case study of how regional integration is sometimes not even driven by our need in Africa to grow, but is driven by the needs of the private sector that pushes us as governments to sit around the table diplomatically and engage in agreements that will make the environment conducive. For example, we are dealing in an era where climate change is the buzzword, where companies are having to decarbonize, and that is an imperative that affects all regions. And one of the issues that we are grappling with is how do we ensure that as we create this enabling environment, companies are able to thrive on the African continent, utilizing African skills, and making sure that the African youth is involved, and making sure that as we unlock these new value chains, we are able to create environments for SMMEs to participate in processes such as the FCTA, because the FCTA is really the next big driver of economic development on the African continent. And what we need to make sure that we are able to achieve is how do we unlock capital? How do we unlock capital and de-risk? Because de-risking is the biggest challenge that we face as a continent. And as diplomats who sit in London, which is the world's biggest financial hub for emerging markets, it's interesting that we'd always joke about how all emerging markets transactions are decided in London. And Africa needs to be able to put forward a business case that investors will be able to accept. And sometimes, going back to what President of Sierra Leone said, what Dr. Ngozi said, is do we speak as one voice, as the continent, or do we speak as individual countries? And does that weaken or strengthen our investment case as we sit in these boardrooms and put the African investment case forward? Because Africa does need to unlock capital for us to have prosperity for the continent, for us to make sure that we lift Africa out of poverty. So I think it is really important that we deal with it in one. We need to make sure we have the right people in the room. I was talking to my colleagues to say, what does the diplomat of the future look like? Because as we sit today, I do not need in my office 3 people that can write speeches, because AI is here. AI will generate, so I need problem solvers. I need people who have the ability to analyze. So I need analysts. And when I started my career in banking, banking was hiring accountants, was hiring for financial skills. But today, 80% of banks are hiring engineers, are hiring mathematicians. Because why? They are hiring problem solvers. So, and this is what we are urging governments to do, that diplomacy has to evolve. Because as we get Africa into the next phase of development, it is the diplomats that are discussing the deals at base value. Are we looking at the deal in the same lens as the lawyers are looking at it? Are we able to advise governments on de-risking? What skills are we bringing into the profession that will ensure that the next deals for Africa actually take Africa out of poverty, as the governor has mentioned? Because if we are to lift our young people out of poverty and make sure there is sustainability in the development, we need to make sure that the deals we negotiate are the right deals for the continent.
Thank you. And I think one of the key focuses there is this idea of the role of technology, the role of AI, and how it can have transformative processes and effects on African economies. And I think in that vein, I would ask you, Roy, what role can digital platforms and cross-border infrastructure technologically play in building efficient, scalable, and regional value chains, especially when we're thinking about smaller producers and suppliers?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question, and I think it's a question I've been pondering from many perspectives. The one thing that's really struck me, and I think it's something that we're all debating and discussing, it's probably the most debated and discussed thing currently, which is the role of artificial intelligence in the world today. What artificial intelligence is making us do is to realize the value of information, because what it's doing is digitizing and it's managing to make sense of that information in a way that we were not able to do so before. So when you talk about regional integration and the things that we're working on in the role of technology, I think one of the most fundamental things that we're going to find is we probably didn't have the data sets that we needed for some of the strategies that we needed to implement in terms of regional trade. And sometimes when I see certain and we quote them quite often about how Africa has a disproportionately low share in terms of the world economy, despite its vast resources, its immense people potential. And sometimes we get surprised with certain statistics that you see, because I think we don't have that information systematized in a way that one can collate it and use it as a force for trade. I'll give one example, one practical example, which is the role of remittances in Africa, that we've got an African non-resident or diaspora population that's sending a lot of money into Africa. Think of the financial services that we develop when we think of the potential of that capital being deployed effectively in Africa through the role of technology. Once we start to understand the data sets a lot better, and it might not necessarily, I'm not talking necessarily directly to trade, but think about the impact for trade if you're going to be able to create maybe financial solutions even for trade on the back of remittances. And in that way, what we're doing is using what is not in Africa, which is our people resource base, but redeploying it in Africa, but in a more intelligent way. So the examples I'm giving, whilst not being specific about all the different areas, because we have very limited time, it just shows the power and the potential of then using technology to deploy solutions to problems like the one we were discussing before. Capital is a problem for entrepreneurs. Could we not harness that capital even from the resource base that's not even in Africa, but of Africans who are deployed in other parts of the world? So there's fundamental things that technology can do, and I'm so excited about it because when you think of the possibilities, particularly with the advent of AI, they're actually limitless.
Very much. And I think just before we open up to questions from the audience, I'd like to close with asking each of our panels one question. In one sentence, what does redefining prosperity on the African continent look like to you? And what's one bold action that Africa and Africans must take now to move towards it? Maybe we'll start at this side.
I think Africa is moving towards prosperity. And in my perspective, I think a few things that I think a prosperous Africa means an Africa where intra-Africa trade and investments increases from 17% to about 70%, where we have functional regulatory systems, and where both regulation and innovation is inclusive. And I strongly believe that they are all achievable. Thank you.
Thank you. I think for me, let's think about prosperity from a data standpoint. Today, there are about 1.5 billion Africans. And majority of them still live with earn below $2 a day. In 30 years' time, there will be 3 billion Africans. So when you think about prosperity, what prosperity for Africa means, it means us being able to have a continent where more than 50% of our people across the continent are able to have high-quality nutritional meals on their tables, they're able to send or train their children in school, and they're able to fulfill at least some of their aspirations, whether today or within the next generation. My worry is that we are not doing enough. We're talking so much, but we are really, really, honestly speaking, not scratching the surface.
Thank you. I think that really tells us that we have to be tangible. We have to take tangible action if we want to bring about the transformation. Next.
I think for me, I'll use numbers to express this. So in terms of GDP, Africa is about 3 trillion in about 110 trillion world economy. So for me, prosperity means moving from about 2% of the world economy to our fair share of the global economy. And I think we've spoken about how that can happen. And I believe one bold action that we can take speaks to the earlier panel around trade, where we are a small voice if we go alone as individual countries. And we were speaking about it over lunch, that a lot of us go into major discussions and decisions on our own. But we need to be speaking together so that our voice is a strong voice for change, for African prosperity.
African prosperity lies in educating our youth for skills of the future. Because all the things my fellow panelists have said will not take Africa to the next level when we do not have Africans able to do it for themselves using African solutions, because we do have a lot of African solutions on the continent. And I think my role in advocating for Africans' prosperity is to make sure that as I sit in London, I am able to deploy capital back to the continent using de-risking and making the world see that Africa is ready now?
We've heard a powerful range of perspectives, and now we'd like to open the conversation up for questions from you, our audience. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Maybe we'll take this one here in the front. Yes. So my name's Fiona. No, the mic, sorry.
Hello? Hi, my name's Fiona. So, good afternoon. So I've got a question for you, sir. So you mentioned the importance of supporting education. So with the work that I do, I work in global public health, particularly tackling and reducing health inequalities. I've been doing this for about 12 years. I also run a non-profit based in UK and Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa in general. And we promote and educate individuals on life-saving skills using education. So I definitely agree with you on the importance of education. So I'm getting to my question. So I was actually contacted by the Ministry of Education and Lagos State Government to conduct our educative workshops in some rural parts of Lagos. And of course, this is what we've been doing for 12 years, so it's nothing new to us. They gave us a list of over 20 schools to attend in the deep part of Lagos. And again, very much happy to do this. However, they didn't provide us a budget. They didn't provide us any funding and didn't do so for months and expected us to do that work out of our own pocket. So my question is, how does the government expect social enterprises, non-profits to promote education, to improve the country, if you're not willing to provide the resources needed to do so?
Okay, we'll take a couple of questions. Maybe we'll take this one in. Okay, you can take that one in the corner.
Hello, good evening. My question is, how would you incentivize the older generation to teach the younger generation? Because we do want to learn. We want to understand. We want to be in the rooms with you. We want to talk to you. We want to, learn from you. You guys have wealth of knowledge. You have seen things. You have understood things. You have been in places. You have experienced things. And we want to learn. We want to absorb from you. So how do you get the older generation to speak to us? Because we can't always beg and plead with you guys to, teach us and tell us. At some point, we had to force ourselves into the room to make sure that you guys see us, to make sure that we are heard and seen, So that's my question.
Thank you. And I think we'll take 2 more questions, but please, if we could keep them brief. I think we'll take one over here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, firstly, I really like the theme of for the panel, which is development and not growth. Most often, Africa's growth areas don't churn out into development. And my question will be to Her Excellency, the High Commission, and then to ex-governor. She did ask the question, what will be the role of the new diplomat? And I ask myself, as when you look at African diplomatic missions abroad, are they prioritizing political diplomacy or commercial diplomacy? A few weeks ago, the US trade envoy to Africa was clear that even they, as givers of aid, have changed their slogan. It's no more aid, it's trade. So how do African diplomats transition from driving political diplomacy to, one, facilitating export of African goods into developing or consuming markets, and two, driving investment back to Africa. The model needs to change. Secondly, to His Excellency Obasike, how can we explain that countries that produce soya, sorghum, cashew, have to import vegetable oil, have to import breakfast cereals? It doesn't make sense. Have to import ethanol. Now the answer lies in the opportunity between that raw material into that finished good. My question then is, what is the role of influential people like you, be it in government or outside government, to bring business people to the table, to leverage our base resources as a means of structurally transforming our economies? Because what we need is trade, and through that we create jobs and then move out of poverty through trade and not through aid. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think because we had a few questions there, that's the last question that we will take. So I'll now just open up to our panelists to answer some of those.
The question on diplomacy is a real question, and it's a challenge that as governments we are grappling with, to say how do we ensure that we deploy diplomats who are able to do deals for Africa. And I think it goes back to the question of, do we do it together or do we do it individually? Because what is critical is that we need to change the landscape. We need to change the landscape for the continent. So where should we be recruiting our future diplomats? What does the profile of the future diplomat look like? And that is a question that African governments are grappling with as they engage with the West, who have shifted. So the world has shifted and we have remained behind. And I think African leaders are now rethinking diplomacy for the future. And I think it's a lot of you in this room that will influence that in your countries. Raise your hands, join the foreign ministry. So I think it's also, we need to play our part, plow back. When you finish your MSc, instead of going to the investment bank, go to the foreign ministry, because you are the future negotiators of the new deals for Africa.
Thank you. I think the last question captures it all. And maybe in answering it, let's try and see how we can make the links, including how we pursue our diplomacy. As I said in my introduction, it has to be about productivity. And I'll be the last person to say, finish your degrees and come back home to Africa. Why would you? If you're not going to make more money at home, then stay where you make more money. So the issue should be, for us leaders, how do we create more wealth on the continent? How do we create more opportunities and make Africa more attractive for the young generation to come in, see the need to, and make more money, rather than stay out here? And it's about rethinking the role of governments in our societies and in our lives. We say business is risky on the continent. Yes, it is. But who will de-risk business? It's not the foreigners, it's not the foreign bankers, it's us as either local governments, chairmen, state governors, or the federal government. So take for instance, someone producing cereals, soybeans, whatever the grains are, if we haven't helped that person to produce competitively and efficiently, you'll find out that imports will be cheaper than buying from them. If we've not help them with the agronomy, for instance, to produce, at a globally competitive level. If we have not provided infrastructure for them to help them transport, to wherever the processing will be, if we have not created good incentives for the people who are going to be processing to make money, and imports will always be cheaper. But all of these we can do. Because if you train your engineers properly, you train young Africans as engineers, you train them as agronomists, you train them in logistics, you build the roads you are supposed to build, create the environments for them and their children, they'll come and, most of you engineers here will be so pleased to come back home to the same type of factory settings to work, isn't it? So we've got to first remove these risk issues, what we call risk. Talk about capital. The bulk of the money you need to use is in the continent, right? If a foreigner, a foreign bank is not going to make much more money, they will not bring their money into your continent. So even in terms of capital formation, from the data I have been looking at recently here in Oxford, the next decade or so, the financing for Africa will come from Africans, particularly those of you in the diaspora, because the level of remittances into the continent now is rising at such a rate, which is much more than the capital formation within the continent. So for me, I think we have we can resolve it. We have the solutions. It's for, like the young lady said, us challenge the current leadership on the continent. Let us stop being token. We have a huge problem. Let's now be bold and courageous in tackling this problem. Don't say, a country of 5 million people is doing so well. We're talking about a continent of 1.5 billion. What happens to the others? And if everybody is not moving together, the continent is not going to move at all. Thank you.
Thank you. What we've heard today here is clear. Africa doesn't lack potential. It requires bold coordination, inclusive systems, and sustained belief in our capacity to define success on our own terms. Africa's economic future lies in its people, its creativity, and its ability to chart its own course. Let this not be the end of the conversation, but the beginning of renewed action. Thank you to our brilliant panelists for your insights and to the audience for your engagement.
Delegates, let's give a round of applause to this panel and to our moderator, Toby, for a fantastic job done. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Narratives are changing, and we've been reflecting on this theme of economic development and entrepreneurship. Now we transition to a panel that is relevant to a number of us. And by this I mean it's one of the hot potato topics. It's an area of interest, it's an area of passion, and so I'd like us to put our hands together for Dr. Tin El-Kadi, who's going to moderate this panel. Will be focused on artificial intelligence, and they'll be considering the theme of, has AI advanced beyond our wildest dreams? How can we ensure that Africa is not left behind? How can we harness AI and technology for Africa's transformation? Delegates, would you please once again put your hands together for this panel as they settle in?
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today on this Saturday afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be here and to be moderating this very timely and exciting panel on AI innovation and its role for our continent. So as you probably all know, AI is everywhere. It has very much become a buzzword. It has been integrated in several sectors, from healthcare to education to industrial processes. And a big question that I ask myself as a development researcher is to what extent AI is truly transformative and to what extent it can really contribute to creating jobs and increasing productivity in African countries. So I'm really pleased to have a fantastic panel with me today to answer some of these questions. So I'm going to start by introducing Dr. Roman Houghton on my right. She's the first female president of Nottingham University. She's a native of Liberia and a strong advocate for educational, developmental, gender equality, service learning, and refugee issues. Dr. Houghton is currently the first female president in Nottingham University, as I mentioned, where she provides leadership in developing, implementing, and continually updating strategies to support excellence in academics and development of students and the South. Here on my right, we have Mr. Riyad Mutib. He's the director of UNDP's Sustainable Energy Hub, leading UNDP's work on sustainable energy for development at both policy and programmatic levels across no less than 130 countries. He has extensive experience in sustainable energy and development. He also provides strategic guidance to governments, international institutions, and the private sector on integrating sustainable energy, digitalization, and socioeconomic empowerment. It's a real pleasure to have you here. And on my left, we have Dr. Amir Lebdiwi, who's an associate professor in political economy here at the University of Oxford. And he is the director of the very exciting and emerging TIDE Center. So TIDE stands for Technology and Industrialization for Development Center. And we do, because I'm also part of the team, cutting edge work on innovation and especially with relevance to developing countries. So you should all kind of try to follow that. He is a development economist. His research has mainly focused on economic diversification of resource-dependent nations, green industrial policy, and low-carbon innovation. He sits on the advisory board of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and he's also a professor at the university, a visiting professor at the University of Johannesburg. And Amir is an Algerian national, so it is a panel of Africans here. Okay, so very timely discussion. I don't want us to waste much time, so I'm going to start my first question. I'm going to address it to Riyad. So from your vantage point at UNDP, how can AI and data technology support Africa's energy transition and climate resilience?
Thank you, Tinhin. Thank you, Tinhinan. It's a real pleasure to be here. We just finished a retreat with the TIDE Center, and I invite you to connect with them, because if you want to understand more about AI and industrialization and transformation of the continent, please do connect with them. But we are very happy to be back in our continent today with you after all our deliberation. We just finished half an hour ago, and we rushed immediately. I'm happy also and honored that Tinhinan is also Algerian. And being Algerian is an advantage for me, as I am also an Algerian, and there's a third Algerian, and also Liberian are also Algerian. But the advantage is we receive all the questions in advance in order for us to be able to prepare. Imagine from a round table to a round table. And I said, I need to do my homework. So she gave us the question just last night, making us work very hard, not go for dinner. It's making us suffer when everybody was having fun, but it's okay. It's for our continent. So for this very important question on the role of AI, data technology in support of energy resilience, in my analysis that I have done, for the moment, African continent stands at an opportunity point, a very important one. Something very important that you all need to know. With over 60% of the world's best solar potential is in Africa. 30% of all the critical mineral in the world, it is in Africa. And more, 60% of its population is under 25 years old. So the continent holds an essential ingredient for not but two transformative revolutions. One is the energy transition. The second is the digital transition. So artificial intelligence, data systems, digital connectivity, and what we call the triptych of data, AI, and digital, they are already reshaping how energy is produced in Africa and used. So if you see at the level of the decentralized renewable energy, they are growing rapidly. Very interesting numbers. In Africa, off-grid solar market expanded over 30% annually between 2019 and now. 30% annually. This is an important growth. But clean energy systems need more than hardware. They need intelligence. They need artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence in order to be able to identify investment opportunities on the continent. They need artificial intelligence in order to be able to predict and to track the consumption of energy. They need artificial intelligence in order to be able to identify which technology going to be used for the energy transition, for the planning. So one element also, which is important to know, we have 685 million without access to energy globally. Approximately 600 million are in Africa. Big opportunity. As I announced, all the solar opportunities, renewable energy, 60% of them are in our continent. But through the AI, the electricity access increased from 2013 to 2021 from 20% to an increase to 75%. So it is happening in our continent. How can we accelerate the pace? So technology is never neutral. The right question that we need to ask is, how do we design an AI energy transition that is not only smart, but just, inclusive, and locally led? And let me explain that on 3 points. First, inclusion. And the inclusion must be part of the architecture from the start, and not just after. Across Africa, 90% of the business are MSMEs. And they provide 80% of the jobs on the continent and contribute 50% of the GDP. These are engines of livelihood, creating jobs, access to health, access to education. But this is why we must consider socioeconomic inclusivity directly into the AI energy framework. Second, we must build AI and energy infrastructure as one interconnected system, working on the whole ecosystem and not in silo. So AI by itself won't solve the energy crisis unless energy and digital system evolve together. And so this is not just about connectivity. It's about building mutually reinforcing infrastructure. So for just 1% in Africa, we are able to have only 1% of all the data center in the world. Africa is only able to attract less than 3% of all the investment on renewable energy. So the AI and data are an instrument to be able not only to identify investment opportunities, to make sure that we identify a pipeline of bankable projects. A pipeline of bankable projects in order to have a role as private sector in Africa in the investment. And the third element is Africa must shift from being a raw material exporters to become a value chain leader, and especially on our critical minerals.
Thanks a lot, Riyad. Very interesting points, and like thinking about AI and energy and how both are very much intertwined, thinking about, you know, the developmental role of AI. My next question is to Dr. Houghton. So I was wondering, as a university leader, how do you see higher education adapting to AI? And, you know, the needs of students, African students, going into an increasingly digital-driven economy. And my other question is also, you know, we know how like AI is shaped with biases from the people who develop it. And so how are universities, African universities, teaching students how to engage with AI, coming from, you know, an African standpoint and considering African epistemologies as well?
Good afternoon, everyone. To the youth of Africa who are here in this room, I tell you to rise up. This is your time. Your voice needs to be heard. As a minister in the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration, she was very big on if your dreams were not big enough, then it's not going to do. I want the youth of Africa to have their dream explode so that it touches every corner of Africa. That being said, I'm on the fence about AI. To AI or not to AI. What I would like to see happen in our universities is to ensure that our students know how to read, how to write, and how to think critically. If we are not teaching our students the fundamental, how are they going to command AI? What are they going to do with AI if they do not understand the fundamentals of what we are teaching? At the end of the day, education is intrinsically humanistic. It's about the human touch. It's about classroom, how you react and how you interact with your students. Why I believe that AI will transform and is somehow transforming Africa, I want to see African youth standing up and reading and letting their voice be heard and finding other ways. Why for AI? Should we adapt AI? Should we augment AI? Or should we avoid AI? Those are the three things that we have to start thinking about when we start thinking about putting AI in our universities and in our context. Africans need to learn how to know Africa. Africans need to learn how to be Africans. And we can do this by thinking critically. AI is a tool that we need to use. It cannot be our be-all, end-all. We have to command AI. And for a leader in Liberia, I can tell you, AI does not know how to speak Liberian yet. And I am very happy AI does not know how to speak Liberian, because as I said, I want our future leaders to be able to think, read, and write critically. So if AI is now speaking Tree, Yoruba, Wolof, or any of the African languages, does that mean that Africa is ready for it? I think we really need to think about how we implement AI. At the end of the day, the huge elephant in the room is implementation. Implementation. And we can have all the tools at our disposal, but if we do not have the means to implement, we are still stuck at the back of the room. So when we're thinking about how we're going to use AI to transform Africa, I want us to start thinking about the fundamentals. How are we educating the young Africans to take their place in this?
We all say that if we do not write our history, someone else is going to write it for us. So yes, AI, while it's a wonderful tool, and I do believe it can do great for Africa, I do believe that Africans can do more for Africans without AI than with AI. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Dr. Horton, for bringing us back to the fundamentals and thinking about education and how to allow Africans to have more ownership over AI. A related question, like thinking of ownership. So far, Africa has very much been on like the receiving end of these digital technologies without much capabilities to develop these technologies and design them in ways that fit African cultures, languages, and epistemologies. So from an economic development point of view, why do you think that, Africa should not maybe just stop at importing these softwares and technologies, but try and develop the capabilities to build some of this technology? And if you could also draw from other experiences on like designing industrial and innovation policy in this sense.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the question. First of all, let's address the elephant in the room. 3 North Africans out of 4. It feels like an AFCON semi-final until Senegal got really, really good, no? But, without being more serious, when discussing this with the organizers, they said, no, it's important to have North Africans and it's good representation. And I think that really means a lot because, as you all know, the kind of this imaginary border between North and Sub-Saharan Africa is a colonial project, right? And I'm not being, a conspiracy theorist. I mean, this is really well documented. Right, this was part of the colonial project for the Sahara, which used to be a bridge between people, right, became a border. So, there is the long strategy of divide and conquer. So by Africans making sure that we stop with this idea that there is MENA and Sub-Saharan Africa is very important. So that's really well done from the organizers, and I thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Then on the question, very important. So do you import foreign tech or do you develop your own tech? Developing your indigenous technologies comes at a cost. It comes with risks. It's a long-term project. There are trial and error. But let me ask you something. Innovation is very political, right? And I hope that some of the people here that I see that are my students, that the innovation is done as a demand for something or demand for serves particular people and their needs, right? So something to really emphasize is technologies are sometimes developed in the North, right? They're suitable in a particular context that is not always necessarily the African context. Now, that question of adaptation is key, and I'll give a few examples. Solar panels, solar cells. We all know that China is a global leader in solar cells production. There's a great potential for solar all across Africa. But did you know that the existing solar cells, after above temperatures of 30 degrees, their efficiency completely plummets, right? They're not made for high temperature environment, right? So think about the Sahara. So their solar cells don't necessarily work well in our region, right? And that's the same for all sorts of tech. Sometimes tech works in particular altitudes, right? In high altitude environments, different. And we're just talking about the green tech, pharma, health technology. A lot of it is developed, even the AI models to spot, there's this thing where you put your skin and it detects, the probability of cancer. It's made for a particular skin tone. Same with makeup, there's a long list. The point is, it's not just about importing tech. Even if it's foreign tech, there is a whole process of technological adaptation, which is no less important than technological innovation. Two is There's actually, I think a lot of us in the room know that there are great creative capabilities for innovation all across the African continent. I don't know if it's the same for you, but every time I open my social media, you see one video of this great Kenyan young girl that has developed a new type of product with scrapped material, or you see people in Nigeria which are very there's innovation all across. But the question we don't ask is, if that's such a great idea, why isn't it scaled, right? And that's a real question. It's not whether we can innovate, because we can, but how is it that our innovations don't reach economies of scale? And the part of the answer to that question, and I think we have to blame ourselves, is the amount of trust that you give and support for your local innovators. Because when you innovate, it's one part of the challenge. The next step is finding people that creates demand for your product, right? And you reach economies of scale and you become commercially viable. So if you innovate and then it's not taken up, it's almost wasted in a way. And there's a whole ecosystem that needs to be discussed. And innovation in other parts of the world are done this way, right? In China, you have a local innovator, and the state actually provides support for that innovator to actually reach, even if that innovation is lower quality than a foreign counterpart, right? But through the process of learning, by doing, they improve and they reach economies of scale. And that doesn't happen quite the same way on the African continent. So yeah, these are the first points. And then, are you going to ask me 2 or 3 questions?
No, but I don't think we have time for
Just
all
one.
questions. So yeah, this is...
Okay, so I'll keep going.
Okay, but you have 1 more minute.
Okay, cool. You asked me about AI. Yeah, well, it's in our panel. One thing to say is, and it needs to be emphasized, is let's not skip some critical steps. And sequencing is very important. Maybe I'm a bit more optimistic than our friend from Liberia, but it only works if it's part of your national development plan, right? It's not just, at Tide, I'm advertising the center, you'll see that all our work is about technological waves. So you don't want to be the country that gets the wave, right in the face. You don't want to just float and let it happen. You need to exploit it, but to exploit it, you need to know where you're going, right? And there are many ways to use AI in the same way it might not be useful. And that is something we often lack on the African continent, is a good vision of where you're going, and then you can know which tools you need to take to achieve that vision. And the tools are important because, as a friend from Mauritius once told me, she was complaining about all the vision plans that you see from all over the continent, and she said, having a vision is good, but too many visions can lead to hallucinations, And the point here is that if for your vision not to be a hallucination, that's when you need industrial innovation policies. Because there are tools that help you with your vision. Otherwise, again, it's just wasted. And very last, because I started with football and AFCON, and about the role of the state and industrial policy. My former PhD supervisor wrote that book called Kicking Away the Ladder, where he argues that rich countries have used industrial policies to develop, and they're telling the others not to use the same tools, And I like the football analogy, because the state in economics is almost like the head coach. You don't have just to be the referee that sets the rules of the game and enforces them. Also, you don't have to be an overreaching state that has to play the game. It's your best player, is the one that scores the goals, is the team captor. You also have the state that even from the bench, as a head coach, can set the vision, the long-term strategy, the chemistry between the players, the training, that improves the competitiveness of the whole team. So when it comes to industrial policy, which many of African countries don't have industrial policies. If you think about football, would you send your football team to the World Cup or AFCON without the coach? Because you say, well, Sadio Mane is really good, and all the Senegalese players are really good, so that's fine. They can do well for themselves on the international scene. No, you need the coach. So it's the same with economic development. Don't leave it to market forces. Don't just leave it to the private sector. They're your players, but you need the state to set up the long-term vision. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Amir, and thanks for these great analogies. Yeah, the thing is that we're really running out of time, and I have many more questions for you all, but I would be taking time from the students. I don't want to be doing this, so I'm happy to open the floor for questions. Yeah. Maybe we start from people from the back, because apparently they've been marginalized from the discussion. So the gentleman over there.
Thank you. My name is Mazu. I study innovation and entrepreneurship at Imperial College. I'm interested in how African countries can leverage our contextualized innovation, especially among the informal sector or informal economies. And because oftentimes when we talk about innovation, we tend to think about the way the Western world has defined it. So how can we leverage our African innovation, especially in informal economies, for the development and growth of the continent?
Fantastic. Yeah, let's take a few. I don't see many women.
Great. Thank you for a very insightful discussion. My question is directed towards Riyadh. And I mean, you spoke extensively about the potential of AI in creating pathways to electrify some of the parts of the continent that are not. But I wanted to take us to the other side of that conversation around the resources that we're putting towards infrastructure for AI, and how do we justify spending money in a country like Nigeria, for example, which has development with cassava technologies for data centers, but 28% of the rural population, only 28% is electrified. So how do we, from an equity perspective, justify developing AI data centers whilst so many Africans do not have electricity?
Thank you. Let's take one more question for this first round.
Mike is here. Thank you very much. Professor Chris Imafido. We pioneered AI. Then it was called Artificial Neural Network in 2008. And surprisingly, it was an African that innovated, did the core work in what we now call AI, ironically. But it's not recognized. I just wanted to find out from you, what do you see as the hindrances to Gen Z, excluding any other person that is older, using, because the entire ChatGPT was trained in Kenya by Gen Zs. How will the rural African places now get access to Silicon Valley using AI, and therefore having an outsourced outpost in Africa, reducing youth unemployment and transforming rural economies? Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. I want to give a chance to the panel to answer these questions, and then maybe we'll have time for a few more. So, Dr. Hamilton, do you want to answer this question?
Yes, I did not hear much of what you said, but I think I got the understanding that AI was coined by an African, developed by African, and you'll want to know what we're doing with Gen Z. Using it for rural economy. I think, especially if you're coming from an education standpoint, I really believe that education policies will be the framework for how it is we're going to find a roadmap for them. Because if we want to link our rural, because most time people who are using AI now, we're talking about people in this room. How are we reaching to the rural communities? And this is where academic institutions can link up with regional states to be able to get these built. Right now at Cuttington University, we have a digital hub. I know I said, because I'm on the fence about AI, because I really want people to learn how to read and write, because if you don't know how to command AI, you're not going anywhere. But we are linking with the community to ensure that they can come in. We have a regional hub that we have partner with one of the telcos that they can come, the community can come in and they are learning how to code, they're learning how to do 3D printing, and we're taking it out into the community to ensure that they are not left behind. Because if we continue on the AI path and we're not including everyone, this is where the inclusiveness is coming in, we are definitely going to leave a huge part of Africa undeveloped. So we have to actually go now into the rural areas to get these people interested in AI. It has to be equitable, and we really have to reach out to them. And by doing this, we are not only implementing this AI where we have some issues of capacity, we are now opening it up for everyone so that no one's left behind.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Riyad, do you want to answer the question?
And I want to add an element and connect it to the first intervention. And I think the involvement of AI and all the innovation in our continent depend on one element. We have around 2,000 languages on the African continent. Less than 1% are understood by the AI today. If you want to evolve it, and I agree with you, if you want to evolve it, AI need to understand our language. AI need to understand our culture. AI need to understand our way of thinking. It is not importing a model. It is developing it locally. So localization of the innovation is a priority. But on that, you need also not to be, and linked to what our colleague asked about Nigeria, not to be an exporter of data. Let me correct one element. It is not 20% of the Nigerian people who are connected to electricity, is 60%. 40% do not have access. Yes, it is a problem. Yes, it is a problem. Is the fact that developing data center, need to be balanced with the consumption by the data center of energy and water vis-a-vis the minimum of access to energy, it needs to be discussed. But you cannot stay aside of the digital revolution and the energy revolution. As I said at the beginning, they are happening at the same time. The investment in data center, which are happening, believe me, in all the continent, in all African continent, only in 4 countries. Only in 4 countries. Do we want to develop data centers in all the countries? No. Do they have the capacity? Absolutely not. But do we need to have regional approach on data centers, knowing the reality of a continent based on the relationship, and that we discussed 2 days ago in the Tide retreat, the relationship between the involvement of AI and the nature, how we protect the nature? Absolutely. Are there solutions? Yes. Are they happening? Yes. And I want to go back to one element which is very important in our narrative in our continent. And I think for me, we cannot continue and say we do not lack of infrastructure, this situation is not okay. Can we build on what is happening positively? Do you know that people who are from Kenya, I don't know if there are some people from Kenya, from Nairobi, from Kampala, do you know there are several applications on transport? They have developed a database, geospatial database, mapping everything in terms of transport, can be used now in identifying the use of hydrogen in Africa. Are there people from Algeria? Yeah, of course, both of you, you're going to talk, but no, beside that, the fact that we have also the same thing, a company, an app called Yassir, that mobilized resources in the Silicon Valley and now deployed in African countries. And same thing, collecting data by company in Africa, that our data remain on the continent. You know that the majority of the AI are in 2 countries, United States and China. Let's build on the success of what is happening in our continent and see how it's going to be deployed and expanded. Yes, we have lack of some infrastructure, but we have a lot of successes. Let's learn them, and let's all together have the right narrative. The narrative is about opportunities. The narrative is not about the obstacles. We know the obstacles. The narrative is about opportunities, and that's what my main message here.
Thanks a lot, Riyad, for this touch of much-needed optimism. I'm going to turn to Amir. If you could answer the question of the gentleman over there.
Yeah, no, this was a very good question. And I think it leads to many points, but especially about the skills, right? And there's something that needs to be addressed. I don't know if it was addressed in previous panels. Did you know that there are more African engineers in the United States than in all of Africa? Engineers, right? That alone is a shocking stat. And that tells you a lot about what you need to know about the issue at stake, right? And also, it's not just a lack of capabilities, a lack of, African engineers skilled. No, they're there, right? But very often they're outside. And you cannot blame them. Because as you have those skills, if there's no demand for the skills domestically, you either underutilize them, and it has an impact on productivity gain at the national level, your own productivity, but also your happiness. But the issue there is how to actually nurture ecosystems that make use of those skills, right, and nurture them. In the context of economic development, you mentioned about informal, and a lot of those skills are in the informal sector. And the kind of looking at innovation with the Western gaze doesn't allow you to look at this. Even data, right? All that data on informal sector doesn't show up. Let me ask you a question, another question. Have you, I assume we all had the experience of trying to fix a broken phone, a broken laptop, somewhere in an African city, You always find a way, I don't know how they do it, but they repair it. They repair it. You have a broken screen, they find the missing piece, they repair it. Now, most of you live in the UK. Have you tried to repair anything in the UK? Or in the US? No, even if it's a small scratch, sorry, you have to replace the whole thing, And Apple charges you so much money. Don't buy Apple. That's a very important green skill, right? Which is not, you don't see it, right, in the kind of low carbon innovation. But that's a key sustainable skill, right, in the context of the circular economy, in the context of our society's material footprint. You need to be able to repair and reuse. And that's a skill that is in the informal sector that shouldn't be bypassed or reduced, that should be leveraged and nurtured, right, in a development strategy to be able to reuse, repair. And some countries, particularly Tanzania and Ghana, have done that at scale, right, in kind of the large auto parts parks where they turned waste, European waste, right, that is dumped on African countries, into through a circular model and create innovation. And so that leads to really my point, which is really about people, right? We may talk about AI, new tech, and so on. Remember, the point of technology is to serve people, is to serve well-being. Technology is not an end. It's a means to something. And in that sense, AI is important, but there is a much more important resource on the African continent, which is the other AI, African intelligence. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much for this fantastic answer. Unfortunately, I'm told by the organizers that we're running out of time, so we won't be able to take another round of questions. However, I'm going to give each of the panelists 30 seconds for their concluding thoughts. We can start with you, Dr. Horton.
Thank you so much. I do believe that this conversation should be continued because we really need to decide if we want an AI or not AI. Africa as a whole stands at a pivotal moment in our education and developmental goals. And to change our narrative, we really have to be deliberate. We have to be intentional for us to drive the agenda and defend Africa's interests. So thank you, and Youth of Africa, please go and rise up and defend Africa, because you are indeed the future. So thank you all for being here. It's been really great.
Thanks a lot.
I'm not going to talk a lot like my friend Amir, because she gave him previously 1 minute, he stayed 10 minutes. So I'm going to be much shorter, because he's going to stay again 5 minutes additional. She gave us 30 seconds. But let me say one thing. I agree with you on one element which need to be taken into account. I love when you say the African intelligence, but I love also when you say we should not forget that through AI, gender equality is more important for our future and the development. Is more important than anything else. And I like also when Ami mentioned that you have more African engineers in America than in our continent. But we have now the instrument to be able to connect them to our continent without coming to the continent, connecting. We have all the data. We know that they exist. We have all the instrument and the AI. You can create a course on hologram with your friend who is in the United States, in our continent. They can easily contribute. You can contribute from where you are, connecting with the university, with the student, because we have the AI now that's helping you to identify the opportunities. So please, all of you, all of us, we are privileged. We are privileged to be now in 2025 with all these instruments. Use them. Use them for the development of our continent. Be proud that we have a lot of opportunities. Thank you.
Fantastic. Amir, concluding thoughts.
I'll be more brief this time. Yeah, maybe the concluding thought is, let's remember that development is a marathon, okay? And all of you, all of us here, I think we're all really passionate about making our communities, making our countries, our continent better, right? Improving it. But in that process, and I hope that we all dedicate our lives to it, but be patient, right? Change doesn't happen overnight. Don't be frustrated when things don't happen the way you wish they would happen, because that's part of the issue, right? If you look at other development experiences, they're full of obstacles, delays, but the whole point is to keep going, and that's what you bring to the table, that persistence, right? And there is sometimes, especially for very smart people like you, right, a tendency to really be frustrated and put off, and of course you have opportunities elsewhere, right, that demand your skills, a better life, but don't be frustrated, it's a long game. And I started with football, I'll finish again with football. In football, African nations are doing fine, but let's be honest with ourselves, we're not excellent. But long distance running, this is where the Africans dominate, so let's remember, we can have that patience for the marathon. Thank you.
Well, fantastic. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for the great questions and insights. And I hope to see you around. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much to our AI panel. And thank you for the insights. Very, very informative and inspiring, especially that closing note of marathon. And it's truly been a marathon today, hasn't it? And at this juncture, we're preparing for the break. Luhano, anything to say before we break off?
I think we deserve a rest. We deserve some coffee. We deserve some tea, some water. So please make yourselves comfortable and do go to the seminar rooms to grab some water. And let us be back here at 4:50, please. So please, let's be back here at 4:50 for the Innovation Seed Fund competition. See you shortly. I see we really needed a break. How was the break? Was it refreshing? I had some tea, so that was pretty good. I hope everyone is energized and ready to start our next session. Okay, so without any further delays, we will now transition to the Innovation Seed Fund. So the Innovation Seed Fund is by far my favorite part of the Oxford Africa Conference. And the reason for that is, since we've been here in the morning, we've had different distinguished guests talk to us about governance. They've talked to us about democracy, diplomacy, innovation, economic development. But when it comes to the Innovation Fund, we get to see all of those themes in action. We get to see young people finding problems within their community and coming up with solutions. That's why it's my favorite part, because it's not like they're not doing the talking anymore, they're doing the deed, you know? So allow me to call onto stage Rachel, who is our Innovation Seed Fund coordinator. Yes, she's done amazing work. She's done phenomenal work. So over to Rachel to give us a rundown of what the next hour will look like.
Good evening, everyone. So this year we had around 150 applications, and out of those we shortlisted 9 teams within 3 categories. So that's entrepreneurship, student-led research, and social enterprise. So today the 9 teams will be pitching, and we'll come up with 1 winner in each category. We have 3 judges. Dr. Ernest Ofori, Maurice, and Clara. So Dr. Ernest Ofori is an astute businessman who has set up real estate and construction business, a mineral water company, together with a close friend, founded a salt and mining company and a leading TV station in Ghana. Maurice is the founder of Futurize, and Futurize is a venture builder for universities, inspiring early-stage ventures through incubator and entrepreneurship programs across the world with a particular focus on Africa. Clara is an incubator venture manager at Oxford University Innovation, where she has spent the past 4 years supporting the commercialization of university IP and startups through OUI's incubator. In this role, she works closely with Oxford students, staff, and alumni to help turn innovative ideas into thriving ventures. So before we begin with the pitching, I'll invite Dr. Ernest, who will give us a short speech on his journey. Then we'll go straight into the pitching. Welcome, Dr. Ernest.
Good afternoon. Distinguished guests, esteemed members of the Oxford African Society, the faculty, youth leaders, students, ladies and gentlemen, I crave your indulgence to stand on existing protocols. Let me begin by expressing my heartfelt appreciation to the organizers of the 2025 African Conference for creating this platform, a space where voices like mine can share thoughts, dreams, and most importantly, offer solutions to our shared challenges. It is a great honor to speak on a subject so deeply personal and utmost importance to me, entrepreneurship. Africa stands at a crossroad. We are home to the world's youngest population, a demographic that holds immense promise. Yet, youth unemployment remains the continent's most pressing challenge. This year's theme, Changing Narratives, Vision, Action and Transformation of Africa, is not only timely, but fundamental to the future we hope to build, especially for our youth. It will interest you to know that at the recent research, by the year 2040, the youth of Africa will be 1/3 of the population of the world. It also interests you to note that by the year 2050, that is 25 years from now, the youth of Africa will be half our population. That means the ratio will change even in 15 years when it's 1:3 to 1:2 in 25 years' time. Africa is a continent brimming with opportunities, but it's also a continent that struggles. Our young people face critical challenges that limit their potential and their contribution to socioeconomic development. Youth unemployment is not just an economic issue. It is a profound social and political challenge. When young people cannot find meaningful work, the consequences ripple through society. Rising crime rates, substance abuse, mental health struggles, and ultimately, social unrest and political instability. As an entrepreneur, I believe the way forward is to empower youth to build their own futures through entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is at the very heart of Africa's long-term transformation. It takes a powerful engine for economic growth, job creation, and social development. Not long ago, there was a misconception that entrepreneurship was reserved for those who opt out of the formal system of education. Graduates would join the long queues for formal jobs, opportunities that often never was. Thankfully, this narrative is changing. Today, many graduates are channeling their energies into business startups, which have become the engines of growth for our economies. Africa is on the brink of transformation, and empowering its youth through entrepreneurship is key. The future of global innovation is being written in Africa, where bold entrepreneurships are not only solving local challenges with groundbreaking solutions, but are also setting new standards on a global scale. By promoting innovation, unlocking potential, and empowering individuals, we often open doors to resilient economies, reduce poverty, and drive inclusive progress across the continent Africa. As someone who has spent over 30 years building business in Ghana, I've seen the power of entrepreneurship change lives and transform communities. I grew up in Ghana, a country full of promises, but also with many challenges. My family was relatively comfortable, but I was always aware of my privileges and the responsibilities that came with them. My upbringing instilled in me a sense of curiosity and a drive to make a meaningful impact. I have a very long story to tell you, but I know it's been a long day, so probably I may cut it short. I started as a trader, importing and trading so many items, from cooking oil to rice, mackerel, tin tomatoes, underwears, whatnot. So many things that I can't stand here and mention all because of time. So over the years, I've had the privilege of building businesses that span across diverse sectors, from importation, just like I mentioned, manufacturing, mining to media, banking, insurance, real estate, among others. Although the journey has not been without challenges, it's been deeply rewarding. Entrepreneurship is often misunderstood. It is not just about making money or starting a business. It's about seeing opportunities where others see problems, being creative, taking risks, persevering when things are getting tough. Entrepreneurs ask, how can I make things better? And then take action, and then they do it. And one of the groundbreaking things that I did was that I am into salt production. At a point, I asked myself, now, when it comes to salt production, where we pump seawater from the sea, that seawater, we get it for free. So I asked myself, where can I also get another water for free? Should it still be the sea? Should it be rainwater? Should it be from the ground? And I decided on getting water from the ground, and it got me into mineral water production. And when I ventured into water manufacturing, the journey was far from ease like I thought initially. There were obstacles. Finding the right equipment, securing permits, convinced people to trust a new product. But I believed in the idea, worked hard, and built a team that shared my vision. Today, that company provides drinking water to thousands and creates jobs for many families. This is the power of entrepreneurship, turning a simple idea into something that makes a real difference. Africa is a land of countless opportunities for entrepreneurs. Our continent is young, energetic, and growing rapidly. Africa is now highlighted as the next big market, poised for unprecedented growth and global economic expansion. This has the potential to reverse the trend of professionals leaving the continent in search of greener pastures. A new generation of young men and women are using technology and social media to create innovative businesses, earning a living for themselves and others. We live in a time when the world has become a global village. You are proficient in digital tools and technologies, born educated in an era that was once stuff of science fiction. Your electronic social networking has shrunk the world into a single village. You tweet, you Google, you read books, news online, and what have you. I urge you to take advantage of this new world and build something for yourselves. Today's world is dynamic, competitive, and driven by innovation. Your success depends on how well you can apply what you have learned to solve real-world problems. There are several promising opportunities in sectors like agriculture, housing, food, education, health, technology, and many more. Here are a few areas worthy of consideration. Agribusiness, agri-tech, agri-processing, technologies like drones, mobile apps for farming, advice, and supply chain platforms present enhanced opportunities in this area. Digital and tech setups. Digitalization is a driving growth in sectors such as fintech, edtech, health tech, and e-commerce. Vast opportunities remain untapped in these areas within Africa. Renewable energy, business around solar installation and off-grid solutions for homes and enterprises are in high demand in Africa. Tourism and eco-ventures. With Africa's rich cultural heritage, there is room to create tourism ventures and digital travel service for both local and international markets. If you look around and listen to your community, you will find many problems waiting for solutions. That is where your journey as an entrepreneur can begin. You do not need a lot of money or special connections. What you need is a willingness to learn, the courage to try, and the determination to keep going, even when things are difficult. These opportunities, however, coexist with significant challenges, infrastructure deficiencies such as unreliable power supply, inadequate transportation networks, business inefficiency, limited access to financing remains a pervasive issue, hindering the potential of aspiring entrepreneurs. So most people, most of the youth, when they have business plans, people do not even believe in their plans. And because there is limited access to financial support, they end up not having that support, and then they tend to rather start small than even to start big, thereby hindering the potential of aspiring entrepreneurs to transform their ideas into viable enterprises. But do not let these challenges stand in your way. Start with what you have, no matter how small. Do not wait for perfect conditions. Build gradually, learn consistently, and embrace failures as a teacher. Seek mentors, form support networks, focus on offering rare values to customers. Passions, discipline, and perseverance are your interest assets in overcoming systematic barriers such as what I've just mentioned. Most importantly, stay persistent and view challenges as a learning opportunity. When my close friend and I launched our savings and loans company in Ghana, we faced significant skepticism. Many Ghanaians, especially in the informal sector, did not trust banks. They were used to keeping their money at home and borrowing from friends and family. We had to work hard to build trust, reaching out directly in marketplace and adapting products to meet people's needs. This is what entrepreneurship is about: listening, learning, and never giving up. Every challenge was an opportunity to learn and grow. We made mistakes, but each was a lesson. We celebrated our successes, but never became complacent. The journey taught us the value of being patient, the value of being adaptable, and the value of trying to understand the customer's needs. and reinforce the importance of a strong support system, that is partnership. We studied our mentors, and we had a very dedicated team that supported our good cause. Throughout my career, one key factor has sustained my businesses, an unwavering appetite for innovation. And it came as no surprise, therefore, when last year, Yale University awarded me a prize for innovation. I am always driven to explore alternative approaches that deliver not only economic value, but also social and environmental impact. Anticipating the needs in society and creating businesses to meet those needs requires strategic thinking. Being here today has already equipped you with that foundation. What you would need is to develop a strategic mindset to plan for your future. Entrepreneurship today is not just about having an idea, it's about developing the capacity to execute that idea. Not long ago, I pursued professional certification as a chartered accountant. This was not just a personal milestone, but a strategic move to deepen my understanding of financial management and improve my entrepreneurship skills. Education, therefore, is a tool to enhance decision-making and the ability to navigate risks and also even to enter into entrepreneurship. If there is one thing I've learned, it is that entrepreneurship is not for the faint-hearted. It requires courage, adaptability, and the ability to seize opportunities when they arise. Let me share 4 key lessons that I believe would be useful to you as you step into the world of business and careers. 1, identify a need and solve it. The key to success is to find a gap in the market and then fill that gap. 2, develop practical skills. Whether starting your own business or working for a company, develop skills such as problem solving, leadership, and critical thinking. 3, build strong relationships. No entrepreneur succeeds alone. Work with the right people, those who share your vision and values. And then 4, embrace challenges as part of your journey. Remember that certain failures can be stepping stones towards breakthroughs, but they don't serve as setbacks. Entrepreneurship should not necessarily be a solitary path. Strategic partnerships are invaluable. Working with someone who shares your vision, work ethics, and values can amplify your impact. Pooling resources and expertise and networks together. The chances of success in life are not guaranteed by merely acquiring a degree or knowledge. I encourage you to be creative in your thinking and innovative in your approach to problem solving. Be open to new ideas and adapt to changes in this new world. The journey of entrepreneurship can often feel lonely. Breaking new grounds requires persistence, determination, and sometimes solitude. Do not be afraid to do it alone if the need be. The path is not easy, but it takes rewarding. Invest in your mind, build networks, take calculated risks, and above all, hold firm to your values. Remember, entrepreneurship is not just about personal success. It's about creating value for others as well, uplifting your communities, and contributing to the broader development of your country and continent. I stand here and I have employed over 3,000 to support my economy. The businesses you build can create jobs, foster innovation, and inspire others to dream bigger. You have the power to change the narrative of Africa, to show the world that we are defined not by our challenges, but by ingenuity, resilience, and ambition. Africa has got a lot of talents. Let's show the world that we are talented. As you embark on our own journeys, embrace collaboration, seek out partners who share your vision and values, learn from those who have gone before you, and do not be afraid to ask for help. Every great achievement begins with a single step, and every successful entrepreneur has faced setbacks along the way. Dare to dream, but also dare to act and execute whatever you dream of. Start small if you must, but start. Be willing to fail, but never give up. Every big business started as a small idea. Every successful entrepreneur faced setups. What matters is that you keep going, keep learning, and keep believing in yourself. Surround yourself with people who believe in you and who will support you through the highs and lows. And I'll share a very popular statement with you from Martin Luther King that says that if you can't fly, you run. And if you can't run, you walk. And if you can't walk, roll. The most important is that for we Africans, we have to keep moving. The future of Africa is something we must build together. Let us rise and build our continent together. I believe that that future begins now. Thank you, and may your journey as an entrepreneur be a successful one. God bless you all, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ernest, for sharing your journey with us and giving us tips on building a business. So we'll go straight into the pitching session, and we'll start with the entrepreneurship category. So the first group would be Marifa, that's Tinashe and Daniel from Oxford University. Yeah.
Check. Your time starts now.
100 million. That is the number of kids that have already lost the lottery of life just by being born in sub-Saharan Africa. According to UN and World Bank, these kids will not reach their potential and join the productive and skilled workforce because they cannot have good quality education. I was born and raised in Botswana, and I'm now a DPhil student in Oxford. And my survivor's guilt has haunted me for the longest time until I thought long enough about the problem. In Botswana, more than 80% of secondary school students fail. We conducted a survey, and in the survey, we found that these students fail because they do not have a tutor, and they do not have access to educational resources outside of school times. They do not have access to a tutor because the cost of tuition is more than the minimum wage in Botswana. And for those that can afford tuition, they end up in a group tuition session, which is no different from the overcrowded classrooms that they find themselves in all the time. And some of these students also cannot attend tuition because tuition schedules begin immediately after school. And it's even worse for students that are living in remote and underserved communities because these tuition companies, they do not want to open there. So what is it that we are thinking about? So we as Marifa have built an online AI-powered e-learning platform. And this e-learning platform provides interactive content and a 24/7 AI support bot that is going to be supporting the students as they prompt and ask questions that their parents cannot help them with. And also, we are going to be offering an AI-powered personalized learning pathway where the AI algorithm learns where the student is and recommends the kind of content that they need and the pathways that the students have to take throughout the learning experience. And on top of that, if the students are not satisfied with the content that we've already offered, there's an option to book a tutor online. And this is how our product currently looks. So we've built a complete learning management system and website with some content for biology and physics. So the market size for e-learning in Africa was 3.4 billion in 2024. And it is projected to grow by 9% annually and is going to reach 7.7 billion by 2033. And we as Marifa have decided that we're going to enter the African market in Botswana first. And the size of the e-learning market in Botswana is 40 million, and we just want to capture 1.6 million of that on our second year by enrolling 8,000 students onto our learning platform. And after we are done with that, we want to expand through Southern Africa and into East Africa amongst the English-speaking countries. And in Botswana, we are competing with a couple of companies, and we are better than some of these companies because we provide content that is tailored to the curriculum of Botswana, and we have engaging in interactive videos. We have AI personalization for students, and also we have tutor access and 24/7 access to the website. And the downside for our technology is that we need internet access, which is intermittent in some places and may not be available. But the internet proliferation in Botswana is way high. It's around 80% at this moment. So our business model is a B2C subscription model, where the students subscribe to the learning platform for $7.14 per month, and they can access all the content for the different courses that they're going to be taking in school. And if they're not satisfied with the instruction that they're getting from that, they can book a tutor online for just $5 an hour. And what have we done so far? So we're able to develop a complete website in LMS, and we've tested it in Botswana, and we've uploaded 2 courses, which is biology and physics, and we're able to raise 7,000 in grant funding from the MasterCard Foundation and Oxford Inspire. And I just came back from Botswana yesterday from conducting a pilot study where we surveyed 200 students and tested the platform with 50 students to check on the functionality and the overall user experience. And on top of that, we're able to survey 25 parents. And after the pilot study, Lidumang and Naledi management committed to enroll 1,000 students at the launch of our website. And that is me in Botswana there with the students and the gadgets that the government have provided them to learn with during the pilot study. So we've projected that with our current business model, we'll be able to break even on the 2nd year. And on year 5, we'll be able to generate a revenue of around $7 million in US dollars. We're going to be reaching the customers by marketing directly to the customers in schools and also through social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and also by forming partnerships with telecommunication companies in Botswana. So what is it that we are asking for? We are asking for 20,000 in funding. And for the prize money that is going to be offered here, we are going to use the £5,000 to produce animated content and also to start the development of the AI personalization tool.
Thanks for your presentation. How many clients do you need to onboard to be sustainable?
So the cost of doing what we want to do, as you've seen, we've done the LMS, and the cost that we are paying the content developers is not too high. So I think with around 2,000 students, we should be able to recoup what we're investing.
So Daniel, you mentioned that you need 20,000 and the price 5,000. How are you going to raise the balance? You mentioned that you would need 20,000. The seed fund, if you happen to win the first prize, to be 5,000. How are you going to raise the balance?
So we've applied for some additional grants, one from the MasterCard Foundation. So we are on the ideation stage of their fellowship program, and we are completing the fellowship program, and we're moving into the build phase. And once we get into the build phase, we can get an additional 10 or 15,000. Then also we want to produce some content and start getting some revenue from the students, because we have 2 courses so far. If we can get 2 more courses from the 5,000 that we get from here, we can get some subscriptions, and the additional money we can use it towards raising the 20,000 that we need. And we also continue applying for other grants and fundings.
Thank you for the pitch. It was good storytelling. I liked it a lot. So when you look at apps like this, like a B2C app, essentially, one metric is going to be extremely important in the long term, which is daily active users. So let's say comparing this to a Duolingo, right? So they've done a great job at getting users to come back daily to complete tasks and to collect streaks. I haven't seen any of that. So what is your strategy in keeping users coming back to you and actually using the app and not just dropping off after a few months?
Yeah, that's a good question. So when Tinashe was actually doing the survey, one of the questions students were asking is if we can add a streak feature. And that is something that we are planning to add. So that will be based on, we really want students to try out quizzes because it's by them doing quizzes that we can gauge how they are doing. So we are going to have a streak leaderboard for the quizzes. And also once we have all the content on and exam revision papers, that's quite important for candidates. So if there's exam papers solved, that's likely to bring students back on. And the next thing is what Tinashe said, working with the schools, making sure that they're enrolled so that after you are taught a particular concept during the day, then you can have the motivation to go and redo it. But the leaderboard is something we are working on, and it's very important.
Can I ask another question? Or
Sure, and then we'll have one from the audience.
Okay, because I was interested in it. So you also mentioned another stream of income was the tutoring, right? Booking a tutor. So what's your margin on that?
So the margin on the tutor booking, the current rate is just that I'm trying to convert from Pula to pounds. So it's about 75 Pula. Then from that 75 Pula, that we keep 35 and the tutor gets 40.
Okay, do we have a question from the audience? Yes, please.
Hello. Congratulations on this. I just have a quick question. Botswana is very big on mother tongue, the mother tongue. So is there a Setswana portion of this?
Yes, that's a great question. So we surveyed the students as well on the subjects they want to be taught or tutored on, and Setswana was one of the main ones. So in the next round, so the first round, because of funding, we're doing the sciences, because they ranked higher than languages. And then in the next phase, we're going to do English and Setswana. So Tinashe is from Botswana. Tony, who is our academics lead, is from Botswana. So we are going to utilize them and do something in Setswana as a language.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we do not have time for another question. So we would like to, Rachel, can you please call the next team? Thank you so much, guys.
So the next team is Create Pro. That's Max, Bob, and Emmanuel. Yeah.
And for the next team, we have a bell now. So when the bell goes off, your time is up. Yes, thank you.
Hello. Checking, you can hear me? Hello?
In the podium.
My apologies.
Your time starts now.
All right. How many of us watch movies, just by a show of hands? All right, how many of us watch African movies? All right, perfect, because this is all about you. So, most of us have seen a wonderful season of television, and then after the end of the episode or the end of the season, we wait for 3 years and you never hear back. And we don't know what happened. Well, the reason is filmmaking is as easy as riding a bicycle, except the bicycle is parts and the house is on fire. And we as GRIA are hoping to put out that fire. And how are we doing that? We're doing that by streamlining the filmmaking, pre-production process using AI-powered film production for the creative economy, particularly within the African sector. The problem is that filmmaking is a fragmented process. There's a part of pre-production that involves call sheets, scheduling, budgeting, and all of these require human input, which tends to have errors. And even if that is successful, there's still the phase of it that involves studios greenlighting projects, and studios, like businesses, require data to greenlight any project. And then there's untapped potential of the African market. UNESCO projects that by 2030, the African economic creative sector, particularly within filmmaking, will be earning 20 billion every year. And this is untapped potential that still uses outdated tools. So what are we proposing? We're proposing a product that is going to streamline this entire process. We're equipping filmmakers with tools that will take away the need for so many manual input and have a one-click solution. So the script writing feature of it will be AI-based, allowing for breakdowns, allowing for easier sharing and collaboration between teams. And studios also go home happy because we're providing them with predictive box office and trend alignment to enable collaboration between the creators and the people funding the projects. So what's unique about this? Without being so reductive, we are the first AI-powered production OS from the African continent, built by Africans for Africans so that you can enjoy the films that you want to see. We are data-driven. We use a creative-first approach, but we're backed with powerful analysis so that when creatives are coming to the studios have data that these projects are going to be successful. And based on these predictive tools, we are able to greenlight more projects. You're able to see more projects. You're able to see your show, your favorite show, a year later as opposed to waiting 3 years later. And I have worked in both sectors. As a software engineer, I'm a software engineer at Amazon. I've worked at Netflix as an actor. And so I understand the crux of both industries and how they interact to ensure that filmmakers are able to have tools that allow them to succeed. So what's the customer traction? We're not snake oil merchants. We'll do better testing for our products. And we're currently in partnership with studios in Kenya and South Africa. I'm from Kenya. I've had experience extensively in South Africa. And so we have partnerships there that we're going to use. We have industry interest from Netflix, studios, and producers in Nigeria. And we're currently working on active pilots with a studio in Kenya that is spearheading filmmaking. In terms of future growth, we're currently in communication with a Dubai-based firm that is looking to invest into the African economy, particularly within the infrastructure sector. There's a huge market opportunity that people miss out when we talk about creatives and filmmaking. People are used to the notion that filmmakers don't make money, and honestly, sometimes we don't. But there's a 20 billion market size that is there to be captured, and we're intending to take our portion of that. There's a 15% year-on-year growth that we're intending to traction and be a part of that growth as it continues to accelerate. And the 5,000 target customers that we're aiming for prove that we have a product that is needed, and we've had conversations with people that intend to use this. What's our business model? We have three main consumers. We have the indie creators. These are small creators that have a story that they need to share, whether it's that Christmas experience that you were used to when you were a child, when you're looking forward to, dressing in matching outfits, or whether it's a small studio that wants to take a bigger political stance or political story in the continent, or whether it's an enterprise that wants to take their stories global. We provide a scalable software that allows all these users to be able to benefit from our product. This is the team. I'm Maxwell Simba. I'm an actor. I've had the privilege of playing the role in The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind. I'm a software developer. I've worked with Netflix in commissioning Africa's budgeting in 2019. We have people that are working on our backend. Bob Moriarty, who's going to be the AI and the backend engineer. We have Emmanuel Kasuti, who's an Amazon SDE intern and is going to be part of the front end. So we are a team of young people, but we have a dream, we have a passion, and we have the skills, and we are building a product to tackle the issues we've noticed. So what are we going to do with the 5,000 ISF funding if we do receive it? So the fund allocation will be 30% going towards engineering because we are more interested in putting a product out. 30% towards the training of our models and making sure that it is extremely data-driven, but particularly within the African ecosystem. 30% on piloting of the project and marketing, and then the 10% on legal work. The key milestones will be the completion of the pilots to enhance the AI training, finalize onboarding, and strengthen our security. Now, I have been talking for a while, and we storytellers are known for being yappers. And so I will take a pause here. And as we proceed with the bell, the demo is going to be running in the background, and I welcome any questions. Thank you for listening to me.
And as usual, we have 4 minutes for questions from the judges, and then we'll take some questions from the audience.
Great presentation, thank you. The needs of your customers seem like they could be very different, so Netflix versus an indie producer. How does your tool account for that?
So we have different services that are provided for different levels of production needs based on the customer. So like I mentioned, an indie filmmaker will have different needs from Netflix, and we have a software that is scalable depending on the needs and how many people are onboarding to each team. And so depending on the subscription model that you're paying for, we provide you with enough infrastructure for that specific need.
Hello. First of all, I love the energy. It's always great when I see founders pitching on stage that bring the energy, so I love that. Help me understand a little bit in each bucket where the AI comes into play and how do you train the model? Like, where do you get your data from? And are there already specific solutions within those buckets? So for example, are there already tailored solutions for script writing? Are there specific solutions already in place for the analytics part? So why did you choose to, let's say, cover all of these instead of focusing only on the script writing, for example?
Thank you. So like I mentioned before, the filmmaking process is a heavy workflow. So it begins with the script writing, but that's only the beginning of it. There needs to be sharing and collaboration and scheduling and budgeting between the different teams within a production. And so we cannot tackle only one component and leave our consumers hanging, because then we're just part of the problem where it's fragmented and they're scrambling for other tools, but there's no tools to cover their needs. And that's why we have an all-encompassing product that allows for the pre-production to production phase of the filmmaking process and collaboration. In terms of the AI component of it, we're trying to have a one-click solution when it comes to scheduling and when it comes to sharing of information between the teams, so that as opposed to having a creative work for 8 hours trying to schedule, that's not the best use of their time. We're trying to take away the mundane task and allowing them to focus on their creativity. And so that's where the AI steps in that component. Once the creative provides the needs and the steps in the workflow, the AI takes it over from there. Technically, it's like a step function. It takes over from there and then completes the rest of the process that is needed on the creative side. In terms of training data, we're receiving that from studios. So we'll be partnering with studios, like I mentioned. A lot of studios outside the continent are collecting metrics on the performance of their productions. The continent is still falling behind a lot on that. And even when this information is collected, sometimes it's not put into use. It's just collected as a way of presenting the information that is not used for future analysis. We are taking that data, using it so that studios are able to greenlight projects based on previous success of the people that worked on those projects. Yeah.
Right. That was a good presentation, and I like the way you restricted your immediate funding to the 5,000 maximum price. Now, let me ask you this. You spoke about AI film production. Don't you think AI can do and undo you in terms of having immediate advantages and maybe in the future, probably taking people like you, an actor, from the scenes? How do you answer that?
Well, that's a real danger. And like I mentioned, I'm a software engineer, but I'm also a creative. So I'm aware of both sides of the coin, and that's why our focus is not on AI creating the material. You don't want an AI writing a script for you. You want the AI to enable you to write your story without having all the other tasks that you don't want to do. And so you focus on the writing, the AI focuses on the collaboration point of it and improving it and getting the metrics of your script so that when you're going to studio, you have the data. So the AI is more data focused for studios and not the creative component. That's why we say it's a creative first approach. That creatives take the lead, but the AI comes second when it comes to data generation, collaboration, and making the process easier. Can I take that?
Okay, thank you for that response. We will take one quick question from the audience. The gentleman close to Rachel.
Thank you very much, and I think that was a very good presentation. One aspect that you didn't talk about is distribution, because my experience is that Africa doesn't lack storytelling talents. We do have a lot of it. Where we have a challenge is the money-making part. So I thought you were going to focus on that, give us some solutions. And I say this based on somebody, I was part of the start of Nollywood, and the way Hollywood and Bollywood are structured, distribution and financing of movies is a big component of it. And I was head of Turn Up for Africa, so I say this from experience. So I like to understand the money-making part of it, the distribution, because to be able to compete in this business, you need to have as many eyeballs and repeat viewing as possible. You didn't talk about that, so I'd like to hear more about that.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. And so I mentioned at some point of the presentation that I had partnered with Netflix in 2019 when they were beginning their commissioning in the continent. So that is part of the distribution chain, right? Our job and the value that our software is producing is allowing creatives to bring projects that get greenlit for distribution. And so that when creatives are bringing their projects to Netflix, Netflix is not just looking at it from the creative angle, it's also looking at it from a data-driven perspective. It's looking at it from the perspective of, like, there's been a lot of Nigerian films, for instance, that have been distributed by Netflix in the recent past. A lot of that has been due to the fact that there's data backing the success of these films or the projected success of these films in Nigeria based on the reputation of the people that are collaborating to make these films and based on the market in Nigeria. And so that is what we are adding to the layer of creativity to ensure that when it comes to the distribution phase, it's easier for creatives to get their stories picked up by networks for distribution. And so our partners like Netflix and studios, we're partnering with them to understand what is it that they need on their end to greenlight projects. You said we don't have a shortage of stories in the continent. So we're acting as a bridge between studios, distributors, and the creatives and the immense stories to allow both of them to come to the same table, speak the same language, and be able to get their stories out.
Okay. Sorry, we would have to move on to the next group due to time, but thank you so much. A round of applause for the team.
Thank you so much.
Yes, so Louis will be telling us about Saratani AI next. Yeah.
Okay, and your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. So imagine a future where a woman doesn't have to die due to cervical cancer simply because she was diagnosed in time. Well, in Africa, that is the future that Saratani Artificial Intelligence is building. My name is Louis Tsere, and I'm a medical student from the University of Muhimbili in Tanzania. And I would like to invite all of you to take this bold step forward with us to a smarter, faster, and a more equitable way of fighting against cervical cancer. So here's the harsh truth. Every 2 minutes, a woman dies of cervical cancer. And according to WHO, as preventable as cervical cancer can be, it is still one of the deadliest and unforgiving cancer among women in Africa. With cases over 100,000 women that are new cases each year and 7,000 deaths. But why is this so? So this is because we diagnose too late, we screen too little, and our systems are overwhelming, and they are also expensive. What should normally take hours takes days, and what should be accessible is out of reach. This isn't just a healthcare gap, it's a crisis. And it's also an opportunity. Introducing to you Saratani Artificial Intelligence, a powerful AI platform that reimagines and complements how cervical cancer screening is done. From the moment a woman arrives in the hospital to when she receives her results, our system is able to automate and accelerate the entire process. So it starts by pap smear collection, whereby when the pap smear are collected in terms of slides, the slides are then prepared and scanned, and they're converted into images. The images can then be uploaded into our cloud, where in the cloud we can have the AI system, where the AI is now able to analyze, predict, detect, and lastly generate reports, which these reports can be shared via an app or by using a USSD code, simply enabling, and doesn't even need the use of internet. And all this takes a couple of minutes. So we're not just digitizing healthcare, we are democratizing it. Okay, sorry. Okay, so we have managed to process over 3,500 images, and with that we have obtained a reduced average processing time, making us 40 times faster than the normal way of processing these pap smear slides. And also we have a 75% cost reduction, that is from the normal $30 per screening to $7.5. But also we are looking at an increased accuracy rate of 95%. So we as Saratani Artificial Intelligence, we are proving that AI is going to save lives, not someday, but really right now. So our competitive advantage is that we've been able to collect local data sets from the hospitals in Tanzania, and also we've managed to collect the local data sets, and also we have been able to become cost effective, and we are deploying it. And also we have deeper partnership that makes us uniquely positioned, because while others are using tools, we built a system from the ground up to serve communities that are really in need for this. So we are looking at a AI global healthcare opportunity of $188, and our total addressable market is $2.33 billion. Also, our clear path opportunity for the serviceable obtainable market is $50 million, and our CAGR is 5%. Remind you, we're not chasing numbers, we are also building a solution for Africa. So our revenue model is that we're operating on a B2B model, whereby we're partnered with hospitals, clinics, and labs, but also our revenue is going to be obtained through subscriptions, monthly subscriptions, and can also be yearly subscriptions, but also through API licensing, and lastly, integrations of the AI system into the healthcare system. Okay, so our go-to-market strategy is that we're not waiting for the market to come to us, rather we're already in motion, and we have partnered with the Muhimbili National Hospital together with the Ocean Road Cancer Institute, of which these are the two trusted names in Tanzania in terms of the healthcare system. And we're also looking forward to be partnering with other public and private hospitals in Tanzania and across Africa in the years to come, and also other specialized pathological clinics and research institutions and cancer institutions, whereby another way of going to the market will be looking forward to having free pilot programs and digital strategy in raising awareness to the community concerning cervical cancer and their engagement as well.
Thank you for such an amazing presentation. And now we'll take 2 questions from the judges and 1 from the audience so that we can have a bit more questions. So, judges, over to you.
Great initiative, thanks for your presentation. You mentioned that some of the key problems are late screening and lack of screening. So in your view, what's the bigger barrier? The lack of screening capacity or people not participating in screenings?
So both. We have lack of screening capacity, but also people aren't participating enough because of the lack of awareness in concerning cervical cancer. Yeah.
You mind? You're lucky because I'm a biomedical engineer, so I'm going to ask maybe a technical question. The Pap smear is quite a common diagnostic tool. I'm going to challenge, I want to understand a bit more how you got to 95% accuracy, and I'll tell you why. For Pap smear tests, usually there's quite a high interference with cervicitis, so the inflammation of the cervix. And when it comes to cancer screening, that is sometimes inconclusive and can lead to a lot of false positives and false negatives. So how does your AI, or is your AI being trained to differentiate between cervicitis and cancer? And if so, then what's the next step for it?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Is your AI going to be trained, because that's quite a crucial step, to differentiate between cervicitis and cancer, because the symptoms and the way they can, let's say, mess up the Pap smear, it can sometimes interfere.
Okay, so we have the grading scale, whereby we grade the Pap smear slides based on the high squamous intraepithelial lesions and low squamous intraepithelial lesions, and from there, that's where we start to train our models. So the model will be trained to know if this is definitely a high squamous intraepithelial lesion, or is it a low squamous intraepithelial lesions. And mind you, in every slides, there'll be like patches to obtain images. So the patches will likely specify in what specifically part of the tissue is cancerous or has a precancerous lesion. But also we wanted to go to community outreaches so that we can be able to get normal Pap smear slides so that we can feed to our AI and be able to reduce the bias in the system.
Great. Do we have any questions in the audience? Okay, I will take a question right here.
Thank you for your presentation. My name is Mariam. I'm a DPhil student in molecular and cellular medicine. So I wanted to ask, you say that this app is for helping interpretation of Pap smears, but when I'm from Malawi, and when you look at a Pap smear, it requires more technical expertise to perform and interpret, whereas with a VIA, all you really need is vinegar and a test room with the speculum to be able to perform it on the woman, and she gets her result immediately. And I don't know about Tanzania, but in Malawi, cervical cancer screening is something that has been taken up well, even in the rural areas. So my question is, who is your target market for this application? Are you targeting hospitals in African settings? Because that might be already difficult for them to take up this application and use it.
Okay, so our target market is basically the African community. Actually, we are looking at the low and middle income countries, because from in these countries we see, or we have been able to notice a quite number of an awareness concerning cervical cancer screening. And for our AI platform, it will help in this in such a way that even to the places where they cannot access these services of cervical cancer screening, we can be able to send it to the hospitals. And if you heard my pitch earlier, I said we're going to use USSD code, whereby there's no need of an internet for them to be able to screen this, the pap smear slides. Have I answered your questions correctly?
Yes. Thank you so much. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Louis. So we'll move to the next group, that is student-led research. So we'll start with John Akura, whose project is on bioremediation of oil spills in South Sudan.
Your time starts now.
I'm so passionate for healthy human, healthy environment, and healthy animal. That's why 90 days ago, I took a study in Maluti County for assessment of heavy metal concentration in human nails, air, food items, and drinking water. From my result finding, I was inspired to recommend a biological solution to decontaminate the polluted environment. So in addition to my finding, the community living around oil field have reported an increasing number of strange diseases, which they associated them to presence of oil spill, which is amplified by the flood water from the River Nile. So why oil spill? Crude oil contains 98% of hydrocarbon and about 2% of trace of heavy metal. So the oil spill avails them to the environment. We later on contaminate the food crops, water, and air. The human get exposed through along the food chain, and it bioaccumulates in our tissues and magnify to a level that it led to adverse health effects which have been reported by the communities. So bioremediation is a nature-based solution which uses biological agents like bacteria, fungi, and plant to clean up the environment. They degrade the hydrocarbons and plant remove the heavy metals. So how does it do it? How will it be done? It is through site assessment and contamination mapping, application of bioremediation agent, and smart monitoring. That is use of labs and artificial intelligence and Internet of Things to monitor the progress. And test and validation will be done through pre- and post-treatment analysis and earlier feedback from the field expert to confirm the progress of bioremediation. So there are three main methods to be used to apply the bioremediation. One, it is site assessment that includes assess agreement, initial site visit, and water and soil sampling. And after getting the samples, I'll take them to the laboratory in Chambo University, where I'm pursuing my Master of Public Health, to identify and characterize the microbe that will be used for bioremediation. And then the selection of bioremediation techniques, treatment setup. So after getting the results to be applied in the field, and monitoring and evaluation, as well as I will engage with the community and do the documentation and reporting. So the unique part about this project that it has never been done in South Sudan, and it is a research-based, eco-friendly, low-cost, and sustainable, as well as application of smart monitoring system, that is the use of air and iodine. It is new in the area, and it will bring the accurate information for monitoring. So the existing method, which is going on now in South Sudan, is more of thermal treatment of contaminated soil, as well as the natural attenuation of produced water and flood control using dike. So there is a gap. The gap is there's no limited biological remediation and high operational cost of the existing method. So why now? I believe this is the right time because there is strong demand from the community of environmental cleanup as the cases are increasing. As well as I went to the area and I've established the pilot site. And I have access to lab, to academic and technical expert from Chiang University. And I've already made an outreach to Ministry of Petroleum, and there are petroleum operating companies who are working in the area. And they are support to that because they have facilitated my initial research. So I need 5,000 euro to finance my research, do logistics, and AI and AODs, biosensors, as well as staff, volunteers. I also need to be network with professional experts on eco-solution from Oxford University. In 1 year time, I would be proud to produce an evidence of hydrocarbon breakdown and to rehabilitate 2 to 5 hectares of oil-contaminated land in Malut, publish a report for stakeholders analysis, develop a scale model for application in the oil field in South Sudan. There are about 3 to 4 oil fields in South Sudan. As well, I will formalize the partnership with relevant stakeholders because I needed to advance and be partner to them and do the process. So these are my advisors and supervisors. Professor Charles Trezeguet, thank you.
Thank you very much for an amazing presentation. We'll take 2 questions from the judges and 1 from the audience. So judges, over to you.
Thank you for the presentation. You would need 5,000 for your project. Now, after you are done, is it that you are going to implement it yourself, or is it an idea that you want to sell to your government? Because this is a whole big community project.
I need 5,000 to do the piloting. And after that, I will engage with Minister of Petroleum and the operating company so that I become an independent consultant to implement the process.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's a very impactful research that you're doing. So beyond, so let's say the pilot is successful in South Sudan, where do you see there's another huge need for this? And then what's your plan on taking the learnings and the pilot from South Sudan and expanding that access to other researchers or other organizations?
Thank you so much. Having witnessed the progress and having do it practically in South Sudan, and it is progressing, there are countries in Africa who are also exploring. And if they see the progress in South Sudan, then I will partner with them and expand it and become an independent company to be expanded outside South Sudan.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience? Okay, Richard, there's a question right in front. Oh, right in front of you.
Hello, hi. My name is Hajar. Thank you so much for the presentation, for good cause. I just have a question because you said your project is actually lowering the cost, but I couldn't understand like how your project, like how much your project will reduce the cost in comparison with what is in the market, and also what's your revenue stream, like how do you generate revenue, and I struggle to understand what is the added value of the AI in your project, if you can elaborate further about that.
Bioremediation is a natural base. You are actually using the natural microorganisms which are in the environment. You just need to identify them and culture them, increase in number, then apply, as well as you also apply the nutritional, you supplement, so that you bush up and they do the process alone. So the other process, it's more of traditional one, which you need to extract the contaminated soil, then you burn them. So the process of extraction, burning them, taking them, it's expensive. And at the same time, when there is oil spill, you don't know the exact, sometimes with the flooded water, can be dispersed. So you cannot even identify where it is. But with the issue of bioremediation, you just need to send, do the testing, you apply the bacteria, then you control, you monitor. It is not that much better than the manual, the existing method.
Yeah, it's just like you should quantify how much is better, because it's more theoretical, what I heard now.
The cost will be more of cultivation of microorganisms, then the personnel who will be involved, and plus the tools that will be used for monitoring and for applying the microorganism.
Okay, thank you so much. A round of applause, please.
And before we transition to the next group, allow me to make an appeal, especially for those who are at ground level. We're kindly requesting that for the sake of us staying on track and having optimum attention, please let's keep our noise levels down. I'm making an appeal to those who are, is it the first level, the ground level? Please let's ensure that we minimize our noise levels. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, George. Our next presenter will be Ayodeji, whose project is on democratizing electricity grid intelligence in Africa.
Your time starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are two words that every Nigerian knows, words that embody a lived experience with electricity. UPNEPA. But it's not just Nigeria. From Kenya to Malawi, from Ghana to South Africa, these phrases are signals that point towards unreliable electricity access that is plaguing much of the continent. And behind each signal lies a deeper problem, a lack of visibility at the last mile of the electricity grid. So here's the paradox. There are about 650 million Africans that are connected to the grid, 125 million of them in Nigeria alone. But even those that are connected to the grid face a broken system. Let's take Nigeria, for example. Only half of customers are metered, which means that utilities essentially operate a blind network. Blind networks force them to use estimated billing, and they end up having poor service reliability. This drives up consumer mistrust, and not only that, it causes people to go to electricity theft and choose not to pay their bills. Utilities are losing 30 to 40% of their revenues, which makes it difficult for them to invest in expanding the grid and improving service reliability, trapping the system in a vicious cycle. It's estimated that it's going to take 10 years to achieve universal household metering, so we need complementary approaches that will deliver impacts now. And that's where Grid Guardian comes in. My name is Ayomiko Ayodeji. I am a master's student here at Oxford. And today I present to you Project Grid Guardian. This is a research initiative that has one goal in mind: to develop and validate a low-cost, machine learning-powered monitoring tool for African distribution networks at the secondary substation level. Because here's the truth about energy access in Africa. There will be no transition without transmission. There will be no solution without distribution. As we look to scale renewables across the continent, We need systems that don't just generate power, but coordinate it intelligently. So, why does this matter so much? Well, utilities are operating their low voltage networks blind, which means that Grid Guardian has the potential to transform their operations. Faults and anomalies that are taking days to detect could be found in minutes. Theft hotspots become visible, and most importantly, utilities gain access to data-driven decision-making abilities. But the benefits are going to expand beyond that. With greater service reliability, SMEs can operate consistently. Healthcare facilities can keep their critical infrastructure online. Children can study under steady light. So where do we focus our attention? Well, the opportunity lies in the secondary substation level, right? So this is the node where high voltage power is actually transformed for local distribution. They are perfect monitoring spots because they are few enough to be managed for rapid installation, and they provide visibility across entire networks. However, the cost of the tools today cost about 700 to 1,500 pounds per unit, making them virtually inaccessible to African utilities that have thin balance sheets. And so the key research question is, how can we deliver essential monitoring while significantly reducing costs? And this is our approach. It's going to be a 3-phase approach: collect, design, test. In the first phase, our goal is going to be to collect data from utilities, starting with SSEN here in the UK, which is actually powering this building, but then also Ikeja Disco and Echo Disco, which are utilities based in Lagos. The goal will be to develop an algorithm that is able to detect anomalies at the secondary substation level. In the next phase, we'll try to create a prototype that meets our strict cost and functionality requirements, essentially getting the cost down to £200 per unit. Last phase will be to test, right? We're going to end up deploying to 2 to 3 sites and then essentially evaluate performance. The goal after 9 months is to have testable prototypes and a potential implementation framework for scaling up the solution. It's an ambitious plan, but we have an ambitious team. I grew up in Lagos, Nigeria, and I've experienced firsthand the issues that come with poor electricity access. But my training is more than just the lived experience. I am an engineer from MIT, and I've worked with utility consulting at BCG. Right now, I'm studying energy systems here at Oxford. But I have amazing advisors. Professor David Wallum and Dr. Elnaz Azizi will be bringing in industry insights from UK's grid modernization efforts. But we're not planning on developing this solution in a vacuum. We're going to work with key data and implementation partners to make sure that our solutions are fit for purpose. So, our ask is for £5,000 to help develop this critical technology. From equipment, hardware, to technical assistance and supporting field work, this will allow us to create a solution that can be used while universal household metering is still progressing. Imagine a continent where phrases like "op NEPA" fade into the memory, where having access to reliable electricity is actually something that is the norm, where children can study at any time, where businesses do not need to hear the voices of generators, where healthcare facilities can keep life-saving equipment online. That is what Project Grid Guardian has the potential to accomplish. With your support, we can break the cycles that have kept our utilities and our countries in the darkness, and we can use grid intelligence to light up Africa. Thank you very much.
And thank you. You have 10 seconds to spare. Well done on that. Now we want to transition to receive comments, questions from the judges. We'll take 2, and we'll take 1 from the audience.
If your pilot is successful, who would your ideal first hire be?
First hire? Oh, wow. So I think in light of where we actually are in the stage, our first hire will probably happen before the pilot, right? And so we're thinking about bringing in people that have specific experience in hardware development and electronics. And so they will be coming onto the team to help create the pilot. Afterwards, we'll be looking for people that have strong connections with utilities across the continent. So essentially people that are going to be our sales pitch person to show that this is not something that is purely a theoretical in the lab kind of solution, but this is something that will end up hitting their bottom line positively. And so we'll be looking for people that have existing relationships to African utilities. On that note, if there's anybody in this room that feels like they fit that bill, please talk to me after. Feel free to send me an email.
That was a good presentation. Your project looks very ambitious and looks like a national one. How sure are you that your government, or for that matter, your country, will buy into it and then accept to use it?
I believe it was said that courage is not the absence of fear, but standing up in the face of it. Honestly, I'm very scared about what the African governments or the governments that I'm hoping to operate with will think about the solution. This is something that brings transparency, it brings accountability into the system. But it's also something that positively impacts their financials. And so I believe that after proving the use case with a utility that is already excited to get on board, SSEN has already been putting in the more expensive monitoring units, they can see that this is something that would have financial incremental value in the long run. And so there is a bit of, I can't tell you I'm 100% sure, but I can't tell you that this is something that will get them to the table to start discussing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, judges. We'll transition now to audience questions. We just have room for one.
Should I pick?
Hello. Hi. Thank you for your, ambitious startup. I think it's wonderfully well placed and put. In particular, I want to explore and unpack Angola. I spent the last 10 years there. You mentioned that you wish to provide an affordable solution, but the electricity in Angola is the second cheapest in the world. So perhaps you could unpack in terms of the benefit that you will provide at ground level. Thank you.
Yes. So this is a solution that helps in one phase for visibility, right? And so in a scenario where you're working with a utility that has not metered across the entire value chain, this is a way for them to start bringing in visibility at a higher level, and they don't have to cough out as much cash to get every household on the meter. But in a scenario like Angola, or actually I think Namibia is another country that has quite reliable electricity access, this is a solution that helps them make data-driven decisions. And there's a push with Mission 300 and other initiatives to scale up renewables. Renewables are intermittent. These are going to be solutions that will generate power and then stop, and then generate power and then stop. And so these solutions will allow them to see in real time what nodes of our network are stressed, what nodes are constrained, and where do we have slack. So I believe this is something that we're heading to regardless of whether or not you've actually metered everybody. And so this is a solution that has, I guess, a long-term vision that extends just besides visibility.
All right. We'll ask you to pause right there if we could receive any other question from the judges. Is there any other question? From the judges, please. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Round of applause. If Upnepa and Wameanua Stima, if any of those phrases was not on the screen, it means your country is well lit. So well done. We'll transition to the next presentation.
Yes, so our next presentation will be online. It was pre-recorded. Yeah. So this is Adesami from Nigeria, and his project is on mapping groundwater contamination.
Hello everyone, my name is Sandy Adesami Lomola, Idiosis from Kudaresa Technology Akure, and today I'll be presenting a project mapping groundwater contamination at ecological risk from Lego mining in Nigeria. A backstory: in fall of May 2025, an article published by Punch newspaper, a widely recognized in Nigeria, talked about the impact of mining across Nigeria, and it was said that in 2010, about 400 children died in just one community in Sapara, Nigeria, while in 2017, same community recorded about 300 student deaths again. So while growing up, because I grew up myself along the mining belt in Elisha to witness this exploration, and we were always fascinated at how mineral resources are easily dug from the ground, not knowing what the implications are on the environment. The data keeps going that, there are several articles all over the world that talks about the effects of mining. We talk about the article published by earth.org on the 3rd of April 2022, and so on and so forth. They wonder, why haven't we really stopped mining if the environmental implication is this significant, causing contamination of water could lead to deaths of hundreds of children and thousands of people? But then we realize that we humans are consumers by nature, right? Very little of us pay attention to recycling. Means production to the production of raw materials, mining the raw materials needed for the production of what we use in our day-to-day lives. So the truth is, mining is not going away. So they allow them to protect people in the mining area. So over the years, scientists across the world have tested methods and models in mapping contaminations across the world. A key factor which has really reduced the effect of this is cost. Most researchers focus on getting a regional view, understanding the regional, testing the model faster, while ignoring the details that could be missing for a regional result. So we decided, I and Vad Jr., to go local, carry out surveys per communities and check for the contamination. So we'll be engaging geophysical methods in mapping of structures and delineating of groundwater system of such area, such as contamination, while validating with microbial analysis from water samples taken and processed in the laboratory. We decided we should do this now because, according to BBC in 2023, about 23 million people are affected by mining contaminations from metal mining. Now imagine how fast the population of the world has grown since 2023. I myself, when I was growing up, the mine size might part that away from the settlement. But in just April last month, when I went home, I realized that just standing in front of my house, I could see mine pits. So I wondered, but what are they digging all around the houses? And I realized that over the years, the call for mineral resource raising up, while the population of the town itself has gone up. Now, that's only tell you one thing. The miners are mining more and more. The settlers are building more and more, causing the closing in of both mining sites and settlements. And this can lead to one thing: more people being exposed to the contamination that you're talking about here. So we all believe that by doing these projects, we would be able to deliver to the people themselves, telling them what risk are associated with the mining that has been done in their surrounding, and how they can protect themselves from the contamination in their own way, faster and softer, while the results delivered to the federal and state stakeholders will talk more of the approach that can be used in the long term to place the communities. On this project, I'm working with Junior Dubaud, a graduate student of microbiology from Cameroon. He and the laboratory will be working on the processing and the interpretation of our water samples, while I and experts from the Federal Institute of Technology, Apure, and a group of students will be working on data collection, sample collection, as well as geological data processing and interpretation, general building of a model. It is our hope that with the Innovation Seed Fund, we'll take our mind away from the key factor, which is cost, and rather focus on delivering quality results to these people, helping them protect their water source, and in turn giving quality life to them as well. Thank you very much.
Round of applause.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sandy Adesamilomola, Idiosis on Kude.
All right, we are glad that our presenter is online, and we will prioritize questions from the judges. Let's begin.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. Thank you for presenting your research and your goals. So what is the next step? So once you have collected that data and you have a good idea of the levels of contamination, what exactly then will you do with that data? Where will you go? What will be the next step? Who are you trying to influence? And how do you hope that this data will cause a change somewhere?
Okay, good evening, everyone. So, in our project plan, our first approach would be meeting with the community, making them realize what's going on through outreaches that we will schedule in the later end of the project. Now with this, we are not just throwing the results out there. They get to see for themselves what contamination risks they are at, and with it, each community can be able to plan the next 5 years, next 10 years of where they get their groundwater from, which is like the first step that we're going to do. Then secondly, we would approach the state stakeholders, especially people that can lend voice to changing the situation of the mining, not entirely stopping mining, but rather looking out for how, even though the mining continues, the groundwater in the area remain safer. And because what we're trying to do is create a risk map through linear regression analysis, we would be able to give them something they could work with, in the sense that with what we give them, they can be able to know, okay, this part has been contaminated completely and should be avoided for now, while they use the results from our bioremediation to work on claiming back the groundwater in the area. So then they focus on places that have low risk, get the water from there while the bioremediation goes on. So yes, the first point of contact will be the community, then the state stakeholders, then up the ladder like that.
Back to the judges.
Right. This is a continental issue, especially with countries that are into mining within Africa, including my own country, Ghana. In Ghana, we call it galamsey. Now, waters are polluted, and we all know the health issues related to such pollutions. After your research, how can you get your government to control these activities? Because this is it will be a national issue, and I doubt if your research alone can put a stop to these activities. How can you get your government, because you can't, how can you get your government to put an end to such activities?
Okay, so the research itself would definitely not be putting an end to mining in the area. Well, our focus would be on safeguarding what's left of the water right from the moment. That would be the first thing. And I believe in recent years, especially, now currently now there's a new king was coronated in the town yesterday, and from the speech he gave, he was talking about how he worked with the government to kind of focus on the safety of the people. So I would say voices are coming up, and what our research will do would be to further expose the contamination, to further expose the risks that people go through. And through our follow-up with the stakeholders, we will be meeting with the federal representative, as well as the senator representing the senatorial district. So we believe they are the people in the place to actually talk with the government. And of course, we've talked with a few NGOs that have been top voices in this area, which we believe if we go through them and work with them, we will be able to get traction for our cry. Yes.
Delegates, let's put our hands together for Sunday. And Sunday, thank you for connecting with us. We wish you a great Saturday, Sunday. Thank you. So we'd like to transition to the next part of the program, or rather next presenter. We just are at the tail end of our presentations. Rachel, would you introduce the next presenter?
Yeah, so this will be the last group on social enterprises. Our first presenter will be Mariam.
Your time begins now.
So I believe that many of you recognize this woman as she was on the headline of many newspapers in 2012. And this is a Moroccan lady called Amina El Filafi, who killed herself after being forced to marry her rapist. So Amina's story is tragic, but it's a reminder of how early marriage, trauma, and a lack of mental health support can lead to death, basically. So what if Amina had someone to talk to, or what if Amina had a safe space to heal? Amina's case is one of many. It's not an isolated case. And as you can see, Africa has the highest rate of child marriage. We're talking about 40% of women in sub-Saharan Africa being in early marriages, and numbers are even more striking in Niger, where we see 76%. This, among other problems such as gender-based violence or early pregnancy, affects girls' mental health and are the main drivers of girls dropping out of school. Now, why is this important? Because Africa is currently experiencing a mental health crisis. 1 in 5 young people in Africa suffers from mental health condition, and there is a shortage of healthcare workers. We always say that women are the backbone of the Africa's economy, that they represent 50% of the population, but yet only 33% of them contribute to the continent's GDP. And then mental health challenges are really undermining their ability to participate in the continent. So this is an opportunity for them to participate and contribute to growth. AI can help us leverage this issue. As you can see, there has been a recent study from Harvard Business Review that showed that therapy is now the top use cases of AI in 2025, but Africa is left out because we don't have AI in local languages. And mobile penetration is booming. We're talking about 90% in Kenya, Nigeria, 85%. So we actually need to take this and drive it further. So our solution is an AI-driven mental health app where we offer 24/7 confidential emotional support, Gen AI in local languages, African languages, built-in crisis alert system, and a referral network. So this is not only for girls, but it's for the entire ecosystem. So we're talking about an AI-based chat support where girls can actually now speak to a chatbot when they feel isolated. We're talking about mental health literacy being available for them. And finally, crisis alert, where the AI can actually detect like early signs of suicidal ideation and flag it and alert a local counselor. For parents and teachers, it means mental health literacy modules being available. And finally, for governments and donors, we plan to use the data that we generated from the app and help them understand regional mental health trends, inform policies, and donors to have targeted interventions. So the mental health and well-being market is a huge market. As you can see globally, we're talking about 4.4 trillion, and in sub-Saharan Africa, it's 400 billion. Now you must wonder, how are we going to pay for this? So our business model is mission-driven, government-supported, and donor-enabled. So it's free for girls. We don't want any barriers for the end users, but it's governments and donors that are going to pay for it. Government in the sense that ministries such as the Ministry of Health or Education are going to pay an annual fee to deploy the platform in schools, and then donors, because we are going to provide consulting services for them where they are going to receive reports, dashboards, and impact tracking tools. So as you can see, organizations like the World Health Organization, Gates Foundation, UNICEF have mental health and well-being as a focus area, but there is a lack of data in Africa. So through our platform, they're going to be able to have mapping landscape reports, dashboard, and targeted information, and this will really guide funding priorities. And who are we? Iweala was founded in 2022 in Senegal. It's a mental health social enterprise which really tries to help girls and women improve their mental health. We do mental health awareness campaigns. We do mental health awareness campaigns. We provide connection between mental health workers and girls and women. We have mental health guides that we provide for female students. And we are aligned with the SDGs 3, 4, and 5. Yes, and our team consists of me, Gilbert, who's a community manager and research lead, and Santos, who's a product designer and UX researcher. And our funding need is £7,000 to build a minimum viable project. So it's just a pilot that we want to do in one country, and it's going to help us in research and development, deployment and outreach, and human resources. So my call to action is that by empowering women, girls, governments, and all that community, we are transforming mental health from a taboo to a kit for survival and success. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mariam. With half a minute to spare, thank you very much. We will now receive questions from the judges.
Thank you. Great mission. What safeguards are in place to make sure that the advice given to vulnerable women is safe and accurate?
We put everything in
Microphone, please.
So we have data protection rules and regulations. We don't believe that AI should just be used like any other thing. There has to be like specific guidelines and terms. So that's how the app is built. So there are like some specific words as soon as we receive it. There are some, how can I say it? We receive alerts. For example, if we can see suicide, for example, or like some specific words that are like triggers, we can actually like see that. And all of the information that is collected is confidential. So the type of data that we're gonna provide to like donors or governments is aggregated data to be able to see trends by like schools or region, but not like direct personalized data from the different girls or women who use the app.
Right. You mentioned that you would need 7,000, and out of which you have 2,000 already. So you're looking for 5,000. It
Yes.
looks like a calculated figure.
It looks like a calculated figure?
Sort of.
No, it's not.
Yeah, so can we have the breakdown?
Yes, you can have the breakdown here.
All right. Thank you.
Wow, Mariam came with receipts.
I just wanted to add something. The whole project will not cost this. The whole project will cost around 90,000 pounds because this is just a huge project that we want to like roll out like in the entire continent. This is just for the MVP that we're trying to roll out in two schools in Senegal. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Round of applause for Mariam. We transition to our second last presenter.
Yeah, the next presenter is Fon.
Your time begins now.
63. 63 years is the life expectancy in Cameroon. All throughout today, we have heard that Africa has the fastest growing population. But the question stands, why aren't we living long enough? If us seated here in the UK look at the life expectancy for those who live in the UK, we ask ourselves why someone born in Africa will probably live 20 years shorter than someone born here. And for a long time, the narrative was infectious disease. But this narrative is changing. Non-communicable diseases accounted for 37% of all deaths in Africa last year. And this number is projected to grow, with more than half of all deaths in Africa being caused by non-communicable diseases by 2030. The sad part about this is that most of these deaths are preventable. The World Health Organization predicts that 64% of these deaths occur in people less than 70 years and can be prevented. And it is not as though healthcare systems are doing nothing. They are trying their best. But the system is just stretched too thin. Cameroon has 1.4 physicians for every 10,000 patients, and this figure is similar across Africa. In the UK, the number is 32. This might sound artificial, this might sound impersonal, but once we look around us, we very soon realize that these stories are very personal. Meet my mom, a lovely lady. She recently started following up treatment for hypertension. But she's not alone in this. You all have loved ones who have chronic conditions. The current model works like this. In Africa, or in Cameroon, once you're diagnosed with a chronic condition, since doctors are overwhelmed, they have a very short time to explain your condition to you. And we expect this person to go back and do the lifestyle changes to live with this new condition. And this really doesn't work because we have less than 20% of patients who receive care between visits. And this ends up having about 40% of patients lost to care 3 months after they initiate treatment. And that's just the relationship between the physician and the patient. When you factor in the fact that we have to interact with primary care and specialists and nutritionists and all that, it soon becomes overwhelming. This system is expensive, it lacks access to everybody, and has limited capacity to serve everybody. OmniHealth is a solution for that. My name is Acho. I'm trying to build a virtual care team for Africa's chronic health epidemic. Let me show you how it works. Hospitals lack capacity, and patients need continuity. OmniHealth tries to bridge that gap. We are offering hospitals a low-cost solution to follow up patients with chronic conditions. How does this work? For partner hospitals, once the patient is diagnosed and the initial education is done, they sign them up to the platform, through which the patients then benefit from a baseline evaluation to identify their personal risk factors and to identify their comorbidities. Based on this, our team of experts then analyze this data and use AI approaches to propose personalized treatment plans for these patients. This is delivered not through some app, because most of the people with these conditions are a bit older and they're not that tech savvy, but can be delivered right in WhatsApp. I'm sure we all have, and we know our parents and aunties use WhatsApp a lot. So this is a good way to reach them. And it's not just a personalized care plan which is given once. We can maintain engagement with these patients through text, through videos, through audios, and through virtual visits. So this permits continuity of care for all people with chronic conditions. What we are doing essentially is making the healthcare system more efficient to reach out to more people, and also making happy, healthy patients who live longer. The status quo, though having expertise, is just not scalable. It can't cover the capacity. We have telehealth solutions, which, though can reach more rich people, are often expensive and inaccessible to this particular population. An alternative is to use AI wrappers to educate patients and do all that. But we are all worried about the hallucinations of AI. Now, OmniHealth draws all the benefits of these solutions without the drawbacks. It provides expertise, it provides personalization at a fraction of the cost. Digital health is a growing market with more than 5.8 billion at the moment, and just projected to grow further. Currently, there are 165 million people with chronic conditions in Africa, and in Cameroon alone, we have 2 million people living with hypertension. Of these, less than 20% are receiving optimal care. OmniHealth can reach millions with minimal infrastructure. Our team has a skill set to deliver that solution. I'm a veteran, permit me to say veteran, public health service delivery manager. Joel is a software engineer who's worked with BT, and we have a nutritionist and YouTube content creator who has worked in this area for a long time. And finally, we have someone who is a trained NCD counselor from the University of Strasbourg. Currently, we have validated this idea with more than 100 interviews. We've tested the technical feasibility of delivering this solution. And in addition to that, we have been selected in 2 competitive programs. So we come to you seeking this help to change this 63 to 183. Thank you.
Thank you, Acho. We'll receive questions from the judges.
Thank you so much for that. First of all, I want to say I loved it because it's super accessible. A lot of these telehealth app, everybody wants to do a telehealth app. They fail because people, A, don't want to download another app, and B, who just wants another app on their phone, especially when they're sick. So I love that it's very accessible. While you were presenting and while you were pitching, I kept thinking, I mean, yeah, 20% of, or even more of the patients don't receive adequate follow-up care and visits. But I think that's not only true for NCDs. The same also applies for communicable diseases, or doesn't need to be an NCD. So would you also be open to, use it for any patient? Like, why did you focus only on NCDs?
Thank you so much. I really understand you mastered the domain. So for now, we want to build modules for each condition, actually. So because we realize, actually, what we're building is a model of service delivery and not just particular for one disease. So once we focus on building the module for chronic diseases, I have a background in service delivery for HIV services, and the training the service is really focused around delivering care in a manner that patients can receive, but it also falls short of the accessibility because patients have to come in all the time. So in the long term, one of our visions is also to build solutions for things like HIV, for things like TB, all conditions that need integrated follow-up and continuous follow-up to maintain patients in care. So that's an idea we're looking forward to build, and if you can help us build that too, we'll be happy here. Thanks.
Thank you. What inputs do you need to measure a patient's health at home, and can they all be taken accurately at home? So you mean what indicators we need to measure patients' outcome at home? So the first thing we want to do, what we need to understand is there are certain scores we can use to measure adherence. You can nudge a patient to become more adherent to their treatment because taking a lifelong treatment needs that monitoring. There are also symptoms we can use to predict down the line complications. So we can also use those, and provided through text-based format, it can be assessed. And just as a fun fact, we collected data using some of the prototype we built on WhatsApp to collect data from patients and store that in the database, which you could use to analyze. So WhatsApp is a format to assess symptoms which the patient can give feedback on. But also we can collect information from the patients. Often in Cameroon and I think across Africa, what is often done is if someone has hypertension, at the moment of diagnosis, they take their blood pressure and they tell them that, okay, if you want to measure blood pressure again, because many people don't have a machine, you can go to the local clinic or the local store and measure your BP. We can have patients do that and put the data in our database, which will permit us to have a better visibility for the patient over a longer period, and will help us to predict their outcomes in a long time. And we can also do that for diabetes and many other conditions.
All done? Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Acho. Crystal clear, 63 to 83. Thank you very much. We are ready for our final presenter, but just before that, let me kindly request once again for those who are in the balcony, if you'd minimize on the noise as we optimize our attention and receive our final presentation.
Yeah, so our final presenter is joining us online. So now we'll be talking about girls in poultry. Yeah, you can take it away. Hi, Na, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Sna, and I'm from Shilo Baraka Farms, and we want to introduce girls into poultry farming. By so doing, we want to build the next generation of female entrepreneurs. Please, am I audible?
Yeah, you.
Okay. Thank you. So 68% of young women who live in vulnerable communities in Ghana face a triple burden. It's a bit outrageous, but close to 7 out of 10 girls who are in vulnerable communities face a triple burden. One of the problems is that government of Ghana is over-reliant on poultry products and imports. But you can look at this problem from both a macro level and then from a micro level. So from the broader perspective, we spend over $400 million annually on imported poultry and poultry products, despite having the ideal conditions locally to produce it. So we have the technical know-how, we have the human resources, we have the physical resources like land. Yes, so local production only meets 10% of demand. And when you come to the individualized level, you have young girls in very vulnerable communities, like the community surrounding where my farm is located, which is Maprobi, Kolegu, Kolegono, who face a triple burden of poverty, increased rates of poverty, lack of economic opportunities, and then high risk of teenage pregnancies. The solutions available now currently fail to link poultry farming to jobs and then local food supply. And that is where we come in. So our solution is to train these girls, linking them to industry players, and then also setting them up into poultry farming. So we are going to do this by recruiting them from these three communities, engaging their community leaders, and then recruiting girls who are interested in poultry farming, and then also starting them with chicks, feed, and then some vaccines for them to be able to start their poultry farming. We are best positioned for this for so many reasons, and I'm going to outline only 3 of them. So the first one is just the female factor. This is a female-led corporation or organization, and I have done this in the midst of the male-dominated farming in general, or poultry farming. So I believe that with my expertise, I'm best situated to help these young girls look at me as a role model and say that because she can, we can. Because she has succeeded, we can also. Apart from the farming expertise, I bring other experiences. I'm a nurse, I'm an educationist, I'm a researcher, I'm a mother, I'm a family person, so I'm also in a position to advise these girls on other social issues, including farming, and then use the mentee-mentor relationship model to mentor these girls. I'm going to use an individualized training model for these girls based on their needs. And then second, our growth has been significant. We started with 300 layers, now I have over 3,500 layers, and still in the backyard. And I started with 100 broilers per year, now I produce 1,200 broilers in a year, and I've expanded to add ducks and goats. There has been proven impact in my training models, and I have trained over 40 young men. And then the picture is me getting the AMA Best Farmer Award in 2021. I think this is the right time because countries like Ghana should be working towards reducing reliance on global support because of dwindling donor support to countries such as the low and middle income countries. And then the strict IMF rules, which sometimes freezes government employment. So there's the need for us to now cater for ourselves. In Ghana, education is free from the basic and currently to the senior high school level, but it's paid as a tertiary. So it leaves some people who are brilliant needy in between senior high school and then tertiary. So there's a need for these people who cannot jump to tertiary education be catered for by giving them some sort of technical training to be able to be empowered in society. There are also government interventions currently like the Nkokon Ketinkiti program, but all these are usually done through farmers. So if you are not a farmer, you are usually not benefiting from these programs. And then I also want to give back to society because close to 10 years I've been doing like a business, and it's time now to give back to society by mentoring the next generation of young girls in poultry farming. The traction map here just gives us a brief snapshot of the growth of the farm over the years and then the intended growth of the program. So there's going to be a 90 to 70% annual revenue growth and then 90% customer satisfaction rating. For the business model, their core revenue would be from the meat, the sale of the meat, the broiler chicken. But they also diversified income, which they could get from training other farm workers because they have been trained on things such as record keeping, biosecurity, dressing of bird, how to package. So they can also train others and then also get this, get some sort of income from it. And then also, we also partner with bodies like the Greater Accra Poultry Farmers Association, who also give subsidized feed at some point in time, and they can also benefit from that, and also benefit from the government interventions too, as well. So when giving the money, we are going to use 46% into training support. Remember, they are coming from a very high poverty community. So they are a bit poor, so you need to maintain the momentum for them to be able to learn. So we'll give them some sort of training stipend, and then 48 will go to the startup kits, that's the chicks, the feeds, and then the vaccines, and then technical support. We are going to give them continuous technical support throughout the time. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we will transition to questions from our judges.
Thank you. Now, you've spoken a lot, and I'm happy you're trying to solve this problem in Ghana. But my question is, when it comes to poultry in Ghana, for that matter, most of the feed is imported, if you care to know. How are you going to solve that problem? Because it's not just getting into poultry, but whatever it takes, they would need to be fed. And how are you going to solve this problem of poultry feed being imported into our country?
Okay, so thank you very much for the question. So for starters, I belong to Greater Accra Poultry Farmers Association, and the feed that we use is produced here in Accra in Dansoman. But I must agree that we do import other things from, other products from outside the country to make this feed. So currently, that is the situation. It gets to a point that there's shortage of even soya bean, which we produce, or even corn. And that is also imported to be able to produce the feed. So I think it's one step at a time. And currently, my focus is getting locally produced feed for these birds, which I know has a component of export, but at least it's produced here. And that is what I'm looking. I'm looking at the feeding of the birds and making sure the birds are going. And as for where the feed is coming from, or the components of the feed, it's also probably another problem to be solved at another time. Because GAFA, I'm also part of the management, and we've tried so many ways. Currently, I think we are paying farmers to grow the corn so that we buy directly from them. But sometimes, you know, you are not on the farm when they are growing, and then they sell to other people because our prices are not good enough. And so there's so much going on that aspect, but I'm just trying to empower these young girls to enter into poultry farming.
I want to say I love your mission, and I do believe that solving food security and securing food for a doubling population over the next decade, I mean, it's extremely crucial, and we need more people that see food security and being farmers as a viable path of making a living. So I really want to understand from you, and I'm interested to know, how can you motivate more girls then to get into what is traditionally seen as a very male-dominated, hard-working industry? So how do you motivate the girls to get into poultry farming?
So I think so for this model, the training, the recruitment will come from people who are first interested in it. Because when I got into farming, I was motivated by two main people. One nurse who just stopped nursing to take care of her bedridden husband and did poultry farming back here to take care of 4 children who are now very successful with professors in it. She motivated me. And then secondly, my mother, she was a fishmonger, which is also a type of farming. And then she is a fifth wife. We are 22 children, but she catered for us, her 6 children herself, paying our fees from basic to university level. So these things are motivation to the person to enter into poultry farming. So I'm going to target people who have the motivation. That's the first step. And then the second step is to teach them, mentor them on a personalized level, breaking these techniques and technologies that are coming in every day to their level, making sure that they understand that because I have done it, and they can also do it. So that is the model and mentality that I'm going to push through these people who are interested in poultry farming?
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Na Mensa, together with the amazing, remarkable team of presenters. If there are people I do not envy today, it is the judges. They have a difficult job, right?
That's true. That's very true. We really look forward to hearing the results of the Innovation Fund. I hear tomorrow at the ball. Who's going to be at the ball? Anyone? Yeah? Okay. See you at the ball then.
So we are drawing close to the end of day one. We are once again very grateful to every single one of you delegates who joined us today. We'd like to appreciate every single one of you, because this conference would not be what it is without your presence. We also want to acknowledge that we have a team that's joined us today, all the way from Cambridge. If we have any of University of Cambridge delegates, where art thou? We'd like to see you. We'd like to... There we go. You do know there's an Oxbridge rivalry that is often friendship, frenemy. We're defining our relationship. Well, Luhano, we're drawing to the end of the day. What are some of the key takeaways?
It's been an incredible day. I think for me, the highlight was the Fireside chat. I think my biggest lesson from that was just be strategic. Think about how you are approaching diplomacy as a country. Polyamory, she called it. Yeah, Dr. Ngozi said practice polyamory in diplomacy, and I think that's a very good analogy as a development and governance student myself. So yeah, that was a big highlight. I also enjoyed the panel on innovation, thinking about how do we use AI? What's the big thing with AI? I know that's a big thing for you, seeing that that's what you study.
Yes, that's my research area is on the nexus, the link between religion and AI, which I'm currently exploring. It sounds like everyone is looking for an AI angle. Well, for me, my key takeaway has to be the words of His Excellency, the fifth president of Sierra Leone, the whole aspect of agency and bringing our brilliance back home. So that's something that we've received as a challenge.
That's incredible. We do look forward to more knowledge tomorrow, but this is it from us. We will be seeing you tomorrow, but before we leave the stage, we would like to call our program coordinator, Nanasa, who is a trained actress and producer and reading an African Studies Masters of Science. So please welcome Nanasa for our closing address.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. What an extraordinary day it has been. Let's take a moment to give a round of applause to all of our distinguished speakers for sharing their insights and wisdom. And how can I forget another round of applause for all of you, our audience, our incredible, incredible audience, because none of this would truly be possible without your presence, your energy, and your unwavering commitment to this collective vision. So another round of applause. So as we draw the curtain on today's session, I want to take a moment to reflect on some of the remarkable insights that have been shared and to express just how powerful it is to be in a room full of individuals who are not only imagining Africa's future, but actively building it. We were honored by the insights of Dr. Ngozi, who encouraged us to be polyandrous in our partnerships, reminding us that strategic, diversified collaboration is key to navigating today's global complexities. We also had the privilege of hearing from His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio, who reminded us that African unity, African agency, and African ownership of our narratives are not abstract ideals, but goals that we can achieve in the now. And this leads me to the very heart of this year's theme, changing narratives. Because at the foundation of transformation, economic, political, or social, is the story we tell about ourselves. Narratives shape perception, perception drives policy, and policy shapes lives. So, how do we reclaim the African story? Not as a footnote, not as a stereotype, but as a living, breathing, evolving force. We begin by centering our voices, African visions, and our values, and that is what we are doing right here today. And that's why I'm especially proud to share that for the first time ever, this year's Oxford Africa Conference will feature a dedicated media, arts, and culture panel taking place tomorrow. For me, this is personal because among the many pressing issues our continent faces, media and the arts are often take the back seat. Storytelling is deeply entrenched in all of our cultures, and we often forget just how important it is to get our story right. And in the spirit of turning vision into action, I would also like to thank Dr. Ofori Sapong for his generous support of the Innovation Seed Fund, which helps us put that action into the change we hope to make. And to our lovely sponsors, Africa Oxford Initiative, University of the Vice Chancellor's Office, SUMIVA, African Studies Center, Oxford University Innovation, EcoBank Sierra Leone, Inspire Oxford, Ruston Energy, Kenya Airways, High Level Fashion, Ken City, and Rhodes Trust for making all of this possible. Nina, I still remember our long-winded conversation the second week of Michaelmas term. I know I went on and on and on about my dreams and aspirations for this conference. I just wanted us to do something that we hadn't done before. And now I stand here today as witness to our dreams coming true. To see conversations like this take root and stretch beyond the walls of academia is nothing short of humbling. And I am even more inspired to continue the work that is already ongoing. I want to say a heartfelt thank you to the incredible team that made all of this possible. This conference is the product of countless hours, late nights, group chats, last-minute pivots, and long, long WhatsApp group calls. But believe me, we all shared something bigger than us. And another quick shout out to my co-program coordinator, Clement Amponsa, my partner in crime. Thank you for tolerating my plenty talking. Without taking any more of your time, I will leave you with this. The stories we tell shape the world that we live in. So let us be more intentional about the stories that we tell. And let us make sure that those stories are not just told about Africa, but by Africa, for Africa. I look forward to continuing the conversation with all of you later on this evening at our networking session and tomorrow. Thank you all and have a blessed night.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a big round of applause for Luhana and George, please? Thank you for keeping the energy up and the program tight throughout the day.
And can we have another big round of applause for Nana Sa for her lovely and fitting closing remarks?
Now we can say that today has been a true celebration of Africa's transformative ideas, bold vision, and dynamic potential. My name is Adja Awasa. Feel free to call me Adja. I'm from Senegal, you know, the country that humbly invented jollof rice, but there are two nations fighting for it. I won't name names, but you know who you are.
And I'm Jeremy Rikatagan. I'm from Ghana, the country that proudly boasts of having the best jollof rice. Yes, come on, Trasso. Yeah.
Yeah, and talking about food, that's why we are here. We still have a networking session upstairs and a breathtaking view of Oxford, so please don't miss it out.
But before we get to that lovely discussion where we can distress and converse about the great things we've heard today and things we've learned, we have a surprise for you guys in the audience because you are the winners today as well. We have two winners in the audience today, and it's based off this bingo card. If you guys remember from the beginning of the events today, we handed you this bingo card, and for those who are diligent enough to fill it out and hand it back to us, there are two winners from that group who are going to win these two gorgeous wooden sculptures designed and crafted by some of the most talented woodcarvers from the continent. And so two of you in the audience will be the recipients of this wonderful award today.
So, Jeremy, the first winner for today is Vashti Ayim.
Vashti Ayim? Is Vashti with us? We'll come up here. And the second winner for today is Tanasha Ngweya. Is she here? Let's go. So.
Congratulations, Tinashe.
Congratulations, Tinashe. Here you go, man.
I'll keep this one for Vashti Ayim tomorrow.
Yeah, sure.
And please remember to bring your networking bingo cards tomorrow to have a chance to win more African team prizes.
Most definitely. But for now, let's all head up to the 4th floor where the networking session is. It's it's a balcony on the 4th floor.
On the 4th floor.
Which has one of the most lovely views you can find in Oxford. So come, distress, and converse about the lovely day we've had. And please remember, we have more for tomorrow. We have more talented guest speakers coming.
We have the President of Ghana tomorrow.
President of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, is coming tomorrow. So please do come back for that. And do bring back your tags as well when you're coming. And yeah, thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, everyone.
Take care.
And have a nice evening.
Thank you.